Hey, someone help. Someone's fallen into the river. Cries for help echoed from the riverbank. In no time, a crowd had gathered along the shore. At that moment, Mingxue shivered. Wait, hadn't she died? Why was she in this icy water? Hold on, this river. Wasn't this the same river she'd fallen into all those years ago? Her eyes started quickly to the bank. Thankfully, her eyesight was still sharp. She barely had time to marvel at the benefits of youth. She saw a young Song Yan stripping off his military jacket and jumping into the river, swimming toward her with great effort. Her heart clenched. Dream or not, she didn't care. She immediately turned and swam hard in the opposite direction. She would never let Song Yan save her again, not even if this was just a dream. She would never again be forced to marry Song Yan, only to spend her life coughing up blood while raising his 3 children. The people on the bank saw Mingxue swimming away from her rescuer and were stunned. Someone couldn't help but shout, "Fu girl, you're swimming the wrong way. Turn around, hurry." Song Yan also noticed Mingxue's actions, his gaze darkening. He sped up. Mingxue panicked. She could feel him getting closer and closer behind her. If she wasn't careful, he'd catch up in no time. And then it would all repeat. She'd be saved by Song Yan once more. Thinking of her past life, working herself to the bone for the Song family only to die a miserable death, she swam even faster. One chased, one fled. It was like a desperate race with no escape. Mingxue, don't move. I'm coming to save you. Song Yan's clear voice reached her ears, but to Mingxue, it sounded like the whisper of a demon. She felt a wave of despair. Was she really going to be forced to marry Song Yan again? No, absolutely not. Mingxue's eyes grew even more determined. She took a deep breath and dove underwater. She held her breath and swam with all her might beneath the surface. Song Yan hadn't expected her to disappear just as he was about to reach her. In the blink of an eye, she was gone. He panicked too. He dove under, but that brief delay gave Mingxue precious time. The river was murky, and it was impossible to see which way she'd gone. Soon, Song Yan completely lost track of Mingxue. His chest burning for air, he had to surface. He looked around, but there was no sign of her anywhere. He frowned. Where had Mingxue gone? Had she really drowned? The people on the bank hadn't seen Mingxue come up for a long time, and they started to fear the worst. Could the Fu girl really have drowned? Well, that's just her fate. Song Yan even tried to save her, but she swam off on her own. Who can she blame? As the crowd gossiped and speculated, someone suddenly pointed at the river and shouted, "Look! Mingxue isn't dead, she's over there." Everyone turned to look, and sure enough, Mingxue had already made it to the opposite bank. Exhausted, Mingxue collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. After a brief rest, she quickly got to her feet. Just then, Song Yan had also reached the shore. Mingxue, are you all right? The sight of him filled Mingxue with instinctive disgust. Seeing him reach out to touch her, her revulsion was almost tangible. Stay away from me. She was soaked through and had no desire to get tangled up with him any further. So, after tossing out those 3 words, she turned and ran off without looking back. Song Yan never expected Mingxue to just run off like that. The way she looked at him just now, as if he were garbage, had really stung him. And wait, wasn't Mingxue supposed to not know how to swim? How was she swimming so well now? The farther Mingxue ran, the clearer her mind became. Especially when she saw the iconic shops from the late 1970s lining the street, she finally felt the reality of being reborn. She never imagined she'd really be reborn and sent back to the very beginning of all her misfortunes. In her previous life, it was also today that she accidentally fell into the water after being bumped. Since she couldn't swim, Song Yan, who happened to be passing by, saved her. Back then, people were simple and conservative. Being hugged and held by Song Yan in public basically meant she'd lost her reputation. She had no choice but to marry him. Of course, there was also gratitude. After all, Song Yan had saved her life. Besides, Song Yan came from a good family, was good-looking, and was already a deputy commander at a young age, with a bright future ahead. There was only one flaw. Song Yan had 1-year-old triplets at home. Just a month earlier, his ex-wife had divorced him. Even so, there were still plenty of women willing to be matched with him. Because there were children at home who needed care, she and Song Yan got married quickly. But on their wedding night, Song Yan was called back to the army. She stayed at the Song family home to look after the 3 1-year-olds and also took care of her bedridden mother-in-law. For those 3 children, she poured her heart and soul into raising them, encouraging them to work hard, and eventually, all 3 got into top universities. After they got married and had children of their own, she even went to their homes to help take care of her grandchildren. She never expected that after her youngest daughter's child started kindergarten, she would fall seriously ill from years of exhaustion. She thought the 3 children would pay for her treatment. After all, none of them lacked money. But to her shock, they kicked her out of the house, saying she wasn't their real mother. What made her most furious was that Song Yan, that scumbag, actually remarried his ex-wife, Baisiki. She made a scene in her anger, but never expected the whole family would tell her she and Song Yan were never really married, since they'd never even registered their marriage. Sick, penniless, and with nowhere to go, she finally died under a bridge. But heaven had eyes. She was reborn right at the start of all her troubles. This time, Song Yan and his family of ingrates could forget about her sacrificing for them. This time, she was going to college herself. That's right, college. Her college acceptance letter should be arriving today. In her previous life, she'd fallen into the water and been saved by Song Yan, but she'd swallowed a lot of water and passed out. As a result, she never received her college acceptance letter. She thought she hadn't gotten in. But years later, she accidentally overheard someone calling Baisiki by the name Mingxue. When she tried to find out more, Song Yan, looking panicked, dragged her away. And that was the end of it. Could it be Baisiki took her college acceptance letter and went to university in her place? At this thought, Mingxue's face changed dramatically. It had to be. Baisiki's grades were never as good as hers. How could Baisiki have gotten in, but not her? And as for today's incident at the river, she was certain someone had bumped into her on purpose. And Song Yan just happened to be there to save her? Was it really all just a coincidence? Thinking of this, she quickened her pace. When she finally reached the mouth of the alley, panting, she suddenly saw Baisiki talking to a postman. The postman handed Baisiki a letter. Mingxue's heart skipped a beat. She ran over with all her strength. She snatched the letter right out of Baisiki's hands. Baisiki hadn't been on guard. Seeing the envelope taken, she instinctively tried to grab it back. "What are you doing? Give that back, that's my letter." There was no way Mingxue was going to let her get it back. She immediately took a big step back. When she saw the name on the envelope, she nearly burst into tears. As expected, it was hers. It was Baisiki who had stolen her life. It was Baisiki, Song Yan, and their 3 children who had wasted her whole life. "Give it back to me." Baisiki was truly panicking now. She lunged forward, trying to snatch it. But Mingxue wasn't about to let her take it again. She slapped her across the face. "Baisiki, this is clearly my letter, my college acceptance letter. How did it become yours? Don't you have any shame?" Baisiki clutched her face, staring at Mingxue in disbelief. Wasn't she supposed to be in the river? How could she be here? No, she couldn't let Mingxue have the college acceptance letter. This is mine. If your eyes don't work, go get them checked. It clearly says Mingxue on it. What, are you trying to impersonate me? Or are you just planning to steal my college acceptance letter outright? Baisiki's face turned pale. At that moment, the postman looked at the 2 of them suspiciously. "Which one of you is Mingxue?" I am. 2 female voices rang out at the same time. Hearing Baisiki answer like that, Mingxue didn't hesitate to slap her again. "Just as I thought, you're trying to steal my college acceptance letter." Baisiki was furious. Mingxue, how dare you hit me?" Mingxue slapped her again, then sneered, "Baisiki, you idiot. You can't get in yourself, so you have to steal someone else's? Are you really that shameless?" Then she turned to the postman. You heard her just now. She called me Fu Mingxue. And you, how could you just hand over such an important acceptance letter to someone else? The cold questioning made the postman break out in a sweat. I'm sorry. I thought she was. She stopped me just now and said she was Fu Mingxue. I really didn't expect someone would pretend to be someone else. I'm calling the police right now. When they get here, just tell them the truth. Fu Mingxue showed no mercy. Whenever she thought of her miserable previous life, her heart ached with hatred. She was supposed to have a wonderful life, but it was stolen from her by others. Sweat poured down the postman's forehead. If the police got involved, would he lose his job for negligence? When Baisiki heard Fu Mingxue say she was calling the police, all the color drained from her face. Just as she was panicking and didn't know what to do, she caught a glimpse of Song Yan running over. Her eyes lit up instantly. Song Yan. When Fu Mingxue heard that name, her face darkened. If those two teamed up to go after her and snatch her acceptance letter, she really wouldn't be able to fight them both. Especially since Song Yan had friends at the police station. Thinking of this, she turned and ran. She couldn't let them take her acceptance letter. She ran with all her might, shouting as she went, Baisiki is trying to steal my college acceptance letter. Baisiki is trying to steal my college acceptance letter. Baisiki hadn't expected Fu Mingxue to pull a stunt like this, and her face changed dramatically. Fu Mingxue, you're lying. At that moment, Song Yan reached her side. Baisiki immediately grabbed Song Yan's hand, on the verge of tears. Song Yan, go after Fu Mingxue. She's trying to ruin me. Seeing her so anxious, Song Yan's heart ached for her. He comforted her in a low voice. Don't worry, I'm here. Then he hurried after Fu Mingxue. Fu Mingxue heard footsteps coming up quickly behind her, making her even more anxious. Her shouts grew louder. Baisiki is trying to steal my college acceptance letter. Luckily, she managed to run into the alley, where neighbors lived on both sides. And she spotted her mother. Mom, help me. Baisiki is trying to steal my college acceptance letter. The moment Mrs. Fu heard this, she was furious. She grabbed a broom and rushed over. Where's that little brat Bai? Just as Song Yan was about to catch up, Fu Mingxue darted behind her mother. Mom, Song Yan is helping Baisiki steal my college acceptance letter. Mrs. Fu stopped in her tracks, her face full of anger as she glared at Song Yan. Song Yan, what's the meaning of this? A flash of anger crossed Song Yan's eyes. He took a deep breath, forcing down his rage. Auntie, you've misunderstood. I didn't do that. Mingxue fell into the water just now, and I went to save her. Mrs. Fu's eyes widened. She noticed Song Yan was soaking wet, then looked at her own daughter. She was drenched too. Mingxue, you fell in the water? Mom, I did, but he didn't save me. He's just trying to fool you. He and Baisiki are plotting to steal my college acceptance letter. Fu Mingxue waved the letter in her hand. She shot Song Yan a look of disdain. Song Yan, you call yourself a soldier. How could you stoop so low? I won't hold the falling in the water thing against you, since I know how to swim. Otherwise, your little scheme might have actually worked. Mrs. Fu was shocked. Mingxue, when did you learn to swim? Fu Mingxue. Oh, Mom, is this really the time to focus on that? Can you please pay attention to what's important? Mom, help me call the police. I'm freezing, I need to go home and change. And don't forget, someone pushed me into the water, and then Baisiki pretended to be me and intercepted my acceptance letter from the mailman. You have to tell the police everything. With that, Fu Mingxue dashed home. She couldn't help it, it was just too cold. She'd been given a second chance at life, and she was determined to take care of her body this time. She couldn't let herself get sick again. Song Yan's expression was ugly. Auntie, Mingxue really misunderstood. She fell in the water, and I tried to save her. There were lots of people around who saw it. As for Siki, she was just helping Mingxue get her letter. She wasn't trying to steal it. Siki took the college entrance exam herself. Even if she didn't get in this year, she can try again next year. I don't know why Mingxue is targeting Siki, but the truth isn't what she says. If you insist on calling the police, then go ahead. With that, Song Yan stepped aside. Mrs. Fu's face was still grim. My Mingxue has always been a good girl. She wouldn't make things up. And besides, what reason would she have to target Bai Siki? Bai Siki knows perfectly well that my Mingxue doesn't associate with her, so why did she intercept Mingxue's acceptance letter from the mailman? Auntie, Siki was just trying to help. Huh, do we need her help? Song Yan, she's your ex-wife. I don't care what goes on between you two, but don't drag my Mingxue into it. Even if Mingxue lets this go, I won't. Mrs. Fu didn't bother to see how Song Yan reacted. She turned and headed home. Her daughter was alone in the house, and she was worried Song Yan might barge in if she left. Song Yan was left standing there, looking grim. After a few seconds, he turned and walked away. At the corner of the alley, Bai Siki, looking anxious, saw Song Yan and hurried over. Song Yan, how did it go? Let's go back to your place first, Song Yan said, his expression dark. Hearing this, Bai Siki could only force down her panic. Once they arrived at Bai Siki's apartment, she anxiously demanded, "Weren't you going to save Fu Mingxue? What happened?" She had been so close, just a little bit more, and she would have gotten Fu Mingxue's university acceptance letter. Who would have thought that, at the last moment, Fu Mingxue would rush back and snatch the letter right out of her hands? Just thinking about it made her so angry she could spit blood. Song Yan's face was grim. She swam to shore by herself. Bai Siki lost control and screamed, "Impossible. She doesn't even know how to swim. How could she possibly make it to shore on her own?" Song Yan immediately grabbed her shoulders with both hands. "Calm down." Bai Siki's eyes turned red. She broke down and shouted, "How can I calm down? Without that university acceptance letter, I can't go to college." She really had taken the college entrance exam herself. But she hadn't expected it to be so hard. With her scores, she probably couldn't even get into a junior college. That's why she'd set her sights on Fu Mingxue's acceptance letter from the start. She'd schemed for so long, only to fail at the last moment. Seeing her like this, Song Yan's heart ached. He immediately pulled her into his arms. "Siki, don't be upset. I'll make her give you the acceptance letter." Tears streaming down her face, Bai Siki looked up. "Really?" Song Yan nodded, promising solemnly, "Of course. I'll make her hand over the university acceptance letter willingly." Fu Mingxue had just finished a hot shower and was towel-drying her hair when she sneezed. This worried her mother terribly. "Mingxue, hurry, drink some ginger tea I made for you," her mother urged. Fu Mingxue wasn't at all surprised that her mom hadn't called the police. She took the bowl of ginger tea and drank it all in one go. She had to admit, after drinking it, her body did feel much warmer. "Mingxue, tell me exactly what happened," her mother pressed. Fu Mingxue briefly explained how she'd been kicked into the water, how Song Yan had tried to save her, and how she managed to save herself and snatch back the acceptance letter. Her mother was furious after hearing this. Gritting her teeth, she said that Bai Siki is truly vicious. "But we can't go to the police. If she denies it, this could blow up and affect your university admission. But we can't just let her get away with it. I'm going to confront her right now." Fu Mingxue immediately said, "I'll go with you." But her mother wouldn't hear of it. "You stay home. I can handle this myself." Just then, there was a knock at the door. Mother and daughter exchanged a glance. Fu's mother said, "Don't come out yet. I'll go see who it is." Fu Mingxue looked at her mother, eyes full of tenderness. In her previous life, after she got married, her mother had lived alone. Even though they lived nearby, she hadn't been able to take care of her much. With a bedridden mother-in-law and 3 energetic kids at home, she'd been run ragged, barely getting a moment's rest. In this life, she swore she'd make sure her mother enjoyed real happiness. Meanwhile, Fu's mother opened the door and was surprised to see the matchmaker. Before she could say anything, the matchmaker beamed and congratulated her. "Congratulations, sister. I'm here on behalf of Song Yan to propose marriage to your daughter, Mingxue." Fu's mother had always thought well of Song Yan. He was handsome and promising. But even so, she would never let her daughter marry into the Song family. After all, the Song family was nothing but a burden. 3 young children, plus a bedridden mother. What else could that be but a pit of fire? Her face immediately fell. My daughter isn't considering marriage right now. She's going to college. The matchmaker's smile froze for a moment, but she quickly forced it back on. Congratulations, old sister. Who would have thought your daughter, Mingxue, would be so accomplished, getting into university? But she suddenly changed the subject. Getting married is like a second life. Song Yan is doing well in the army, and I hear he's about to be promoted. He's got a bright future ahead of him, and he's good-looking too. Isn't that the very definition of young and promising? Of course, he does have 3 kids at home and a bedridden mother, but that's nothing. Song Yan's salary is high. If Mingxue can't handle it all by herself, his older sister can help out. Mother Fu's face darkened. Enough. My Mingxue is focused on university right now. She's not getting married. You can leave now. The matchmaker was a little unhappy. Sister, that's not right. What's the point of a woman studying so much? In the end, isn't she still going to get married? Song Yan already said he's willing to hand over his entire salary to his wife. You won't find a better match even if you search with a lantern. Unable to listen any longer, Fu Mingxue came out. If it's such a rare and wonderful match, then it shouldn't go to waste. I heard, Aunt Zhao, that you have several marriageable girls in your own family. Why not introduce one of them to Song Yan? The matchmaker, Aunt Zhao, froze. Did she not want to? It's just that Song Yan wouldn't look at her girls. Mingxue, you tell me. Is Song Yan a good match or not? Fu Mingxue sneered. How would I know if he's a good match? If he really was, why would he be divorced? If he's so great, Aunt Zhao, why don't you marry your own daughter to him? I don't care if he's good or not. The man I marry must be marrying for the first time, and he can't have kids. You want me, a never-married girl, to be stepmother to 3 children? Aunt Zhao, aren't you just trying to ruin me? And another thing, Mingxue's eyes were full of open disdain. A man who's still tangled up with his ex-wife actually has the nerve to look for a new wife. Aunt Zhao was left speechless. Mother Fu's face grew even darker. My daughter is not going to be anyone's stepmother. You'd better leave. If you're so keen, why don't you introduce your own daughter to him? Fu Mingxue added directly, he just tried to help his ex-wife steal my university admission letter. I think this marriage proposal is just a cover. What he really wants is to help his ex-wife scheme for my admission letter. He's shameless. That's impossible. The matchmaker immediately denied such a ridiculous thing. Mother Fu couldn't hold back her anger anymore and shouted, "Tell Song Yan to get lost. My daughter earned her university admission letter with her own effort. If his ex-wife wants one, let her study hard and take the exam herself. Trying to scheme against my daughter? No way." She reached out and shoved the matchmaker out the door. The matchmaker stumbled but couldn't afford to lose her temper. After all, if what this mother and daughter said was true, Song Yan really was no good. Looks like there's no money to be made here. Mom, I'm going to settle the score with Baisiki. Mother Fu glared at her. You stay home. I'll go. Then she walked out herself, slamming the door behind her. She called back to Mingxue inside, "Don't you dare come out." Fu Mingxue. Mother Fu stormed over to the Bai family's house. She banged hard on their door. Baisiki, get out here right now. Baisiki, get out. A neighbor, seeing how furious Mother Fu looked, came over and asked, "What's going on?" "That shameless Baisiki. She actually tried to intercept my daughter's university admission letter." "How can she be so shameless? If she doesn't have the brains to get in herself, does she have to steal someone else's? How did her parents raise someone with such a vicious heart?" The neighbors were all stunned by this bombshell. Was it really true? "Baisiki, come out right now. Don't hide like a cowardly turtle." "No way. How could Siki possibly do something like that? Besides, didn't she take the college entrance exam herself?" The neighbors here still had a pretty good impression of Baisiki, mainly because Baisiki was good at putting on an act. So, they found it hard to believe she would do such a thing. Yeah, she took the exam too. Maybe there's some kind of misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? My foot. Good thing my daughter got there in time, or else her acceptance letter would have ended up in Baisiki's hands, and we'd never get it back. You can ask the postman right then. She pretended to be my daughter and took the acceptance letter from him. She even refused to give it back. What? Just because she couldn't pass the exam herself, she thinks she can steal someone else's. I wouldn't be surprised if my daughter falling in the water was all part of this family's dirty scheme. That way, she'd have time to snatch the acceptance letter. And as it turned out, Mother Fu was actually right about the truth. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe it. Was this for real? Impossible, right? But the way she spoke, so full of certainty, didn't sound made up at all. Just then, the Bai family's front door suddenly swung open. Out came Bai's mother. She looked just as delicate as Bai Siki, but right now her face was red with anger. Mingxue's mom, how can you come to my house and spout such nonsense? You're slandering us. My Siki would never do such a thing. Mother Fu couldn't hold back her temper at the sight of her. Slander you? Please. I don't stoop to slandering people. I'm telling the truth. Your Bai Siki might look sweet and innocent, but her heart is filthy. She couldn't pass the exam herself, so she tried to steal my daughter's acceptance letter? How shameless can you get? Why doesn't she come out here? Stop hiding inside and playing dead. If she doesn't come out, I'm calling the police. The neighbors were once again stunned by her words. She was threatening to call the police now. Could this really be true? Did she really try to steal someone's acceptance letter? Heavens, if that's true, it's just too wicked. Their looks toward Bai's mother changed. Of course, Bai's mother noticed the shift in their gazes, and she was about to explode from anger. She'd spent years carefully building up her reputation, and now it was all being ruined by a shrew. Her face took on a look of sorrow, as if she were the one being bullied. Mingxue's mom, if you insist on slandering my Siki, fine, let's call the police. After all, she had her good son-in-law, Song Yan. The local police station would take care of things for them. Huh, you won't cry until you see the coffin, huh? Just you wait. Mother Fu decided to head to the police station right away. Just as she turned to leave, Fu Mingxue arrived. Two men followed behind her. One was dressed in a postal worker's uniform, the other in a police uniform. Mom, this is an officer from the Qingxi police station. I just happened to run into him. We're not going to the Chengdong station. They know too many of their ex-son-in-law's buddies over there. And I brought the postman too. If I hadn't thought of it, that Song Yan would have tried to get him to change his statement. When Mother Fu heard her daughter's words, she was furious all over again. He tried to get someone to change their statement? That bastard! Is he trying to bully a widow and her orphan? If he loves his wife so much, why does he have to mess with my family? And he wears a military uniform, too. I'm going to report him to the army. That bastard, just to help his ex-wife steal my daughter's acceptance letter, he even sent a matchmaker over to propose marriage just now. What a vicious, poisonous scheme. She practically spat out those last words through gritted teeth. You're talking nonsense. This time, Mrs. Bai's voice really faltered. She hadn't expected Fu Mingxue to actually call the police from the Qingxi station. This was bad. I'm talking nonsense? Huh. That matchmaker was just at my house earlier, wasn't he? He's really going all out for your daughter, Bai Siki. One plan fails, so he comes up with another. Who knows, maybe he's trying to drag my daughter into your family's mess. That way, your daughter can use my daughter's name and go to university without a worry. Listening to her mother's words, Fu Mingxue felt her eyes sting with tears. In her previous life, this was exactly how she'd been set up. She'd suffered her whole life because of it. Officer, I want to report Bai Siki for stealing my university admission letter. Also, I want to file a report. Please investigate what happened this morning when I was pushed into the river. I really was kicked in with force. The clothes I changed out of at home should still have marks on them. Please, officer, find out the truth. As soon as she said this, Mrs. Bai's face turned deathly pale. Marks on the clothes? She panicked. Mrs. Fu caught this and immediately pointed and shouted, Officer, look at her. She's panicking. With that shout, everyone turned to look at Mrs. Bai. Mrs. Bai, damn it, why won't you just drop dead? I didn't. You're slandering me. Heh, I'm not blind, and besides, are all these people here blind too? A mother will always be fierce when it comes to her daughter, especially when she's as beautiful as hers. Mrs. Fu had always been a force to be reckoned with. The police officer walked up to Mrs. Bai. "Where's Bai Siki? Tell her to come out." "My daughter," she was about to say she wasn't home. But that wouldn't work. So she changed her tune. "I'll go call her out." Mrs. Fu sneered. "No need for you to call her. Who knows what you'll say to coach her? I'll do it." She raised her voice and shouted toward the courtyard, "Bai Siki, get out here. I've called the police. If you don't come out, it means you've got a guilty conscience. That's resisting arrest, an extra charge." "Fu Mingxue." "Mom, that's not how you say it." The police officer's face darkened even more. What kind of nonsense was this lady shouting? "Tell Bai Siki to come out." Mrs. Bai could no longer keep up her gentle facade. Face dark, she turned and shouted toward the courtyard, "Siki, come out for a moment." Hiding in the courtyard, Bai Siki's face was ashen. What should she do now? Her reputation was ruined. She couldn't help but blame Songyan. Why couldn't he even handle such a simple matter? If only he'd gotten physically close to Fu Mingxue in front of everyone, would Fu Mingxue have been able to escape? But now she had no choice but to go out. She composed her expression, then slowly walked out, dragging her feet. Her pale face at that moment really did make her look like a pitiful little white flower. "Officer, I didn't." Before she could finish, the postman, who had been waiting nearby, immediately stepped forward to testify. "I can vouch for it, it was her who claimed to be Fu Mingxue and asked me to give her Fu Mingxue's admission letter. After she stopped me, I even double-checked her name, and she said she was Fu Mingxue. Then, when this young lady arrived, she even tried to snatch the university admission letter. She had no intention of giving it back." The postman was angry too. He was the most innocent party in all this. I mean, if someone stops you, gives you a name, and asks for their letter, of course you'd believe them. This whole thing almost cost him his job. "Comrade, you must have misheard. I only asked if you had my letter, and then I said I'd pass a message to Fu Mingxue for you, to save you a trip. How could you accuse me like this?" Bai Siki's eyes were red, and tears of grievance finally fell. To be honest, with the way she acted, some people actually believed her. One after another, people started blaming the mailman. The mailman was so angry at being accused that his face turned red. "Nonsense. You clearly told me you were Fu Mingxue, that's why I gave you the acceptance letter. I was riding my bike, weren't you the one who stopped me? Didn't you say you were here for Fu Mingxue's acceptance letter? I was just picking it up for Fu Mingxue." Fu Mingxue let out a cold laugh. "Oh? And what exactly is our relationship that you need to pick it up for me? You even waited in that alley just for this." "I was just trying to be helpful." "Helpful? You mean you wanted to take my college acceptance letter and go to college in my place? How very kind of you. You really are something else. You can make shameless things sound so righteous, as if it's only natural." "Officer, I want to report her. She tried this today and failed, but who knows who she'll target next time. Getting into college is such a big deal in someone's life, and she wants to steal someone else's future just like that. This is a serious matter." The neighbors were all shocked by Bai Siki's shameless words. It was as if they were seeing her for the first time. How could she be this kind of person? How could she have the nerve to try and steal someone else's college acceptance letter? Bai Siki's expression froze, her eyes turning even redder. She knew her reputation was completely ruined by Fu Mingxue and her mother this time. What should she do now? Panic flooded her heart. Especially when the police officer spoke up. "Bai Siki, please come with us for further investigation." Bai's mother immediately stepped in front of Bai Siki. "No, you can't take my daughter away. Even if there was a mistake, it was because I forced her. If you have to take someone, take me. Everyone." Fu's mother. Fu Mingxue's face was full of mockery. "You may be despicable and shameless, but you really are a devoted mother. Taking the blame for your daughter and all. But this isn't up to your family. It's up to the police to decide." Fu's mother said grimly, "Since the mother and daughter are both so eager to confess, officer, take them both in for questioning." The mother and daughter's faces changed dramatically. Just then, a voice called out, "Wait." Fu Mingxue turned toward the voice, and when she saw Song Yan hurrying over, she sneered inwardly. He finally showed up. She wasn't surprised at all by Song Yan's appearance. If he hadn't come, that would have been the real surprise. When Baisiki and her mother saw Song Yan, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Baisiki looked at Song Yan with red-rimmed eyes, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Song Yan met her gaze, his heart aching for her. His eyes seemed to promise that everything would be all right. He turned to the police. "Hello, officer. Which precinct are you from?" The officer looked at him. "West District Precinct." "Why?" "We're in the East District here, and this area falls under the jurisdiction of the East District Precinct. I don't think you have the authority to take her away." Fu Mingxue immediately spoke up. "Tisk, look at that, always reaching beyond your bounds. I was the one who called the police, and your childhood friend works at the East District Precinct. What I want is a fair investigation. And besides, who are you to speak up here?" When Song Yan heard Fu Mingxue's question, a shadow flickered across his eyes. He turned to look at Fu Mingxue. "Fu Mingxue, I don't know why you're targeting Baisiki, but even if she made a small mistake, it's not enough to call the police. And as for who I am to her, she's the mother of my children. Even though we're divorced, I can't just stand by and watch the mother of my kids be wronged. How could I ever face my 3 children if I did?" Mother Fu erupted with an energy she'd never shown before. "Puh. Song Yan, you shameless thing, what do you mean, my daughter is targeting Baisiki? She sneaked off with someone else's university acceptance letter, and you think she's in the right? Like mother, like daughter, I suppose. Since you're so eager to defend your ex-wife, why don't you provide for her family? And today you even had the nerve to bring a matchmaker to my house to propose. You, Song, are you trying to ruin my daughter? Good thing we were on guard, or else my daughter's reputation would have been destroyed by you and your wife. What a pair you are, one trying to slander my daughter, the other brazenly stealing her university acceptance letter. Truly shameless, the both of you. I don't care what you and your wife do, but today, someone tried to harm my daughter, and she ended up in the river. How come you just happened to be there to rescue her? Thank goodness my daughter can swim, or else her reputation would have been ruined in front of everyone. We were the ones who insisted on calling the police. And you, an outsider, insisted on going to the East District Police Station. What, were you hoping to use your connections there? Let me tell you, being pushed into the river is attempted murder, plain and simple. The motive? To steal my daughter's acceptance letter. I want to report this to the West District Police, and if you've got a problem with that, get lost. Look at you, all guilty like a dog. Mother Fu spat at him again. Since they weren't standing far apart, her spit actually landed on Song Yan's face. Song Yan's face darkened. He struggled to control his anger. Auntie. Puh. Who's your auntie? Listen up, don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Otherwise, I'll report not just that by woman, but you and your buddies at the East District Police Station too. Fu Mingxue spoke up. Officer, I request that you open a case. If you won't, I'll go straight to the city authorities. We at the East District Police Station will take this case. You too, come with me. And you as well, come give your statements. Fu Mingxue nodded. All right. Meanwhile, the faces of the Bai mother and daughter had gone pale. Song Yan, Baisiki called out, her voice trembling with fear. Song Yan's heart ached for her, and he tried to intervene again. This is the East District, you from the West. The police officer cut him off. The river where Fu Mingxue fell is under the West District's jurisdiction. She's reporting attempted murder, so of course the West District Police will handle it. What, are you trying to interfere with our investigation? The officer, Tang Chang, was about the same age as Song Yan and had a tough, no-nonsense demeanor. Song Yan's face turned even darker. He gritted his teeth. No, I'm not. Tang Chang stared him down. Good. Because as someone involved in the case, you'll need to come with me for questioning too. Song Yan. So now, not only were the Bai mother and daughter being taken away, but Song Yan had to go as well. Fu Mingxue felt a rush of satisfaction. These beasts, finally, it's your turn. Maybe the heavens really couldn't stand to watch anymore, and that's why she'd been given a second chance. It was for her revenge. As they were led away, the neighbors exploded into gossip. Heavens, Baisiki is terrifying. Truly, you never know what's in someone's heart. Rotten to the core. But now that the mother and daughter were in trouble, what about the Bai men? Why hadn't they shown up? Fu Mingxue followed the police to the West District Station. Tang Chang personally took her statement. Fu Mingxue explained her suspicion that she'd been pushed into the river. I have evidence. There should still be marks on my clothes. She wasn't entirely sure, but the impact had been heavy. And there should be clues at the scene as well. Fu Mingxue deliberately added, Officer, actually, there's more. I have a suspect. I think the person who pushed me was Baisiki's brother, Bai Changqing. Tang Chang's pen suddenly drew a line across the paper. If you don't have any evidence for that, then you're making a false accusation. His tone grew more serious. But Fu Mingxue didn't panic. She enunciated clearly, if there's a suspect in any case, it's the police's job to investigate. Don't you always say you won't overlook any leads? Besides, how is this slander? I'm just stating my suspicions and providing information for your reference. It's your job to verify it. What's more, he does have a motive, and there were so many people present at the time. I don't think this is a small matter. There should be something to find if you look into it. Tang Chong, are you interested in becoming a police officer? Her logic was tight, and she had guts. Most importantly, she was really smart. No wonder she got into Beijing University. Fu Mingxue was a little surprised to hear this, then couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, I'm going to university. Tang Chang was just making conversation. Of course, he knew the girl was about to start college. Sign here. If there are any updates on the case, we'll let you know. All right. Although Fu Mingxue didn't hear him explicitly promise to investigate, she knew he definitely would. She quickly signed her name and pressed her fingerprint. My mom and I will head home now. Looking forward to good news. By the way, I hope you can close the case about the stolen admission letter first. After all, you have both witnesses and evidence. There's no reason to drag it out. Just as Tang Chang was about to nod, another officer came over. He said to Tang Chang, Captain Tang, regarding the case of Baisiki stealing the admission letter, her mother, Chu Hongdan, insists she was the one who encouraged her daughter to do it. Also, Chu Hongdan says she wants to apologize and admit her mistake to the victim, and she's willing to compensate. After hearing this, Tang Chang looked at Fu Mingxue. What do you think? Fu Mingxue let out a cold snort. How does she plan to compensate? Suddenly, a voice interrupted. How much do you want? It was Song Yan who walked in, his eyes fixed intently on Fu Mingxue. Fu Mingxue met his gaze and then sneered. That's an interesting way to put it, as if I'm extorting you. Let's be clear, it was her and her daughter who shamelessly tried to steal my life, not me begging. She quickly signed her name and pressed her fingerprint. My mom and I will head home now. Looking forward to good news. By the way, I hope you can close the case about the stolen admission letter first. After all, you have both witnesses and evidence. There's no reason to drag it out. Just as Tang Chang was about to nod, another officer came over. He said to Tang Chang, Captain Tang, regarding the case of Baisiki stealing the admission letter, her mother, Chu Hongdan, insists she was the one who encouraged her daughter to do it. Also, Chu Hongdan says she wants to apologize and admit her mistake to the victim, and she's willing to compensate. After hearing this, Tang Chang looked at Fu Mingxue. What do you think? Fu Mingxue let out a cold snort. How does she plan to compensate? Suddenly, a voice interrupted. How much do you want? It was Song Yan who walked in, his eyes fixed intently on Fu Mingxue. Fu Mingxue met his gaze and then sneered. That's an interesting way to put it, as if I'm extorting you. Let's be clear, it was her and her daughter who shamelessly tried to steal my life, not me begging them to take my admission letter. Song Yan suppressed his anger. 200. Fu Mingxue immediately turned away. Captain Tang, that's all for my case. Please notify me if there's any news. She was about to leave. Seeing that she really was leaving, Song Yan realized she was obviously dissatisfied with his offer. He gritted his teeth. 500. Fu Mingxue didn't even pause. Song Yan's face darkened. This woman really had a big appetite. Even 500 wasn't enough for her. He made one last offer. Fu Mingxue, 800. As long as you withdraw the case, I'll pay the 800 for them. This time, Fu Mingxue stopped. She didn't look at him, but turned to Tang Chong. Officer, you heard him. He's the one offering money to settle this, not me extorting them. Tang Chong glanced at her, then at the man whose face was now black with anger. He turned his gaze back to Fu Mingxue. Are you really willing to settle for 800? If he's willing to settle for 800, I agree. But Baisiki and her mother must apologize to me 3 times at my doorstep. How could Song Yan bear to see the woman he loved suffer like this? He couldn't help raising his voice. Fu Mingxue, don't you think you're going too far? Fu Mingxue's tone was cold and stern. Since he feels sorry for them and they're unwilling, then let's just handle this according to the law. After all, some people really are better off being reformed otherwise, who knows who they'll harm next time. Making a mistake and then turning around to blame the victim for being excessive. This is the world turned upside down. Tang Cheng said, in that case, let's. Before he could finish, Song Yan gritted his teeth and said, fine, I'll agree on their behalf. Fu Mingxue sneered. Oh? You'll agree for them? If they regret it later, am I supposed to go to their door and force them? You all might have time to waste, but I certainly don't. If we're going to settle, then have them come here, Tang Cheng said, instructing a colleague to bring the others in. In less than 2 minutes, Baisiki and her mother were brought in. Fu Mingxue's mother came in with them. She walked over to her daughter and whispered, Mingxue, what do you want to do? Fu Mingxue said directly, Comrade Song is willing to pay 800 yuan in compensation on behalf of Baisiki and her mother, and they will apologize loudly 3 times at our doorstep today, admitting that they shouldn't have claimed my college admission letter. Mother Fu, how much? 800? Good heavens, this isn't even a real settlement. And she can even make them apologize. What? Apologize? I won't agree to that. Bai's mother was mortified just thinking about the scene. Wouldn't that mean everyone would know what happened? How could she ever live in that neighborhood again? Her reputation would be ruined. And not only did they want her to apologize, they wanted her daughter Siki to apologize too. Absolutely not. Of course, Baisiki was also shocked. Even after paying the 800, she and her mother would still have to apologize in public? No way. Absolutely not. At this moment, mother and daughter were surprisingly united in thought. Fu Mingxue wasn't surprised. She didn't even spare them a glance. She spoke directly to Tang Cheng, Comrade, as you can see, they're completely unrepentant. Just handle it according to the law. Also, since they're immediate family, their testimonies aren't sufficient. I insist on pressing charges against whoever took my admission letter. When Baisiki and her mother saw the officer nodding, their faces changed dramatically. Seeing this, Song Yan hurried over to persuade them. Mom, Siki, just apologize. Don't worry, I'll pay the money. Baisiki and her mother. Is this really about the money? How are they supposed to face anyone after this? Song Yan saw their unhappy faces and understood what they were thinking. He leaned in and whispered, Mom, Siki, if you don't agree, the police will have to handle this officially. You'll be detained for at least 15 days, maybe longer. Do you really want that? The Bai mother and daughter turned pale. They definitely didn't want that. If they were locked up, their reputations would be ruined anyway. Since the outcome was almost the same, Bai's mother made a quick decision. Fine, we'll apologize. But the money. Letting that wretch Fu Mingxue get her hands on 800 yuan, she was really unwilling. Fu Mingxue didn't deserve that much money. Song Yan just wanted to resolve this. He immediately said, Mom, I'll pay the money. Bai's mother. Wasn't his money basically her money? Even though he was now her ex-son-in-law, she knew exactly how things worked. After all, she was the one who'd suggested the divorce in the first place. Even though the two were divorced, her daughter still had Song Yan wrapped around her finger. He was always the one giving them money. So, what's your decision? If you don't agree, we're leaving. Mrs. Fu's face was full of impatience. Come on, let's go home. It's not like we care about this money anyway. Honestly, I'd rather see them go to jail. That would be much more satisfying. The eyes of Baisiki and her mother shot daggers at Mrs. Fu, as if laced with poison. This old shrew is really shameless. The Fu family is dirt poor, yet she has the nerve to act like she doesn't care about the 800 yuan. Heh, she probably couldn't even come up with 100 if she tried. Song Yan's expression wasn't looking good either. Mom, just apologize to Siki. Then we can go home. Mrs. Bai really didn't want to agree. Just the thought of handing over that much money made her sick. But she really didn't want to go to jail. With no other choice, she gritted her teeth and gave in. Fine, I'll Apollo. Baisiki's face turned pale, but the situation left her no choice. In her heart, she hated Fu Mingxue to the core. Why couldn't that bitch have just drowned in that river? Seeing the two of them finally give in, Song Yan let out a sigh of relief. We'll do as you ask. Let's sign and settle this. Fu Mingxue sneered. You haven't even transferred the money yet, and you haven't apologized either. You want me to sign? Keep dreaming. Let me make it clear. If you miss even one of these things, it's not happening. Song Yan hadn't expected her to push for even more. He tried to keep his anger in check. The money's at the credit union. I have to go withdraw it. Then go get it. I'll wait right here. Fu Mingxue's face was expressionless. And don't tell me I'm wasting your time. I've got time to spare. Seeing he couldn't reason with her, Song Yan looked to Mrs. Fu. But Mrs. Fu had a terrible impression of him now and wasn't about to be nice. She rolled her eyes. Don't look at me. My daughter's right. If you want to settle this, then hurry up and do what you need to do. We're not the ones begging for forgiveness, you're the ones insisting on it. If you don't hand over the money and we sign, what's to stop you from backing out? Don't waste time, either get it done or we're leaving. Her words nearly made the Bai women faint with rage. Song Yan's face darkened even more. I'll go get the money now. Mrs. Fu added, you've got half an hour. If you're not back in half an hour, we're leaving. As if other people's time doesn't matter. She was a busy woman. Song Yan. As soon as he left, the two families stood on opposite sides, glaring at each other like enemies. Fortunately, Song Yan made it back before the half hour was up. He handed the money to Fu Mingxue. Count it. It's exactly 800. Fu Mingxue counted it right there, then nodded blankly. Yep, 800 exactly. She stuffed it into her own pocket. Seeing her actually take the money, the Bai women's eyes turned red with anger. Now can we sign? Song Yan asked. Not yet. They still have to come to my house and apologize. Didn't I make that clear? Both parts are required. Baisiki was fuming. Fu Mingxue, enough already, you've got the money. We'll apologize. Mrs. Fu immediately stepped in front of Fu Mingxue protectively. She glared at the Bai women. Why are you yelling at my daughter? Like we said, you have to apologize. What, you're already trying to back out before we've even left the police station. If you're like this now, what's to stop you from going back on your word once we're out of here? Officer, how about this? Could you please bring the case file and come with us to my house to witness their apology? Once that's done, I'll sign and settle the case. How does that sound? The Bai women's faces went deathly pale, eyes full of disbelief. If the police came along, how would that be any different from a public execution? Tang Chong glanced at Fu Mingxue. This girl was really something. She was sharp too. When it came to revenge, she didn't hold back at all. She was ruthless. All right, that works, he said. Baisiki and her mother started to panic. They didn't think it was all right at all. They were just about to object, but Fu Mingxue beat them to it. It's settled then. Let's go. Okay. Tang Chong called over his colleague and grabbed the case file. Then the group left the police station together. Watching their backs, Baisiki's heart was filled with hatred for that wretched Fu Mingxue. Fu Mingxue, she would never forget the humiliation she suffered today. She'd make that bitch understand some money just wasn't meant for people like her. At that moment, Song Yan quietly walked up beside Baisiki. Siki, don't worry. After today, she won't pursue this any further. If you don't want to stay here, you can come with me when I'm stationed elsewhere. Baisiki had no desire to follow him. If she remarried Song Yan, she'd have to take care of his 3 kids. Those 3 cried all night, every night. She couldn't stand it. Song Yan noticed her silence and his eyes dimmed. If this had been before, Bai Siki might have said something sweet to comfort him. But she was still angry and didn't feel like coaxing anyone. Besides, she was still blaming Song Yan in her heart. Everything had been planned so well, and yet he still managed to mess it up. Otherwise, Fu Mingxue would be the one taking care of her kids by now. After all, with so many people watching her and Song Yan getting close, she wouldn't have been able to refuse marrying him even if she wanted to. But because of that slight delay, she might have already had the admission letter in hand and never would have been caught by Fu Mingxue. Maybe she could have even stood on the moral high ground and condemned Fu Mingxue for stealing her man. Earlier, when Fu Mingxue and Madame Fu were shouting, half the neighborhood had heard. Now, seeing two police officers accompanying them, plus Bai Siki and her mother, what was going on? Was this business about stealing a college admission letter real or not? Fu Mingxue and Madame Fu arrived at their doorstep. Mother and daughter stood on the front steps. Madame Fu raised her voice, regarding Bai Siki stealing my daughter's college admission letter. Now that the police are here, and considering their willingness to admit fault, and for the sake of our years as neighbors, we've decided to show some kindness. All we ask is that Bai Siki and her mother apologize right now. Then we'll let this go. Bai Siki and her mother's faces instantly turned darker than the bottom of a pot. This old shrew, how were they supposed to live here after this? Madame Fu loved seeing their expressions change. If they didn't care about saving face, why should she give them any? She shouted directly at them, "What are you two standing there for? Hurry up and apologize. And make sure you mean it. Say it loud and clear." Bai Siki and her mother. Damn this old shrew, couldn't she just drop dead? Song Yan also thought Madame Fu was going too far. Now the whole neighborhood would be gossiping about Bai Siki and her mother. But at this moment, he really couldn't say anything to criticize Madame Fu. He couldn't risk ruining his own reputation. At that moment, Tang Cheng spoke up, "You'd better hurry up." Madame Fu added another jab, "Exactly. Don't waste the officer's time. You think they're as idle as you." Bai Siki and her mother. There was really no way out now. Their dignity was gone. Bai's mother spoke up first. "I'm sorry. It was my fault. I forced my daughter to steal the admission letter." Madame Fu shot back, "Don't give me that. You really think you could force her? What, did you hold a knife to her throat?" Tang Cheng also thought it would be best to get things over with quickly, so he spoke up. "If you're going to apologize, then hurry up and do it." With those words, he was essentially declaring Bai Siki and her mother guilty. All the neighbors who had gathered to watch the commotion stared at Bai Siki and her mother in shock. No one had expected they'd actually done such a thing. Bai Siki wished she could just disappear into a crack in the ground. She had never been so humiliated in her life. Even when she divorced Song Yan, she hadn't cared about people gossiping behind her back. Taking a deep breath, she quickly said, "I'm sorry, it was my fault. I shouldn't have taken your admission letter. I was just being foolish for a moment." As soon as she finished speaking, she ran off in a hurry. Siki, Song Yan called after her, worried. He had just seen Siki crying. Seeing this, Bai Siki's mother realized there was no point dragging things out any longer. She decisively apologized as well. "I'm sorry, it was all our fault. We shouldn't have taken your admission letter. Since we've already paid you 800 yuan and apologized, please let this matter go." The neighbors erupted in shock. "What? 800 yuan? Goodness, that's a lot of money." Any sympathy they'd felt for Fu Mingxue and her mother instantly vanished when they heard about the 800 yuan. It turned out Fu Mingxue's mother was the truly ruthless one here. Fu's mother was furious. That old witch, she'd brought up the money on purpose. Trying to make sure they couldn't keep the money, was she? Fu Mingxue sneered. At that moment, Song Yan suddenly spoke up, "Comrade Tang, we've fulfilled all their demands. Let them sign the paperwork." Tang Cheng opened the file in his hand and had Fu Mingxue sign it. Fu Mingxue didn't say much. She took the pen and quickly signed her name. All done. Seeing this, Bai Siki's mother breathed a sigh of relief and didn't stay any longer. After all, Fu Mingxue's mother was glaring at her as if she wanted to kill her. She hurried home. Song Yan was still worried about Baisiki. Now that the case was settled, he left quickly as well. The neighbors, however, didn't disperse. Someone even asked directly, Mingxue's mom, "Did the Bai family really pay you 800 yuan?" Fu's mother's face darkened even more. She couldn't stand hearing the words 800. In her heart, she cursed Chu Hongdan and her ancestors 18 generations back. "The Bai family tried to steal my daughter's university admission letter. That could have ruined her future. Isn't 800 yuan a small price to pay? Besides, that 800 was paid by her wonderful son-in-law." He handed over the money without a second thought. "Those of you with daughters, keep your eyes open. Men who can't cut ties with their ex-wives and still go proposing to other families, they just want someone to take care of their own kids and their bedridden relatives." Fu Mingxue secretly gave her mother a thumbs up. "Officer Tang, about the case where I fell into the river, you have to investigate that as soon as possible." "Oh, and the evidence I mentioned earlier is at home. I'll go get it for you." She was referring to the case of the stolen admission letter being settled. But the case where someone tried to kill her was a separate matter. "All right," Tang Cheng replied, clearly not confusing the two cases. In fact, back at the police station, he'd already guessed what this girl was thinking. He could only say that 800 yuan was well-deserved. He wondered if the Bai family would blow their top when they found out there was more to come. Fu Mingxue went into the yard to get her clothes. Meanwhile, after hearing her daughter's words, Fu's mother instantly felt much better. Honestly, her daughter hadn't told her about this. She'd thought the river incident was included in the settlement. Her daughter really was clever. Some neighbors who were standing nearby had overheard Fu Mingxue and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Wait, there's another case?" "That earlier one was about Baisiki and her mother trying to steal my daughter's admission letter. We settled that. But my daughter was also pushed into the river before. That's attempted murder, a life-threatening crime. Shouldn't the police investigate that thoroughly and catch the culprit?" The crowd erupted in shock. Murder? That was a huge deal. In an instant, nobody was talking about or paying attention to that business with the 800 yuan anymore. Their focus was entirely on this possible homicide. Good heavens, who could be so ruthless as to want Fu Mingxue dead? Immediately, everyone thought of the Bai mother and daughter from earlier. If anyone had a grudge, wasn't it the Bai family? And they had a clear motive. At that moment, Tang Cheng spoke up. "Neighbors, if anyone saw who pushed Fu Mingxue, you can come to the police station and report it to us. There's a reward." The mention of a reward made everyone's eyes light up. Just then, Fu Mingxue, "You'd better hurry up and deposit that 800 yuan. You'll need it for college." Talking about money, Fu Mingxue immediately took out the wad of cash and counted out 200. "Mom, here, you take these 200. Mother Fu glared at her. "What for?" "I get paid every month. I don't need your money. You keep it for yourself." She worked at the cotton mill. It was tiring, but at least she earned 30 yuan a month. Even if her mother-in-law took 5 yuan, she still had 25 left. If she was careful, it was enough to get by. "Oh, and you really should deposit that money soon. Otherwise, that old lady will come knocking for it. That wretch Chu Hongdan just had to announce how much money you got." Thinking of this, Mother Fu gritted her teeth in anger. "You mustn't give that money to your grandmother." "Mom, do you think I'm that stupid?" Mother Fu shot her a look that said it all. "After all this fuss, I need to go make dinner. Good thing I have the day off today, otherwise I don't know how you'd have handled all this." With that, she headed to the kitchen. Fu Mingxue watched her mother's busy figure in the small kitchen, her eyes growing a little red. Rebirth was truly a blessing. This time, she could treat her mother well. If only her mom could go to Beijing with her. But she knew that was impossible. The Fu family had always been eyeing this house. If both she and her mother left, the old lady would have every excuse to move in. Her mother would never hand the house over to the old lady and her lot. If they moved in, it would be almost impossible to get them out again. Old Lady Fu arrived even faster than expected. "Open up. Hurry and open the door." The front gate rattled under her pounding, and Old Lady Fu's shrill, piercing voice was enough to make anyone's eardrums ring. Fu Mingxue's face was clouded with gloom. She let out a cold laugh. You sure got here fast. She was just about to open the door and put that old woman in her place when her mother rushed out from the small kitchen. You go back inside. I'll deal with the old lady. Mom, Fu Mingxue protested. She knew all too well how difficult that old woman was to handle. Go inside. Fu's mother's voice was a bit harsher. Clearly, she didn't want her daughter to face the old woman directly. Fu Mingxue could only go back into the room, unwillingly. Only after seeing her daughter go in did Fu's mother feel at ease enough to open the door. Her thinking was simple. Her daughter was about to go to college, and she couldn't let this family get their hooks into her, nor give them any excuse to accuse her of being unfilial. When she opened the door, there stood the old lady and her sly, sharp-eyed sister-in-law. Just seeing them, she knew they weren't up to any good. Old Lady Fu glared at her discontentedly. Second daughter-in-law, what took you so long to open the door? She'd been hollering so long her throat was dry. Not only that, but her old hands were sore from banging on the door. Fu's mother wasn't in a good mood either. What are you doing here? The old lady shot her a glare at those words. My granddaughter getting into college is such a big deal. I waited at home half the day, and you never came by to share the good news. What, now that she's gotten into college, you don't recognize us old folks from the Fu family anymore? Fu's mother shot back with a cold laugh. Looks like you're neither deaf nor blind. If that's the case, how come when your granddaughter was pushed into the river and nearly had her college admission letter stolen, none of you, grandparents, uncles, or aunts, came to stand up for her? Anyone who knows us would say the Fu family is huge. Anyone who doesn't would think the whole Fu family's dead. Such a big thing happened, and not a single one of you showed up to help. You, who are you calling dead? Old Lady Fu was so angry her face turned red. The sister-in-law behind her was fuming too. Fu's mother rolled her eyes. Why take it so personally? I was just making a point. Besides, did I say anything that wasn't true? When something that big happened, you all played deaf and dumb and didn't show up. So, what are you doing here now? Old Lady Fu was so angry she nearly toppled over. A daughter-in-law like this, she should never have let her son marry her in the first place. Seeing Fu's mother so defiant, the sister-in-law decided to step in. Second sister-in-law, that's not fair. Our families don't live that close. If something happened, you should have come tell us. We're all family, of course we'd come if you asked. At the very least, you could have sent someone to fetch us. Now you're making it sound like we're the ones at fault. Oh, it's just a few steps away. You couldn't hear? People who live farther away than you already knew. But you just had to wait for us to beg you 3 or 4 times before you'd come. Please. I know you don't see us as part of the Fu family, so stop pretending. Just tell me, what are you really here for? Normally, Old Lady Fu would have cursed her outright then. But remembering why she'd come, she swallowed her anger. So, the Bai family gave you 800 in compensation, right? Give me 500. Your eldest nephew's getting married next month and doesn't have money. As his aunt, you should pay up. Besides, you don't have a son. When you die, who's going to smash the funeral bowl if not my eldest grandson? And in the future, when you're old, won't you have to rely on your eldest nephew? The sister-in-law's eyes lit up, her smile sweet as honey. Second sister-in-law, from now on, my son is as good as your son. He'll be sure to take good care of you. Mrs. Fu was so infuriated by these 2 shameless people that she actually laughed. Huh, filial to me? That good-for-nothing who complains about standing, and even lying down is too much effort for him. He's going to take care of me in my old age? Puh. The eldest sister-in-law of the Fu family was so angry she almost fainted. Who are you calling a good-for-nothing? I'm talking about your son. Your son is a useless bum. He even smashed a bowl for me like I don't have a daughter of my own to do that. I need your son to smash a bowl for me? Don't worry, I don't need him. Just have your son smash a bowl for you and your husband, but you better hope he makes it to the cemetery before he drops it halfway there. I don't need you 2 worrying about me, and another thing, have a little shame, will you? His parents are still alive, yet you come begging from a widow like me for your son's wedding? How shameless can you get? Even beggars wouldn't dare to ask for as much as you do. Mrs. Fu was on a roll, her voice booming as she scolded them. In the past, she used to hold back a little. After all, she only had one daughter, and if her daughter married into this family, she'd have to keep dealing with these people. But now things were different. Her daughter had been accepted into Beijing University. That's the big city, thousands of miles away from here. She'd be working in the capital in the future. She'd never have to deal with these people again. So why hold back? As long as her daughter wasn't affected, she could take on all of them by herself. At this moment, Mrs. Fu felt stronger than ever. Yu, the eldest sister-in-law, was so angry she couldn't even speak. You what? If you and your husband were dead, maybe I'd give you $10 at your son's wedding. But you're both still alive. I wouldn't give you even 5. Old Mrs. Fu was so angry her face twisted up. She roared, Susie Fing, you've gone too far. Who are you cursing to die? Who am I cursing? Your son's getting married, and instead of his own parents paying, you come asking me, a widow whose husband has been dead for years, for $500. If his parents weren't alive, you wouldn't even dare to ask. You shrew. How dare you talk about my son like that? I'll beat you to death. Old Mrs. Fu was beside herself with rage and lunged forward to hit her. In the past, Mrs. Fu might have let the old woman get a few hits in. But not anymore. She wasn't about to take it lying down. She grabbed a broom from the corner and started swinging it at her sister-in-law. Take that, you shameless thing. All you know is giving birth, never raising your kids. You raised a brat with no shame, and now your son's getting married and you come asking me for $500? What, did I have your son with your husband or something? Stop, Susie Fing, stop. Ow, the eldest sister-in-law was hopping around trying to avoid the blows. She quickly ran circles around old Mrs. Fu, but that just meant both of them got hit several times. Old Mrs. Fu was shocked by the pain and then furious. She shouted, you unfilial wretch. You even hit your mother-in-law? You'll be struck by lightning, stop it. The eldest sister-in-law realized Susie Fing had really lost it. She knew when to cut her losses, so she ran straight outside. But she didn't leave. Instead, she started yelling, come and see. The daughter-in-law is beating her mother-in-law. The neighbors, who had all gone back to their own homes, came out again at her shouting. Seeing a crowd gather, the eldest sister-in-law got even more excited. Come look. The second son's wife has gone crazy, she's even beating her mother-in-law. Everyone. Really? Mrs. Fu saw this shameless woman trying to twist the truth and immediately chased after her. Before the eldest sister-in-law could react, Mrs. Fu grabbed her by the hair and started hitting her with the broom. You shameless thing. I'm hitting you, not my mother-in-law. You have no shame, coming to me for $500 for your son's wedding. Do I owe you? The $5 a month you give me for my old age isn't enough, and now you've got your eye on my compensation money. Do you really think I owe you any respect? Stop. Stop it. Fu's eldest sister-in-law, Yan Hongwei, screamed in pain. She'd always thought of herself as a respectable person, but today, being beaten in public by that shrew Susie Fing, she felt like her dignity had been thrown to the ground and stomped on. That damned Susie Fing. She had 2 sons, didn't this shrew worry her boys would come looking for payback? But Fu's mother had put up with this woman for years. Ever since she'd married into the family, Yan Hongwei had relied on her silver tongue and the old lady's favoritism to constantly needle and mock her. She'd taken advantage of them more times than she could count. Even after her husband died, Yan Hongwei still egged the old lady on to try and snatch her house. If she hadn't gone mad back then, she really wouldn't have been able to hold on to it. She managed to keep the house, but every month she had to fork over 5 yuan to support the 2 old folks. She'd put up with it for her daughter's sake. But now she couldn't take it anymore. She tossed the broom aside and just started slapping. Smack, 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 each slap harder than the last. And it felt damn good. All the years of swallowing her anger, she let it all out with every slap. Yan Hongwei, you shameless bitch. Always scheming to get our money, always stirring up trouble. Did you really think I was that easy to push around? Give your son $500? Even if you got on your knees, I wouldn't give him a single cent. He's a grown man, not an orphan. How dare he come to his second aunt for money? I'll slap the shameless right out of your whole family. I put up with you before, but that doesn't mean I was afraid. Try anything again, and I'll deal with each of you one by one. Worst case, we all go down together. She put all her strength into every slap. She was used to hard work. She had plenty of strength. By now, Yan Hongwei's face was swollen like a pig's head. Old Lady Fu rushed out. Susie Fing, you damned woman. Stop it right now. Fu's mother shot her a glare, full of hostility. If I don't hit her, I'll hit you. I've been sick of you, you old hag, for ages. What, are all your other daughters-in-law dead? Why is it only me, a widow, who has to pay you 5 yuan a month? Let me tell you, if you still want that 5 yuan a month, you'd better keep your filthy mouth shut. Otherwise, you can forget about getting a single cent. Your son's dead, why should I, a widow, have to support you? You're turning the world upside down. Old Lady Fu's wrinkled face scrunched up even more in anger. She was furious, wishing she could tear the woman in front of her apart, but she didn't dare take a single step forward. The second daughter-in-law had gone mad, actually threatening to hit her mother-in-law. She might really do it. If the eldest daughter-in-law got hit, so be it, but if she, the old lady, got beaten too, how could she ever show her face again? Turning the world upside down? Isn't it because your whole family is shameless? When there's trouble, you all hide like turtles, but when there's money to be had, you come running like dogs, sniffing it out. Truly shameless. I'll say this right now, from today on, none of you Fu family people better even think about my family's things. Whether it's money, the house, or anything else, if anyone tries anything, I'll fight the whole lot of you to the end. After her tirade, Fu's mother gave Yan Hongwei a hard shove. Yan Hongwei fell to the ground, howling in pain. Everything hurt. She felt like the skin on her face had been split open, and her scalp hurt even more. She reached up to touch it, only to find a handful of hair. She stared at the hair in her palm, stunned for a couple of seconds, then let out a blood-curdling scream. Her hair. That damned Susie Fing had actually ripped out her hair. Burning with hatred, she lunged at Fu's mother. But Mrs. Fu was already on guard. Seeing Yan Hongwei charging at her, she simply kicked out with her foot. Yan Hongwei was knocked to the ground and lay there for a long time, unable to get up, wailing loudly, "Susie Fing is trying to kill me." Mrs. Fu's head was buzzing from the shrill noise. She glared over with a menacing look. "Yan Hongwei, if you dare screech like a banshee at my door again, I'll chop you up. I don't care if I live or die, but if I take you with me before I go, that's a win in my book." Yan Hongwei was completely terrified by that look. No one knew where she found the strength, but she scrambled up from the ground, and suddenly, all her aches and pains seemed to vanish. She turned and ran for her life. Mrs. Fu watched her fleeing figure, lips twitching, then shouted after her, "Yan Hongwei, you forgot to take your precious mother-in-law with you." Old Lady Fu's face turned even darker. The others around burst into laughter. Someone even heckled, calling after the fleeing woman, "Yan Hongwei, you left your dear mother-in-law behind. Come back and get her." Old Lady Fu's face flushed red with anger. She was trembling, looking like she might explode any second. Mrs. Fu wasn't about to be polite to her now. She glared right back. "What, you're still here? Want me to see you out? If you don't leave, I'll go inside and get a knife." Old Lady Fu panicked. What did she need a knife for? Was she planning to chop up the Fu family? At that thought, she couldn't stay a second longer and ran off. This time, she ran surprisingly fast. Her body suddenly seemed just fine, her legs not hurting at all. Mrs. Fu let out a cold snort, spat on the ground, and finally turned to go back inside and close the gate. She looked up and met her daughter's eyes, filled with admiration. "Mom, you're amazing." Fu Mingxue gave her a big thumbs up. How had she never realized before that her mom was this awesome? Mrs. Fu shot her a look. "Go wash your hands. It's time to eat." "Okay, got it." Fu Mingxue happily headed to the kitchen to bring out the dishes. But Mrs. Fu shooed her away. "Out of the way, the bowl's hot. You go scoop the rice and get the chopsticks." So much had happened today, one thing after another. She hadn't even had time to properly savor the joy of her daughter getting into college. She hadn't had a chance to tell her late husband about their daughter's success, either. All these years, she hadn't remarried, just focused on raising her girl right. To Mrs. Fu, it felt like just yesterday that the two of them sat down to eat together. But for Fu Mingxue, it felt like a lifetime ago. As she ate the familiar dishes she'd longed for in her memories, tears started streaming down her face. Seeing her daughter crying while eating startled Mrs. Fu. "What are you crying for?" Fu Mingxue couldn't stop her tears. She silently thanked the heavens for giving her a second chance. This time, not only could she set things right in her own life, most importantly, she could make up for her regrets and be a good daughter to her mom. When Mrs. Fu saw her crying even harder, she started to panic. "What's wrong? If someone's bullying you, just tell me, I'll go beat them up." Fu Mingxue looked at her vibrant, living mother and, not wanting her to worry, forced a smile through her tears. "Mom, I'm just sad that I'll have to leave you soon." Mrs. Fu breathed a sigh of relief at that. "Oh, is that all? What's there to be sad about? You're going off to college, and I'll be here at home. You can come back whenever you're on break." Fu Mingxue asked tentatively, "Mom, how about you come with me to Beijing?" Mrs. Fu glared at her, clearly annoyed. "You're going off to college, what would I go for? Just to freeload? Besides, if I work here for a few more years, I'll be able to retire. Why would I give up my job? And anyway, everything in a big city costs money. Do you want to wear me out? Also, if I leave, won't that family just take over our house?" Fu Mingxue knew this would be the answer. But even though she'd expected her mother to refuse, it still stung a little. After all, she really didn't want to be separated from her mom. "Mom, what if I can find you a job in Beijing? Would you go then?" Mrs. Fu shot her a look. "Honestly, your brain is only good for studying. Jobs like ours are one for one. You think it's that easy to find work in Beijing? Besides, even all those educated youths returning to the city can't get jobs arranged for them. Why would they give a job to an older outsider like me first? All right, let's eat." Fu Mingxue. Forget it. Once she's established herself in Beijing, she'll bring it up again. Her mom will definitely agree then. But honestly, this meal was anything but peaceful for the mother and daughter. The front door was knocked on again. Mrs. Fu's face turned green with anger. Damn it, what do they all want? Can't they just let us eat in peace? Why do they all show up at mealtime? Do they not have food at home? She stood up abruptly, looking furious. "I'll go see who it is." Fu Mingxue quickly put down her chopsticks and followed. When Mrs. Fu opened the door, she saw Mrs. Bai and her daughter, along with Song Yan. All three of them looked extremely unhappy. Mrs. Fu couldn't care less about their expressions and immediately raised her voice. "What are you doing here? Don't you know it's rude to interrupt people while they're eating? Susie Fing, how dare you even mention eating? You took so much money from us and made us apologize in public, and now you're going back on your word." Mrs. Bai was furious. "Hey, Chu Hongdan, you better have proof when you talk. How am I going back on my word?" Mrs. Fu glared at her. "If we were going back on our word, would you still be standing here yelling at me?" You. Mrs. Bai was so angry she was speechless. Song Yan spoke up. "Auntie, you said before that the matter was settled and you wouldn't pursue it any further. So why are you letting the police investigate? Isn't that going back on your word?" Just seeing him made Mrs. Fu angry. "Puh. Don't call me auntie, I don't have a nephew like you. And besides, those are two different things. What we agreed not to pursue was you all stealing my daughter's college acceptance letter. We never said we wouldn't pursue the matter of someone pushing my daughter into the river. What, you're all in such a hurry to get answers, does that mean you really were the ones who pushed her into the river?" Fu Mingxue had never realized her mom could be so fierce and formidable. Amazing! Looking at the three people outside, their faces twisted with frustration, she felt completely refreshed. The Bai mother and daughter, along with Song Yan, were indeed extremely uncomfortable. Their expressions looked like they'd just eaten something foul. They were completely stuck, unable to say anything. They really hadn't expected to be played by this mother-daughter duo. But right now, they had no way to argue back. Song Yan couldn't help himself. Auntie, didn't Fu Mingxue fall into the river by herself? You know, if you make baseless accusations without evidence, that's slander. Puh. I told you not to call me auntie, are you deaf? And whether it's slander or not, that's our business to bear. Why are you so worried about it? Or are you worried for the person who did it? Song Yan's face instantly darkened. Song Yan's expression darkened instantly. At that moment, Fu Mingxue stepped forward. She lifted her chin slightly. Song Yan, I'm the person involved here. If I was pushed, I'd know best. You showed up late. What right do you have to say no one pushed me into the river? Song Yan, don't forget who you are. Don't disgrace the uniform you're wearing. Song Yan's gaze swept sharply over Fu Mingxue. Fu Mingxue met his eyes without a hint of fear. Song Yan forced down the emotions churning in his eyes. He had truly underestimated this mother-daughter pair. Mom, Siki, let's go. Mrs. Bai's face changed slightly. But Bai Siki quickly stopped her. Mom, let's go home first. No wonder they'd been tricked by Fu Mingxue earlier. They hadn't figured things out. Seeing her daughter insist, Mrs. Bai could only leave, her face dark with anger. Mrs. Fu watched them go and spat on the ground. Then she shut the door. Let's eat, let's eat. As soon as the three of them returned to the Bai house, Mrs. Bai exploded. We're just going to let them get away with this? She cared most about saving face, but that mother and daughter had completely humiliated her. And on top of that, they'd taken 800 yuan. 800? Wasn't that just letting them spend her family's money however they pleased? That was more than enough to cover all of Fu Mingxue's college expenses, with some left over. Just thinking about it made her furious. Don't worry, Mom, Bai Siki said through gritted teeth. They won't get off so easily. She absolutely wouldn't let this go. Why should that bitch Fu Mingxue get to go to college? She should have stayed at the Song house to look after those 3 kids for her. Song Yan, you need to figure something out. If my brother really gets found out, not only will my mom not want to live, I won't either. At this, Mrs. Bai belatedly grew anxious. Song Yan, Chunqing can't get into trouble. Don't worry, Mom. Chunqing wasn't the one who pushed her, he just paid someone else to do it. Even if they find out, nothing will happen to Chunqing. I'll make sure that person keeps their mouth shut. Song Yan's words finally allowed Bai Siki and her mother to breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. Go deal with it right away. And as for Fu Mingxue, if she doesn't want to marry you, there's still a way. As long as you take her virginity, she'll have no choice but to marry you. Song Yan pressed his lips together, his expression turning gloomy. Did she really want to push him onto someone else? You could come with me and join the army. Bai Siki cut him off, her tone intense. No. I want to go to college. Even if she didn't go to college, she wouldn't go with him to the army. Song Yan's mother was bedridden, she could ignore that. But what about the kids? Leave them at the Song house? If not, she'd have to take them with her. Just thinking about raising 3 kids on her own made her want to break down. And she'd have to wash their clothes, day in and day out. How could she ever have an easy life? Song Yan's face darkened. Bai Siki didn't want things to get too tense. What I mean is, I'll keep studying and go to college next year. If I don't get in next year, I'll go with you to the army. I can't take care of the kids or your mom. You might as well marry Fu Mingxue anyway. I trust you wouldn't touch her. Song Yan, I love you. Just listen to me this once, okay? When she acted spoiled like this, Song Yan really had no way to refuse her. He was a sucker for her. In this era, there were very few people who could express love so openly. And that was exactly how Bai Siki had won Song Yan over. After a moment, Song Yan nodded. All right. Bai Siki was instantly overjoyed, but just as a smile spread across her face, she heard Song Yan add, but not right now. Her smile froze. Then when? We'll find a chance. Anyway, she won't be leaving before the end of the year. Song Yan looked at her. Also, you all go look for her first. Lately, Tang Cheng over in the west side of town will definitely be keeping an eye on things. Tang Cheng had a bit of a reputation. Her childhood friend, Lu Ming, often mentioned him. He was a stickler for the rules, and he had some real skills when it came to solving cases. All right, we'll do as you say. Although Baisiki was unhappy, she still nodded gently. I'll head back now. I can't relax with the kids at home. As soon as Baisiki heard this, she urged, then hurry back. She really didn't want to see those 3 kids, not with how much they cried. Song Yen left quickly. Mother Bai let out a sigh. If only you'd had just 1 child back then. Then you wouldn't have had to get divorced. Taking care of 1 at a time would have been manageable. But 3 all at once, that was enough to wear anyone out. What's more, other people had mothers-in-law to help. But Song Yan's mother-in-law had somehow managed to fall and become paralyzed. She was no help at all, and on top of that, needed to be waited on hand and foot. Baisiki pouted. What's the difference between 1 and 3? I had no idea raising kids would be this exhausting. It's all Song Yan's mother's fault. She managed to paralyze herself with 1 fall, just to make things difficult for me. Why couldn't she have just died right then and there? And that Fu Mingxue, it's all that bitch's fault. If it weren't for her, I'd have gotten my acceptance letter today and left tomorrow. Once she left, would Fu Mingxue be able to chase her all the way to a school 10,000 miles away? Mom, do you know if anyone else around here got into college? Baisiki was still scheming. After all, even if she took the exam again, she knew she'd never pass. Mother Bai thought for a while before saying, Your cousin, I heard your uncle mention she took the exam too, but I don't know if she got in. Baisiki's eyes lit up. Really? Mom, go ask about it tomorrow. If they didn't get an acceptance letter, we'll go check ourselves. If they did, then we'll think of something else. No matter what, I have to go to college. After what that bitch Fu Mingxue did today, what reputation did she have left? She couldn't stay here anymore. Mother Bai nodded. All right, I'll ask around tomorrow. Just then, she remembered something else. Where's your brother? Why isn't he back yet? Baisiki didn't care. He's probably off somewhere again. Father Bai came home late at night. After work, he'd gone drinking with his coworkers and then gambled a bit. As for what happened during the day, he didn't care. Drunk, he didn't even bother to wash his feet before collapsing into bed. The next morning, after making breakfast, Mother Bai went to wake her precious son. She called several times, but there was no response. When she pushed open the door, she found the bed empty clearly. No one had slept there last night. At first, she wasn't too worried. After all, her son often didn't come home. But today, she couldn't shake a sense of unease. She rushed to Baisiki's room and shook her awake. Siki, wake up. Your brother Chunqing didn't come home. Baisiki opened her eyes, annoyed. Mom, what are you doing? It's not the first time my brother hasn't come home. Why are you so worked up? He'll probably be back by noon. No, you need to go find Song Yan. If something happens to your brother, it'll be a disaster. Mrs. Bai kept urging her. My heart is pounding with anxiety. Hurry up and go find Song Yan. Baisiki was reluctant, but her mother's worry for her son was overwhelming, and she yanked off Baisiki's blanket. She knew there was no way she'd get any more sleep, so she got up. When Song Yan saw Baisiki coming over so early in the morning, he was pleasantly surprised. Wife, what brings you here? Baisiki immediately shot him a glare and said, holding back her irritation, Didn't I tell you not to call me that? We're divorced, at least on the surface. Song Yan pressed his lips together. Baisiki hadn't slept enough last night and was in a foul mood. She had no patience for sweet talk. She got straight to the point. By the way, my brother didn't come home at all last night. My mom's worried. Go look for him. Song Yan nodded right away. Okay. He'd actually meant to look for that person last night, but the 3 kids had been crying nonstop. One of them even had a fever. His sister couldn't calm them down, so he had to do it himself. So he hadn't been able to leave. I'll leave this to you then. I'm heading out. Baisiki heard the kids crying inside and knew she couldn't stay any longer. Otherwise, Song Yan would definitely ask her to help with the kids. That was exactly what Song Yan was thinking. With the kids sick, he wanted Baisiki, their mother, to at least check on them. But before he could say anything, Baisiki was already out the door. When he got home, he was met by his sister, who was holding a child and looking resentful. Brother, was Baisiki just here? Why didn't she come in to see her kids? Is she deaf or something, not hearing how hard they're crying? Song Anxue was fuming. It was all from taking care of the kids. She hadn't slept a wink last night, and Baisiki, their own mother, knew how badly the kids were crying but didn't even come in to comfort them. It was infuriating. She'd never seen a mother like this. Song Yan couldn't stand to hear his sister badmouth Baisiki and immediately scowled. She's your sister-in-law. Pfft, sister-in-law my foot. You two are divorced. What sister-in-law? And those are your kids. Even if you're divorced as their mother, she can't just wash her hands of them. Anyone who knows would say I'm just the aunt, but anyone who doesn't would think I'm their mother. Song Anxue was truly furious. She was an unmarried girl. Why did she have to take care of their 3 kids? And on top of that, besides the 3 kids, she also had to look after their paralyzed mother. She didn't want to stay in this house any longer. Song Yan couldn't tell her that his divorce from Baisiki was just for show. He definitely couldn't reveal Baisiki's real plans. You've worked hard lately. Here's 20 yuan, take it. He took 20 yuan out of his pocket and handed it over. Song Anxue. She silently took the money, then went back to coaxing the kids. Song Yan rubbed his forehead. Then he turned and left. It wasn't until noon that he finally arrived at the Bai house, looking grim. Mrs. Bai had been worrying about her son the whole time. As soon as she saw Song Yan, she asked directly, well, any news? Song Yan pressed his lips together, then delivered the heavy news. Chunqing's been arrested. What? Arrested? Impossible. How could my Chunqing be arrested? Mrs. Bai was shocked and couldn't accept it. I asked around. This is serious. Chunqing was taken in last night. The worst part is, he confessed. He admitted he gave Wang Ergu 20 yuan and told him to push Fu Mingxue into the river. Both of them confessed and implicated each other. When Mrs. Bai heard this, she nearly fainted on the spot. Not far away, Baisiki's face was also pale. Would her big brother drag her down with him? My son. Madame Bai burst into tears. No, you have to find a way to get my son out of there. If it really doesn't work, we'll go to the Fu family, find Fu Mingxue, and make her let my son go. She took so much money from us before. How dare she have my son arrested? Madame Bai's eyes were bloodshot, filled with hatred. If Fu Mingxue happened to be standing in front of her right now, she'd probably tear her apart with her bare hands. Baisiki gritted her teeth and said, that's right, let's go find her. Their family goes back on their word. Calm down, both of you. If you go to them now, they definitely won't give you a letter of forgiveness. They already said yesterday that these are 2 separate matters. Yesterday's case made that clear. Song Yan's words made Madame Bai furious. She glared at him with red eyes. This is all your fault. Why didn't you get things straight at the time? If you'd been more careful, how would my son have ended up arrested again? Compared to a good son-in-law, her own son was obviously more important. Mom, it was indeed my oversight. But if you go to them now, it's really not appropriate. Do you want this matter to blow up and become the talk of the town? As soon as he said this, both Madame Bai and her daughter turned pale. If they made a scene, there'd be no way to keep Bai Chunqing's arrest a secret. Just then, Father Bai came out, his face dark and stormy. Song Yan, you said my son's been arrested? Song Yan looked at his bleary-eyed father-in-law and nodded. Yes. Was it that Fu mother and daughter who reported him? Father Bai's face was murderous. Yes, it was them. Yesterday they extorted 800 yuan from us and then turned around and had Chunqing arrested. He's our only son, you have to find a way to get him out. Damn it, I'll go settle the score with them. Just as Father Bai was about to rush out, the front door was suddenly pounded on, hard. Bai family, get your asses out here. The Bai family was stunned for a moment, then realized who was outside. They couldn't believe it. Damn, I haven't even gone to find her, and she dares to come to our door first, I'll kill her. Father Bai stormed over to open the door in a rage. The others hurried after him. Just as Father Bai opened the door, a wooden pole came swinging straight at his head. He wasn't prepared at all and didn't have time to dodge. He took the blow full on. You evil people. My daughter really was pushed into the river by your Bai Chunqing, you heartless bastards. Madame Fu was strong. She struck him several more times, each blow landing squarely on Father Bai. He couldn't dodge at all. Father Bai held in pain. Damn it. Stop. Ow, you're killing me. I'm beating you because you're a lousy father. What a fine son and daughter you've raised. Just to steal my daughter's acceptance letter, you plotted to harm her. On such a cold day, that brute Bai Chunqing actually pushed my daughter into the river and even hired someone to do it. Everyone, come out and see. This heartless family is rotten to the core. Madame Fu's voice was loud as she chased Father Bai around, beating him with the pole and shouting at the top of her lungs. None of the neighbors had left for work yet, so they all came out to see what the commotion was about. After hearing what happened, they were all shocked. Good heavens, could this really be true? Madame Bai and her daughter looked at the fierce Madame Fu, and then at the crowd of neighbors gathered at the door. They didn't dare step forward to stop her. When Mrs. Fu heard the news, her first thought was to strike first and gain the upper hand. After all, if she didn't go looking for the Bai family would soon come looking for her. If, by then, that Bai mother and daughter came and knelt at her doorstep. Wouldn't all the good luck of her family be ruined by their bad luck? Not to mention, if they started making a scene and crying, wouldn't the neighbors be moved by their tears and think the Fu family was being too harsh? The best way to resolve a conflict, in her mind, was to confront it head-on and act first. So, as more and more neighbors gathered around, Mrs. Fu began her accusations. This heartless family, why do they insist on targeting a widow and her orphan daughter like us? In order for Bai Siki to steal my daughter's university admission letter, their family has truly shown their viciousness. Bai Chunqing paid someone to push my daughter into the river, then had that beast Song Yan pretend to save her. If my daughter had really been rescued by him in front of all those people on the riverbank, wouldn't she have been forced to marry that beast? He can't bear to have Bai Siki stay at his house to take care of those 3 little kids and his bedridden mother, so he wants to drag my daughter into that pit of fire instead. The crowd was stunned, their eyes growing wider at the explosive revelations. Heavens, could this really be true? Song Yan's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected Mrs. Fu to drag him into this too. He couldn't just stand by any longer. He immediately stepped forward. Andy, you can't just make things up like that. Slander is a crime, and besides, you're slandering a soldier. Puh. How am I slandering you? And you, do you even deserve to be called a soldier? I'll report you to your unit right now. People like you should be kicked out. Don't you dare try to pin this on me, thinking you can scare me with your accusations. Didn't you jump into the river yesterday? And didn't you send a matchmaker to my house right after? You've got the nerve to accuse me here. Tell me, did I say a single thing that wasn't true? I think you're one of the masterminds behind all this. Song Yan's voice grew harsher. Auntie, stop making trouble out of nothing. Fu Mingxue fell into the river, and I just happened to be passing by, so I instinctively tried to save her. Even if it wasn't her, I'd have done the same for anyone. As for sending a matchmaker, that was because... A clear, bright voice cut him off. Because you just wanted to find some fool to marry into your family and take on all the burdens for Bai Siki. When I took back my admission letter, you and Bai Siki chased after me together, clearly trying to snatch it from me. I already told the police everything about that yesterday. As for the admission letter, I was willing to forgive you all, since you begged so pitifully and said there were young children at home. But I never expected Bai Chunqing would really try to harm me. If he hadn't been caught and confessed to the police himself, I wouldn't have believed you all could be so vicious. Song Yan glared at Fu Mingxue, his eyes dark and stormy, fists clenched tight. Seeing his menacing look, Mrs. Fu immediately stepped in front of her daughter, glaring back fiercely. What, you want to hit my daughter now? Let me tell you, Bai Chunqing is a rotten scoundrel, and don't even think about getting any letter of forgiveness from us. He deserves whatever punishment he gets. And she wasn't done yet. She turned to the neighbors and called out, all of you who live nearby, you'd better keep your eyes open. This family is rotten to the core. Who knows when they'll start scheming against you next? The neighbors. Song Yan. The Bai family of 3. At first, some people were starting to feel a bit soft-hearted, thinking that since Fu Mingxue was fine now, maybe it would be better to let Wang Chunqing go. After all, Wang Chunqing was the only son of the Wang family, and he wasn't even married yet. If he went to jail, wouldn't his whole life be ruined? That seemed a bit harsh. But after hearing what Fu Mingxue's mother said, those who were about to speak up closed their mouths again. The Bai family really was something else, so devious. Besides, Bai Chunqing already had a habit of petty theft. Maybe it was better for him to be locked up, so he could be reformed and not cause more trouble for others. After all the commotion from Fu's mother, the Bai family's reputation was completely ruined. Mrs. Bai was so angry she fainted on the spot. If Bai Siki hadn't caught her in time, she probably would have collapsed to the ground. Seeing his mother-in-law faint, Song Yan immediately shouted at the onlookers, "Don't crowd around. Let some air in." Then he quickly turned to Bai's father and said, "Dad, hurry up and help Mom inside." Mr. Bai snapped out of it and replied, "Oh right." He was weak and couldn't carry her, so he could only help her walk inside. Bai Siki closed the front door, shutting out the curious stares from outside. Fu's mother spat in the direction of the tightly shut door. "You think pretending to faint will get you off the hook? Let me tell you, if you ever try to harm my daughter again, I'll risk my life to fight your Bai family. Mingxue, let's go." Having achieved her goal, Fu's mother didn't linger. She pulled Fu Mingxue away with her. The neighbors, seeing that the show was over, also dispersed. But the gossip about the Bai family was only just beginning. Inside, Mr. Bai helped Mrs. Bai onto a chair and gave her a shove. Then, angrily, he growled, "Enough. Stop pretending. Wake up already." Mrs. Bai awkwardly came to. Damn this man, didn't he realize their former son-in-law was still here? "Mom, you're awake. You really scared me just now." "Mom, now that Big Brother's been locked up and he's confessed, what are we going to do?" Mrs. Bai, who had just calmed down, almost fainted again when she heard this. "That damned Su Zifeng, she's the one who should pay. She took our money yesterday, 800 yuan. And then turned around and reported my son." She turned to Bai Siki. "Siki, we can't let them keep that money. Go and get it back from them." Bai Siki's face changed. She did want the money back, but she hadn't planned on going herself. If she went, would Fu Mingxue and her mother really give it back? She'd be lucky if they didn't throw her out. Seeing her hesitation, Song Yan stood up and said, "Mom, that won't work. If Siki goes to ask for the money, she might get punished again, and what?" Mrs. Bai snapped. Song Yan looked at her. "You might get punished too. After all, you told the police yesterday that you were the one behind all this." Mrs. Bai's face turned black. "So you're saying we just let Su Zifeng and her daughter cheat us out of that money?" Song Yan nodded. "We can't get it back, Mom. Just let it go." Mrs. Bai was furious, but as Song Yan said, if she tried to get it back, she'd be punished. Better to forget it. After all, it was Song Yan's money, not hers. "I won't say any more about that. But what about our Chunqing? What are we going to do about him?" "Song Yan, you have to think of something. My big brother can't stay locked up in that place. If he's locked up, what will happen to our family's reputation? And if my brother really gets locked up, won't his whole life be ruined? Who would dare marry him after this? My parents are still waiting for grandchildren." Mother Bai immediately chimed in, "That's right, my son can't be ruined. The Bai family only has this one heir. There's just no way we can let this happen." Father Bai was anxious too. After all, the Bai family was counting on this son to carry on the family line. "Song Yan, don't you have a buddy at the police station? Hurry up and find a way to save Chunqing for us. We're really counting on you as our brother-in-law." Father Bai put extra emphasis on the words brother-in-law. "All right, I'll see what I can do. But if it doesn't work out, then there's really nothing I can do." Mother Bai wanted to insist that he had to get Chunqing out, but before she could speak, Father Bai tugged her sleeve. She had no choice but to shut her mouth unwillingly. Father Bai sighed heavily and said, "It's fine as long as you do your best. Our Bai family doesn't have any other connections, so you're all we've got. Don't think he's just a drunkard who likes to gamble. His performance here was just as good as the mother and daughters." Song Yan left the Bai house. After some thought, He headed toward Fu Mingxue's place. Coincidentally, Fu Mingxue was just about to go to the police station. She had just wheeled out her bicycle when she saw Song Yan walking over. Her face instantly darkened. What rotten luck. Fu Mingxue, can we talk? Fu Mingxue was disgusted by his shamelessness. She sneered, Song Yan, what makes you think you can talk to me? Get lost. Don't make me scream. Song Yan's expression soured. Fu Mingxue, do you have to be so extreme? Even if Siki and her brother did something wrong, you weren't seriously hurt. We're all neighbors here. We see each other all the time. Can't you just let Bai Chunqing off the hook? If you're willing to let him go, just name your conditions. Fu Mingxue didn't waste a single word on him. She turned her head and shouted into the yard, Mom. Mom, come out quick. Song Yan's here pestering us again for Bai Chunqing. Song Yan's face froze. He hadn't expected Fu Mingxue to be so ruthless. What? That Song guy dares to come here again. Before the person appeared, her voice arrived first. The next moment, Fu's mother rushed out. She stood with her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely. You've got some nerve, haven't you? Bai Chunqing tried to harm my daughter, Bai Siki stole my daughter's acceptance letter, and you still want to cover for them? If I don't call your unit's leader today, my name's not Suzy Fing. Song Yan's face turned even uglier. Auntie, are you deaf or something? Don't call me auntie. Now, immediately get lost. Fu's mother was absolutely domineering. Seeing more and more people gathering to watch, Song Yan had no choice but to turn and leave. Just then, he spotted a man not far away and was startled. He hurried over. Qin, Captain Qin, what are you doing here? How much had Captain Qin overheard just now? What? Captain Qin. Fu's mother rushed over even faster than Song Yan could speak. Leader, are you his superior? I want to report him. Song Yan's face changed dramatically. Auntie, please, don't talk nonsense. But Fu's mother's voice was even louder. Nonsense? I was going to write a report anyway, but now that you're here, even better. Leader, this Song Yan is covering for criminals and trying to harm my daughter. You really need to investigate him. Someone like him shouldn't be allowed to stay in the army. Qin Wenhua's gaze was sharp. When his eyes landed on Song Yan couldn't help but straighten his back. Song Yan instinctively saluted. Here, apologize to this lady. Song Yan. Obedience was ingrained in his bones. He turned to Mother Fu, bowed, and said, I'm sorry. Oh, don't bother, I'm not accepting that. Mother Fu wasn't about to go soft just because of a simple apology. If killing wasn't illegal and messy, she'd have wanted to take a knife to every last one of those bastards who'd hurt her daughter. Song Yan. At this moment, Qin Wenhua spoke to Mother Fu, sorry. We'll investigate the matter you reported about Song Yan. When Song Yan heard this, he felt like the sky was falling. That's fine. I trust the leadership. Besides, I'm not slandering him. He tried to take my daughter's acceptance letter for his ex-wife. Of course, we settled that at the police station for 800 yuan, so let's consider that over and done with. No need to punish him for that. What I'm reporting is that his ex-brother-in-law has already confessed to harming my daughter, and yet he still tried to cover for him. He even came to our house to plead for that ex-brother-in-law. Is the law so loose? Anyone can just plead for someone and get them off? Does that mean if someone kills, as long as they pull some strings and beg, the murder charge can be wiped away? Song Yan's eyes were wide with rage. Was she trying to ruin him? Of course not. Qin Wenhua's features were upright and dignified. When he was serious, he exuded authority. The law is just. Everyone is equal before the law. Auntie, rest assured, the police will handle your case fairly. That's good. I was just afraid we'd get snuffed out by someone without even knowing. Mother Fu made a slicing gesture across her neck. We're just a mother and daughter, all alone. It's scary. Song Yan's eyes were bloodshot now, entirely from anger. He'd never realized Fu Mingxue's mother could be so cunning. These neighbors, how could she be so ruthless, not only wanting to ruin his future, but to destroy him completely? His clenched fists bulged with veins. Qin Wenhua shot him a cool glance. Just that one look instantly deflated Song Yan. Auntie, please rest assured. The law will severely punish every bad person and will not wrongly convict a good one. The police are responsible for public safety here, so you can be at ease. Qin Wenhua's righteous words made Mother Qin see him in a new light. At that moment, she also noticed how upright and handsome this leader was. And so young too. A leader? He must be. She hadn't missed Song Yan calling him Comrade Qin just now. So young and already a leader. Impressive. She wondered if such an outstanding man was already married. If only he could be her son-in-law, she'd wake up laughing from her dreams. But, forget it. Better not to think about it. Someone this excellent, how could he not be married? At this moment, Qin Wenhua also noticed the girl beside him, who hadn't spoken but was staring straight at him. Their eyes met, and his heart suddenly skipped a heavy beat. If he remembered correctly, this was their first meeting, right? Why was she looking at him with such a complicated and unfathomable expression? And why did it make his heart race for no reason? Miss, do you have a question? Fu Mingxue. Yes, a big one. Just now, a glowing screen had appeared in her mind, a so-called Tiger Mom system. This system told her she had to marry the man in front of her. If she didn't, she wouldn't live past 3 days. There was even a countdown on the screen. Heavens, are you kidding me? Fu Mingxue wanted to say that it wasn't real, but this thing truly existed in her mind. So, would she die if she didn't marry him? Or would she die if she didn't get married at all? There was a big difference between the two. The marriage mission on the translucent screen showed that the reward for completion would be a courtyard house in Beijing, a traditional Sihiyuan, which made her gasp. Oh my god, seriously? That kind of courtyard house would be worth over 100 million in the future. She could never earn that much money in several lifetimes. The temptation and the threat were both huge. What should she do? Mother Fu looked at her daughter, who was staring blankly at the leader, and felt a little embarrassed. She quickly tugged at her daughter's arm. Girl, the leader is talking to you. Why are you just standing there like a fool? Fu Mingxue swallowed hard. Marry him, she had to. A property worth over 100 million, anyone who refused would be an idiot. Besides, if she didn't, she'd die. She'd finally gotten a second chance at life, hadn't even gone to college in her last life, hadn't let her own mother enjoy any blessings. How could she just die like this? Whether it was for the courtyard house or for her own life, her eyes were as resolute as stone. She spoke loudly. Comrade, I have something to say. Could we talk in private? Let's go to my house. Mother Fu. What's she up to? Song Yan. What kind of mischief is she planning? Qin Wenhua. What does she want to say? He looked at her deeply. Of course. Please lead the way. Fu Mingxue. Not even a hint of refusal? She hadn't even figured out what to say yet. Her feet moved faster than her brain. She led the way. Qin Wenhua glanced at her slender back and followed. Song Yan saw that Commander Qin was really going to the Fu house and wanted to follow. But just then, Qin Wenhua suddenly stopped and turned to Song Yan. Song Yan, end your leave early and return to the unit. Song Yan? Yes, sir. He didn't follow them. He could only watch as they entered the Fu family's yard together. When the door closed, his heart sank to rock bottom. As soon as Mother Fu closed the door, she heard her daughter say, Mom, could you give us a moment? I have something to discuss with this comrade. Mother Fu. She looked at her daughter, then shifted her gaze to this Commander Qin. Honestly, the two of them standing together really were a perfect match. Talented man, beautiful woman. All right, I'll leave you two to talk. I'll go cook. She tossed out those words and went to the small kitchen. Of course, her ears were still perked up. May I ask, are you married? Fu Mingxue got straight to the point. Qin Wenhua. No. Do you have a girlfriend? No. Is there someone you like? No. Is there a woman you love but can't have? Qin Wenhua's mouth twitched. What on earth was she getting at? No. Then what do you think of me? Fu Mingxue pointed at herself. Qin Wenhua's eyes widened in shock. Before he could answer, Fu Mingxue spoke again. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Fu Mingxue, unmarried, no boyfriend or crush, 18 years old. Who said an old cow can't eat tender grass? I just got my admission letter from Beijing University. I don't have any bad habits. May I ask, can I marry you? She asked very politely. But Qin Wenhua's pupils contracted in shock. He had never lost his composure like this in his life. For someone as calm and unflappable as him, this was truly a huge shock. Just then, a loud clang came from the kitchen. Both of them turned their heads toward the sound at the same time. Mother Fu poked her head out, giving an awkward smile. The knife fell. You two go on. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly pulled her head back in. Fu Mingxue. Qin Wenhua. Fu Mingxue forced herself to refocus. So, have you thought it over? I wanted to say about this. Wait, is that Song Yan from your unit? Fu Mingxue interrupted. Qin Wenhua glanced at her, not quite sure how the topic had shifted so suddenly, but he still nodded. Yes. Song Yan ruined my reputation. Since you're his superior, shouldn't you take responsibility? Don't answer yet, just hear me out. Fu Mingxue glanced toward the kitchen, then took a big step forward, moving closer to Qin Wenhua. I know my proposal is abrupt, but my family background is clean, and my dad used to be in the army too. I just don't want my mom to worry. Anyway, you're not married, and I don't have anyone either. Why don't we just get married? Of course, we can agree that if within a year you think I'm not suitable, then we can get a divorce. This way, she could claim the reward and keep herself safe for now. As for the future, the system never said she couldn't get divorced. Qin Wenhua. His expression darkened a little. They weren't even married yet, and she was already talking about divorce. He straightened up and asked seriously, can you let me finish what I was going to say first? Go ahead. Fu Mingxue also realized she was being a bit too forward. This was way too sudden, not at all part of her original plan after being reborn. Your name is Fu Mingxue? Is your father Fu Yongjian? Yes. Fu Mingxue replied, then realized, how do you know my dad's name? Do you know him? Qin Wenhua looked at the girl in front of him with a complicated expression. He took a letter out of his pocket and handed it to her. Read this first. Fu Mingxue, a letter? She took it, puzzled, and opened it. After reading it, she wished she could take back everything she'd just said. Why did she have to talk so fast? Qin Wenhua's expression was calm. Your father and mine were comrades in arms back in the day. They arranged a childhood engagement for us. Actually, he'd come to see if he could break off the engagement. After all, he wasn't suited for marriage. But he hadn't expected this girl to propose to him first. Fu Mingxue suddenly felt the urge to curl up in embarrassment. She simply called out toward the kitchen, Mom, come out here. Hearing her daughter call, Mother Fu rushed out, still holding the kitchen knife. What is it? Qin Wenhua's gaze fell on the knife in her hand. Mother Fu realized it wasn't appropriate and quickly lowered her hand naturally. Why are you calling me? Mom, look, this is a letter Dad wrote back in the day. He said he arranged a childhood engagement for me. Did you know about this? Mother Fu. What letter? What engagement? Look at this. Fu Mingxue handed her the old letter. Mother Fu quickly took it and read. By the time she finished, her hands were trembling with excitement. It's your dad's handwriting, it really is. Mom, did you know about this engagement? If she'd known earlier, she wouldn't have rushed to propose to him. Mother Fu's eyes reddened a little as she calmed herself. I didn't know, but it doesn't matter. Since it was your father's decision then. She suddenly turned to Qin Wenhua. You're the Qin family's child mentioned in the letter? Qin Wenhua nodded. Yes, Auntie, I am Qin Wenhua. I'm here too. He hadn't even gotten the words, break off the engagement, out when Mother Fu interrupted him. You must be here to fulfill the engagement, right? Son-in-law, this is wonderful news. If Mingxue's father knew about this in the afterlife, he could finally rest in peace. Qin Wenhua. The corner of Fu Mingxue's mouth twitched. She tugged at her mother's sleeve and whispered, Mom, Dad's been dead for a long time. Rest in peace for what? Auntie, actually, I'm here too. Qin Wenhua found it hard to continue. Because the mother and daughter in front of him were staring at him intently. He took a deep breath. Auntie, my situation is a bit special. I've adopted 2 children of a fallen comrade. They're just 1 year old. I don't want my future wife to feel wronged, so I've decided to break off the engagement. He didn't plan on getting married at all. The moment Mother Fu heard he had 2 kids, her expression froze. After all, she definitely didn't want her daughter to become a stepmother. First there was Song Yan, and now this Qin guy. Why couldn't her daughter escape the fate of being a stepmom? No way. Her daughter was good-looking and a college student. Why couldn't she find a first marriage with no kids involved? Just then, her unlucky child spoke up loudly, "I don't mind." Mother Fu's face instantly darkened. This kid really needs a beating. Mom, since it was Dad's dying wish, I have to fulfill it no matter what. Fu Mingxue's tone was uncommonly firm. She had to be firm, her life was on the line. And she had to get the marriage certificate within the next couple of days. Wait, if she married him, wouldn't he have to file a marriage report? Would there be enough time for that? Mother Fu. Did her troublesome daughter even know what she was saying? Fu Mingxue took her mother's hand and asked seriously, "Mom, you'll support me, right?" Mother Fu. Not supportive at all. If the guy didn't have kids, this would actually be a good match. But he had 2 kids and they were only 1 year old. How is this supposed to work? Come with me for a minute. Not caring about anything else, she dragged her daughter into the house. Once the door was shut, Mother Fu's face was grim. Why are you getting married? He has 2 kids. Aren't you still in college? How are you supposed to keep studying? Are you planning to drop out? Fu Mingxue replied, "Mom, you're overthinking it. What does me being in college have to do with him having kids? I'm sure he'll handle it. Besides, I'm not married to him now and he's managing just fine with the kids, isn't he? Don't worry, Mom. Besides, I have my own reasons. Just support me, okay?" Mother Fu. That's settled, Mom. I'm going out to talk to him. Fu Mingxue didn't care about her mother's expression and quickly walked out. She went straight up to Qin Wenhua and asked directly, "Qin Wenhua, can we get the marriage certificate tomorrow? Since you came here, I'm sure your family sent you, and they must have told you to get the marriage paperwork ready, right? I know you actually came to break off the engagement, but I won't agree to it because I have to fulfill my father's last wish. Here's the deal. The marriage will last just 1 year. After a year, we'll get divorced. During that time, I probably won't be able to help with your 2 kids, since I have to go to college. I assume you're already paying someone to look after them, so after we get married, I'll cover half the cost." After all, since she was forcing him into this marriage, this was the least she could do. After all, not only would she be saving her own life, but she'd also get a courtyard house out of it. Qin Wenhua looked at the bright, beautiful girl standing before him. To be honest, she was stunning, even prettier than the most gorgeous star of the performing arts troupe. Though she appeared calm on the surface, he could still tell she was extremely nervous at this moment. Did she really want to get married this badly? If I hadn't come today, Fu Mingxue's tone was firm. You would have come. This was your own schedule. Besides, there's no such thing as if in this world. Marriage isn't a game. You're a grown man. Why are you being so wishy-washy? Just say yes or no. If you won't do it, then forget it. Wasn't this just messing with her state of mind? The corner of Qin Wenhua's mouth twitched. Didn't this girl know that you can't tell a man he's not up to it? I have 2 children, so in the future, I might not have any biological kids of my own. As for kids, we can talk about that later. What I mean is, you're overthinking it. Let's agree to a 1-year marriage contract. If either of us wants to end it after a year, we'll just file for divorce. Kids, she definitely planned to have one herself. In her past life, she raised someone else's. In this life, she wanted her own. A man could be this or that, but when it came to children, she had to have her own. If this man wouldn't have one with her, she'd just find someone else. No big deal. Seeing the man frown, she said, "Don't worry, if the time comes, I'll be the one to ask for a divorce. It won't affect you. And I won't mistreat your 2 kids." Qin Wenhua. Was this girl really dead set on marrying him? Or did she just need to get married right away, and if he refused, would she just find someone else? For some reason, that's exactly what he suspected. He didn't know why she was in such a hurry to get married. After all, she was about to start college. Even if there were some rumors, it wouldn't really affect someone who was leaving for university, would it? Did you bring your documents? If you're ready, let's go get the marriage certificate now. Her household registration hadn't been transferred to her school yet. She could get the proof directly at the local office. Qin Wenhua. He took a deep breath and looked at her. If you really want to get married, then fine. Hearing this, Fu Mingxue couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. So, did you bring the marriage health check report? I did. How did you know? Fu Mingxue replied, you came all this way, so you must have been pressured into it. Your family definitely made sure you had everything ready. It's such a long trip after all. Qin Wenhua hadn't expected her to be so sharp. An hour later, the two of them walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The first thing Fu Mingxue did was check the light screen. She saw that the countdown for her first marriage mission had disappeared, replaced by a message saying the task was complete. She let out a huge sigh of relief. Her life was safe now. And the reward, a property deed, was right there, lying in her space. Oh my God, if it weren't for the situation, she'd have taken it out to admire it right away. Qin Wenhua looked at the marriage certificate in his hand. His feelings were complicated. How did he end up married? Wasn't he here to break off the engagement? He glanced at the girl beside him, who was beaming with joy, looking absolutely delighted. Was she really this happy to marry him? I'll take you home. All right. Fu Mingxue actually wanted to tell him to just go do his own thing. But then she remembered her mother at home. If she really let him leave just like that, her mom would go crazy. The two of them returned to the Fu house in silence. Mrs. Fu didn't go anywhere, she just waited at home. As soon as she saw the two of them return, she couldn't wait to ask, did you get your marriage certificate? We did. We did. Fu Mingxue and Qin Wenhua answered at the same time. Mrs. Fu. She felt a little unsteady on her feet. Let me see that marriage certificate. Fu Mingxue looked at Qin Wenhua. Give my mom your copy. Qin Wenhua took the marriage certificate, which he'd folded into a small square, out of his pocket. Here you go, Mom. When Fu Mingxue heard him call her mom, her eyes widened in shock. Who is he calling Mom? Did he really see himself as the son-in-law already? Isn't he getting into this role a bit too fast? Qin Wenhua noticed her changing expression and found her quite amusing. Mrs. Fu was also stunned for a couple of seconds. After hearing Qin Wenhua call her mom, it felt a little strange. She took the marriage certificate and opened it. When she saw her daughter's and Qin Wenhua's names on it, she stared at it for a long while. Then she handed the certificate back to Qin Wenhua. Son-in-law, keep it safe. Fu Mingxue. Wait a minute. Aren't the two of them adapting to these new roles a little too quickly? It made her feel like she was the odd one out. Since you're married now, you should live your lives well together from now on. By the way, son-in-law, when are you going back? And shouldn't you tell your family about getting the marriage certificate? Mom, I'll head back tomorrow. I'll call my family and let them know about me and Mingxue getting the certificate. Actually, this is what they wanted too. They hoped Mingxue and I would register the marriage. As for the wedding, Fu Mingxue couldn't listen any longer at this point. She quickly interrupted, there's no rush for the wedding. Now that the sword hanging over her head was gone, she had no intention of actually holding a wedding. She'd already said she wouldn't have children, so they'd definitely get divorced in the future. If she weren't worried about upsetting her mom, she'd want to get divorced right away. As soon as she spoke, both Mrs. Fu and Qin Wenhua looked at her. Fu Mingxue felt a lot of pressure and forced a smile. What I mean is there's no rush for the wedding. I have to report to university after the new year, so there's not enough time for a wedding. It'd be better to wait until next year's end. By then, they'd probably be divorced already. Before she could finish, Mrs. Fu cut her off. Then let's wait until summer vacation. You'll have 2 months off, just right for a wedding. Fu Mingxue. Sure. We'll do as Mom says, Qin Wenhua nodded. Fu Mingxue. He was the one who wanted to call off the engagement before, so why is he calling her mom so enthusiastically now? Right now, Mrs. Fu was looking at Qin Wenhua just like the old saying goes, a mother-in-law looking at her new son-in-law. The more she looks, the more she likes him. Since today is your big day, let's celebrate with a nice dinner. I'll go kill a chicken. Son-in-law, you and Mingxue should have a good chat. The newlyweds had only just met today. They were still strangers. A good chat would help them get to know each other. At this moment, Qin Wenhua quickly said, "Mom, I have something to take care of. I'll head out for a bit and come back later." Mrs. Fu nodded when she heard this. "All right, but make sure you're back before dinner." "I'll be off then." Qin Wenhua nodded at Fu Mingxue and then left the Fu house. Fu Mingxue. Mrs. Fu glared at her daughter. "Since you insisted on this marriage, you'd better live well with your husband from now on. And as for those two kids, you need to treat them well too. To be willing to adopt his comrade's children, this son-in-law really has a good character." Baisiki stared in disbelief. "What did you say? You're going back to the unit now? You're leaving right away?" Song Yan nodded heavily. Yes. He didn't want to leave today either, but there was no choice. Commander Qin had already given him the order, so he had to go. Otherwise, he'd really ruin himself. Seeing that he was serious and not joking, Baisiki's anger flared up instantly. "You're going back. What about me? What about the child? And what about my brother? There's nothing I can do about your brother for now. Commander Qin from my unit is here, and that Fu Mingxue's mother just happened to complain to him about me. I have to go back to the unit or I'll be disciplined." Unless he didn't want to stay in the army anymore. Baisiki's eyes widened. "You mean your superior is here? And Fu Mingxue's mother complained to him?" "That's right. So I have to go or I might get punished." Of course, he didn't want to leave the army. Baisiki hadn't expected this at all. She was so angry her eyes turned red. Through gritted teeth, she said, "Fu Mingxue and her mother are nothing but trouble. They ruined me and my mom, and now my brother too. And now they're coming after you." Song Yan's expression was extremely grim. He hadn't expected Qin Wenhua to show up here either. And Qin Wenhua had been called into the Fu family by Fu Mingxue. Who knows what the two of them talked about? Or how much more Fu Mingxue and her mother had complained about him. "Siki, there's nothing I can do about your brother right now. I have to get back to the unit. You know, if I get disciplined, I'll have no future, so I have to go. Keep an eye on things at home, and look after those 3 kids." Baisiki panicked. She didn't want Song Yan to leave. If he left, her brother really would have no way out. Her parents would definitely blame her for it. And those 3 kids, she didn't want to look after them at all. But if Song Yan left and she, as their mother, didn't even go check on them, people in town would talk about her. Her reputation would get even worse. "Can't you talk to your superior? Just tell him it's all Fu Mingxue and her mother's fault." "No way. You don't want me sent back here, do you?" Hearing this, Baisiki instantly fell silent. After all, she really didn't want Song Yan sent back to this town. "Then once you've sorted things out over there, come back as soon as you can. You promised to help me get into university." Looking at her red-rimmed eyes, Song Yan's heart softened. "I'll come back as soon as I can." Everything at home was already arranged. After saying goodbye to Baisiki, he'd head straight to the train station. "Wait for me." With those 2 words, Song Yan left. Baisiki felt miserable inside. Why did things turn out this way? It wasn't supposed to be like this. She wandered home in a daze. "You went to see Song Yan? What did he say?" her mother asked anxiously. "Did he say when your brother will be released?" Baisiki was extremely irritated. What could he say? "He's been reported by Fu Mingxue and her mother, and now he's been called back to the unit." Hearing this, her mother felt like the sky was falling. Her father happened to overhear as well and immediately flew into a rage. "What did you say? That Song guy left? Then what about my son? I told you this was your fault. You just had to make Chunqing do that, otherwise, how would he have ended up in jail?" The more her father spoke, the angrier he got. He already had a bad temper, and with nowhere to vent his anger, he simply slapped Baisiki hard across the face. The slap was so heavy that Baisiki was knocked into the wall, and then she fainted on the spot. "Siki!" Mother Bai screamed as she rushed over, only to see her daughter's head covered in blood. The sight gave her a huge fright. "Siki!" Father Bai grumbled in annoyance. "What are you shrieking for? She just bumped her head. She's not going to die." He didn't even spare a glance for his unconscious daughter and simply walked out the door. If he couldn't rely on anyone else, he'd just have to figure things out himself. After all, he only had one son. He wasn't about to just stand by and watch his son's life get ruined. Mother Bai stared in disbelief at the man slamming the door as he left. She was furious. Her daughter's life was hanging in the balance, and yet that man didn't care at all. "Siki, wake up." She shook her a few times. Just as she was about to go out and call for help, Bai Siki slowly regained consciousness. When she opened her eyes and saw her mother, still young, she looked utterly shocked. "Mom?" Mother Bai hadn't expected her daughter to wake up so suddenly, and she let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, thank goodness you're awake. How do you feel? Are you hurting anywhere?" "Mom, how are you still alive?" Hearing this, Mother Bai was startled. "Did you hit your head too hard?" "Oh heavens, what am I going to do?" Her daughter had always been her pride and joy. She'd been counting on her to live a good life. If her daughter had turned stupid, what would she do? Gritting her teeth, she prepared to pull her up. "Come on, we need to get to the hospital." Bai Siki's head was still bleeding from the wound, and the pain only worsened when her mother tugged at her. But the pain also helped clear her mind. "Mom, don't pull me, it hurts. Let me rest for a bit." Mother Bai quickly let go. "How are you feeling?" "Mom, I'm okay. Just help me sit up for a bit." Hearing her daughter speak so normally, Mother Bai finally relaxed. "As long as you're all right." Bai Siki was busy sorting through her memories. After a long while, she finally understood her situation. She had been reborn, back to her younger self. But the timing was all wrong. Her college acceptance letter had already been snatched away by Fu Mingxue. Could that wretched Fu Mingxue have been reborn too? But the more she thought about it, the less likely it seemed. How could something so lucky happen to someone like Fu Mingxue? Still, in her previous life, Fu Mingxue had been desperate to marry Song Yan. So why wasn't she marrying him in this life? If fate had given her a second chance, why hadn't she been reborn a little earlier? And now, without her college acceptance letter, how was she supposed to go to university? No, she had to find Song Yan. "Mom, I have something really important to discuss with Song Yan. Can you give me some money?" Mother Bai's eyes widened. "Didn't Song Yan just leave? Why do you need to see him?" Bai Siki's eyes flickered. "I've thought of a way to save my brother. I need to talk to Song Yan." The moment she heard it was about saving her son, Mother Bai's eyes lit up. "How much do you need?" "Give me 100. No, better make it 200. Mother Bai's heart ached at the thought of giving her 200. She only had a little over 200 in total. "We only have 100 at home." Bai Siki's memories were still a bit muddled. She wasn't sure exactly how much money her mother had. Hearing there was only 100, she reluctantly accepted it. "All right, give me the 100. I need to go to the neighborhood office to get an introduction letter." Mother Bai had no choice but to fetch the money. Even as she handed over the 100, her heart ached. By now, Bai Siki's head was feeling much better. She'd checked the wound, it wasn't too big, and the bleeding had stopped. She tidied herself up, took the money, and said, "Mom, I'm heading out now." She left for the neighborhood office. Just as she was about to ask for an introduction letter, she overheard the staff talking about Fu Mingxue getting a marriage certificate. She was utterly shocked. "Who did you say is getting a marriage certificate?" Since they all lived on the same street, the staff here naturally recognized Bai Siki. They were also well aware of how Bai Siki had tried to snatch Fu Mingxue's university acceptance letter. After all, that incident had been the talk of the town. Everyone knew about it by now. So when they saw Bai Siki trying to ask about Fu Mingxue's marriage, they certainly had no intention of telling her anything. "What do you want?" "I just asked you a question. Why aren't you answering me?" Bai Siki was clearly annoyed. She couldn't even be bothered to pretend anymore and bluntly asked, "Were you just talking about Fu Mingxue getting a marriage certificate? Who is she marrying?" The staff at the neighborhood office didn't like her tone one bit. They immediately rolled their eyes at her. "What does that have to do with you? After everything that's happened between you and Fu Mingxue, how do you even have the nerve to ask about her? What, you just can't stop obsessing over her, can you?" Bai Siki was furious. What kind of attitude is that? Believe it or not, I'll report you." In the past, she might have spoken more tactfully, since she liked to put on a show. But things were different now. She had decades of life experience from her previous life, and after so many years of living in comfort, she was no longer timid or cautious. But the staff wasn't intimidated by her at all. They shot right back, "Report me? Go ahead, report me. Do it right now. If you've got nothing to hide, you don't need to fear shadows. Even if you report me 100 times, I won't be scared. I'm not like some people whose character is rotten to the core. You. Baisiki's face turned bright red with anger. Enough with the you this, you that. If you have business to take care of, do it. If not, then leave and stop getting in the way of our work. Baisiki was so angry she could barely stand it. She wanted to storm off, but remembering why she'd come, she forced herself to stay and said with a dark face, "I need an introduction letter to visit the army." Normally, the neighborhood office would just ask a few routine questions, but after their argument, the staff questioned her thoroughly who she was going to see, why she was going, and how long she'd be staying. Baisiki answered through gritted teeth, but at least she finally got the letter. As soon as she had it in hand, she prepared to go home, still fuming. As luck would have it, she ran right into Mingxue, who had just been sent out by her mother to buy something at the supply and marketing cooperative. When Baisiki, with all her memories from her previous life, saw the young, fair-skinned, and beautiful Mingxue, a wave of jealousy surged in her heart. Especially since this wretch had ruined her life in this lifetime. Fueled by anger and envy, she stormed straight up to Mingxue. Mingxue, she spat, glaring at the bright, attractive girl in front of her. Mingxue looked at the woman blocking her path and muttered under her breath, "What bad luck. Good dogs don't block the road. Get out of my way." If not for the last shred of self-control, Baisiki would have already scratched up that pretty face in front of her. She forced a smile. "Mingxue, I heard you got a marriage certificate. Who are you planning to marry?" Mingxue sneered. "Are you crazy? What do you have to do with me? How do you even have the nerve to show your face in front of me? I guess when someone's truly shameless, their skin is thicker than anyone's. And another thing, get out of my way, or I'll slap you." Mingxue, marriage is a big deal. You can't just marry someone out of spite. Actually, Song Yan likes you more, I know he, Asterisk slap. Slap, asterisk, 2 crisp slaps. Mingxue shook out her hand, what a filthy thing to touch. She looked with disdain at Baisiki, who was clutching her face. "You shameless thing, you really need a beating. If you dare mention my name together with your family's trash again, I'll knock your teeth out next time. What a disgusting creature." "Ugh, tui." Mingxue. Baisiki's eyes were red with anger. She was about to lose her mind with rage. This bitch, she deserved to starve and die under a bridge in her last life. "Get lost." Mingxue raised her fist threateningly. Seeing her gesture, Baisiki swallowed back the curse she was about to spit out, spun around, and ran off at top speed. She was no match for Mingxue in strength. Without anyone to help her, she couldn't win against her at all. This time, the advantage was definitely not hers. Mingxue rolled her eyes again as she watched Baisiki flee. What a joke. How blind and foolish must she have been in her previous life to lose to someone like that? Just thinking about it made her disgusted with herself. "What happened to your face?" Mrs. Bai noticed that her daughter came home with both cheeks red and swollen. Those were clearly slap marks. "Did someone hit you? Who did this?" Baisiki gritted her teeth. "It was that bitch Mingxue." "What? Mingxue hit you? I'm going to settle this with her." Mrs. Bai was furious and rushed toward the door. Baisiki quickly grabbed her. "Mom, don't rush. That Mingxue just got a marriage introduction letter from the neighborhood office. Go find out who she's marrying." That was what she cared about most right now. She really couldn't figure it out. Since Mingxue got her university admission letter back, she should be going to college. Why would she get a marriage introduction letter? Did that bitch lose her mind? More importantly, that bitch can't be allowed to marry anyone. Mrs. Bai was shocked by this news. What? She got a marriage introduction letter? How is that possible? I've never heard of her having a boyfriend. It's true, the people at the neighborhood office gave it to her. There's no mistake. Mom, go ask around. This is important. Mrs. Bai. Fine, I'll go find out. She left the house. An hour later, she returned. As soon as Baisiki saw her, she rushed up anxiously. Mom, what did you find out? Mrs. Bai's face was full of shock. She really did get it, and it looks like she even got a marriage certificate with a man at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Someone saw her come out of the bureau with a man. Oh, and that man is a soldier. What, a soldier? Baisiki shrieked. For some reason, she suddenly thought of the comrade Qin Songyan had mentioned. Earlier, Songyan had said that Fu Mingxue had even brought someone into the Fu family. Could it be that Qin Wenhua? As soon as the thought occurred to her, all the color drained from Baisiki's face. Impossible. How could Qin Wenhua be interested in Fu Mingxue? The Qin family was no ordinary family. There's no way. Suddenly, Baisiki's expression froze. A long-forgotten memory surfaced in her mind. In her previous life, Qin Wenhua had come looking for the Fu family. At the time, he was asking for directions, and she happened to overhear him asking about Fu Mingxue's house. She'd deliberately given him directions, then intentionally told him that Fu Mingxue was engaged to Song Yan. After hearing that, Qin Wenhua had gone silent for a few minutes, then turned and left. So, in this life, without her interference, Qin Wenhua still found Fu Mingxue? Did Fu Mingxue really marry him? No, impossible. Absolutely not. Fu Mingxue doesn't deserve this. Baisiki couldn't sit still any longer. She had to go see for herself. Was that man really Qin Wenhua? She turned and headed straight out the door. Seeing her rush out, Mother Bai immediately called after her. Where are you going? Your face is still swollen. That little wretch Fu Mingxue was just too vicious. Thinking about how all the trouble at home had started because of that little wretch Fu Mingxue, her hatred only deepened. Mom, don't worry about it. Baisiki tossed out these words and left without looking back. She quickly arrived at the Fu family's door. Unfortunately, the gate was closed. She didn't dare barge in uninvited. Just then, an angry shout rang out. Baisiki, what are you sneaking around my house for this time? Baisiki was already feeling guilty, and being startled by the sudden yell made her jump. She spun around to see Fu Mingxue striding toward her. This scared her even more. Thinking Fu Mingxue was about to hit her, she instinctively covered her face. Baisiki, are you tired of living? You still dare come to my house? What, can't survive without me? Fu Mingxue's eyes were cold and menacing as she stared at Baisiki. I'll count to 3. You'd better get lost immediately, or I'll break your leg. Baisiki was genuinely a little afraid of her like this. What are you doing? I just came to apologize. Fu Mingxue narrowed her eyes, then sneered. You came to apologize? Yes, I came to apologize. I'm sorry, I got carried away before. I just wanted so badly to get into college. It was all my fault, really. I'm so sorry. By now, quite a few neighbors had come out. They saw Baisiki bowing and apologizing to Fu Mingxue. What kind of drama was this? Fu Mingxue, please forgive me. If you don't, I'll feel terrible. Seeing Baisiki's red eyes, the neighbors actually felt a bit sorry for her, who hasn't made mistakes before. If she realized her mistake and wanted to change, maybe there was no need to keep holding it against her. Just then, Fu Mingxue let out a cold laugh. Why should I forgive you? Do you think everything can be fixed with a simple apology? If someone commits murder, should they just apologize with red eyes and a few crocodile tears, and then everything's fine? No need to go to jail? After all, they're really, really sorry, right? The neighbors. They immediately sobered up. That's right. Not everything in this world can be solved with a few tears and an apology. I don't want to get tangled up with your family anymore, and I don't want you always hanging around in front of me. After all, you've already plotted to have me killed. I'd rather not risk actually falling for one of your schemes. There's a saying, a thief has 1,000 days to steal, but the victim can't guard against them for 1,000 days. If you're truly remorseful, you shouldn't show up in front of us at all. Yet you keep showing up again and again. What are you plotting against me this time? Fu Mingxue's words made the neighbors see things in a new light. The way they looked at Bai Siki completely changed. Fu Mingxue was right. If she truly regretted her actions, she'd stay away. But instead, she kept coming to see Fu Mingxue multiple times a day. Clearly, she had ulterior motives. Bai Siki could feel the shift in everyone's gaze. Each one of them looked like they were judging her. Damn it, no wonder these people were doomed to be poor all their lives. Mingxue, so if you say you forgive me, I'll try my best to stay out of your way from now on. But if you don't say it, that means you haven't forgiven me. The next second, she was sent flying by a kick. With a loud bang, she hit the ground, sending up a cloud of dust, her agonized screams nearly deafening. The neighbors all stared in shock. God, just watching that looked painful. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed Fu Mingxue had that much strength. No one went over to help Bai Siki. Honestly, she had it coming. Normally, wouldn't you keep your head down? But she just had to show off in front of everyone. If she didn't get kicked, who would? Bai Siki was in so much pain that tears streamed down her face. She howled nonstop. She felt like her back was broken. Mom, it hurts so much. As soon as she called for her mom, Mrs. Bai's shrill scream rang out, Siki. She rushed over and squatted next to Bai Siki, wailing like a banshee. Siki, my Siki, what happened to you? Mom, it hurts. I think my bones are broken, Bai Siki sobbed, tears falling like rain. What? Broken bones? Mrs. Bai couldn't believe it. Then she stood up and glared fiercely at Fu Mingxue. Fu Mingxue, you heartless wretch. What gives you the right to hit my daughter? Fu Mingxue raised an eyebrow and sneered, because she had it coming. I've never seen someone do something bad and not try to hide, but instead come right up to my face. What, you want to hurt me a few more times? Or is it that you're not satisfied unless you steal my college admission letter? Can't you just get in on your own? If you don't have the brains for it, why steal someone else's spot? What, you think if you can't even handle high school, you'll magically understand college? Bai Siki. Her face went from pale to green. Honestly, she really didn't get it. She didn't understand a word. But so what? She wasn't in it for the education anyway, she just wanted the prestige. With a college student status, people would look up to her wherever she went. Besides, in her past life, even though she didn't get into that Beijing Research Institute, she still became a researcher somewhere. Even Song Yan had to treat her with respect. Her kids admired her to no end. Could an ordinary housewife who just cooked at home ever have that? Thinking of this, she was even more determined to follow the same path as her previous life. Fu Mingxue, you broke my bones. I'm going to sue you. Go ahead, sue me, I'll be right here waiting, perfect, because I want to sue you too, for being scheming and relentless. Just as Fu Mingxue finished speaking, the front door creaked open. Fu's mother came out, holding a rolling pin. Her face was twisted with rage. Broken bones, huh? I don't think so. If they're not broken, then your lawsuit is pointless. I'll make sure your bones are really broken now, so there's no doubt about it. With that, she charged at Bai Siki and her mother, waving the rolling pin. Mrs. Bai was so terrified she bolted, not even caring about her daughter, just running for her own life. After all, she knew full well that Su Zifeng, this crazy woman, would really do it. Bai Siki was stunned. She never expected her mom to abandon her and run. Seeing Fu Mingxue's mom swinging that rolling pin right at her, she scrambled to her feet and dashed off. Fu's mother chased after her, rolling pin in hand. Don't run. Stand still and let me smash your bones. I'm not afraid of going to jail. Hearing this, especially the footsteps pounding after her, Bai Siki ran even faster. God, this is freaking terrifying. Useless legs, run for your life. The neighbors all stared wide-eyed as the person who'd just claimed to have had her bones broken took off running like the wind. Her bones sure healed fast. I didn't even break anything and I can't run that fast. Who would have thought Bai Siki was such a habitual liar? She's Bai Chuanxing's kid, did you all really think she'd be any good? I always said that mother and daughter pair were no good, but you all refused to believe me. Mingxue, your mother's as sturdy as ever. She's just like she was when she was young. Fu Mingxue. She actually liked seeing her mom so lively. Baisiki and her mother, terrified that Fu's mother would come smash up their house, didn't dare run home and instead bolted straight for the main street. Fu's mother chased them for 2 whole blocks. She drew out all the residents along the street, who came out to watch the spectacle. Fu's eldest brother's 2 sons, who had been planning to go cause trouble for Fu Mingxue and her mother, just happened to see their second aunt brandishing a rolling pin. Seeing how fierce she looked, they immediately chickened out. Good grief, second aunt is way too tough. Let's just forget it. Yeah, forget it. We can't afford to mess with her. The brothers were in complete agreement. They were both afraid their second aunt, who was still fuming, might break their legs. Meanwhile, Fu's mother kept up a steady pace in pursuit. Whenever she got close, she'd slow down a bit. If they got farther away, she'd speed up again. It was like she was playing with a cat. But as she passed the entrance to the supply and marketing cooperative, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Son-in-law. Qin Wenhua was surprised too. His gaze landed on the rolling pin in his mother-in-law's hand, and the corner of his eye twitched almost imperceptibly. Mom, you're Fu's mother. What a coincidence. She kept her composure and said, "Oh, this? I just borrowed it. Planning to roll out some dumpling wrappers tonight." Then she noticed her new son-in-law carrying 2 huge bags. Her pupils shrank. Was her son-in-law planning to empty out the whole supply store? Mom, I came empty-handed earlier, so I bought some things for you and Mingxue. Let's go home and talk. Okay. Fu's mother agreed instinctively. Then she quickly came to her senses. Son-in-law, isn't this a bit much? Can you return some of it? If you can, let's go return it. Mom, it's not returnable. Besides, I bought all this for you and Mingxue. Come on, let's go home. Fu's mother noticed everyone was watching her and knew this wasn't the place to talk. In a small place like this, news would spread like wildfire. Still, this was her proper, legitimate son-in-law, so she wasn't afraid of gossip. When they got back, there were still some neighbors hanging around, and they were all shocked. Who is this young man? Why was he carrying so many bags to the Fu house? Mingxue's mom, is he a relative of yours? Fu's mother knew these people loved to gossip. To keep them from making up wild stories, she said directly, "This is my son-in-law. He and my daughter just got their marriage certificate today. Oh, and he's the fiancé Mingxue's father picked for her. He's come to our house today." And honestly, seeing her son-in-law bring so many things over, she felt especially proud. The neighbor who asked, and all those eavesdropping, were stunned by what she said. What? Mingxue's fiancé? No, her legal husband now? They got their marriage certificate that fast? My daughter's about to start university. If they didn't register now, who knows how long they'd have to wait. Anyway, that's enough chatting. I need to go cook for my son-in-law. The neighbors. The moment the Fu family's front door closed, the whole alley exploded with gossip. Fu Mingxue got married. Her man showed up. And he was the one her father had arranged for her. A husband fell from the sky for Fu Mingxue, and he was handsome. He came carrying bags and bags of expensive gifts. Fu Mingxue. So much was happening at her house today. Mother Fu pointed at the pile of things on the table. Son-in-law, you bought way too much. You can't do this next time. Mom, it's nothing much. Oh, right, look at this. I bought a watch for you and Mingxue. Qin Wenhua pulled out 2 watches from his pocket. One was a Shanghai brand, perfect for a young woman like Fu Mingxue. The other was a bit more elegant, just right for Mother Fu. Mother Fu was stunned. A watch? For me? Good heavens, at her age, could she even wear a watch? Did she deserve it? Qin Wenhua nodded. Yes, try it on. Mother Fu immediately shook her head, like a rattle drum. No, I can't. Not even for a second. She was just an old lady. How could she wear something so precious? Besides, it was worth a fortune. If she wore it, she'd be terrified of scratching or breaking it. Mom, the watches are already bought. It's just a token of appreciation from your son-in-law. If you don't accept it, I'll feel terrible, like I've done something wrong and you can't accept me. No, I accept you, I really do. Where could she find such a good son-in-law? Thank goodness her husband had finally managed to arrange such a wonderful marriage for their daughter. No wonder she'd stayed single all these years. Mom, then please wear it. Qin Wenhua put the watch directly into her hand. Then he handed the other one to Fu Mingxue. The two of them exchanged a glance. Qin Wenhua spoke first. You wear this watch. It'll help you keep track of time at school. Okay, thank you. Fu Mingxue felt a bit conflicted as she accepted the watch. Didn't he hear her say it was only for a year? Forget it, she'd buy him a watch in return. No, 2 watches. She wasn't the type to take advantage of others. Qin Wenhua saw how quickly she accepted it and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't used to this back and forth. If he gave something, it was meant to be given. I came in a hurry this time, so I didn't buy much. Oh, and this, he took out a bankbook from his pocket. My parents specifically asked me to give this to you. It's our family's betrothal gift. They wanted to come in person, but the journey is just too far, and it's the holidays, so they couldn't make it. They're really sorry. The bankbook was indeed from his family, meant for his future wife. Originally, he'd planned to break off the engagement, so he wouldn't have needed it. But since he was the one going back on his word, he'd prepared 1,000 yuan as compensation, planning to give it under some other pretense. But now, things had taken an unexpected turn. They'd actually registered their marriage. No matter what, since they were officially married, she was his wife, no doubt about it. There wasn't much at the supply store this time, and with limited ration tickets, he could only buy so much. Fu Mingxue opened the bankbook, and when she saw the amount inside, she looked up in shock. This much. Mother Fu had been admiring her watch, but when she heard her daughter's exclamation, she immediately came over to take a look. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head. Son-in-law, did you make a mistake? Who gives a dowry of 10,000 yuan? Good heavens, she wouldn't even dare dream of this at night. Mom, that's right, this is the bride price. My mom gave it to me personally. Qin Wenhua turned to Fu Mingxue. The password is 6 zeros, remember it. You can use this money however you want, don't overthink it. Also, next time I come back, I'll give you my allowance to manage. I'll just keep a bit for daily expenses at home. Fu Mingxue, who was still in a daze, snapped back to her senses when she heard this. She immediately shook her head quickly. No need. I'll be busy with school and won't have time to take care of the household. Aren't there still 3 kids at home? You can't skimp on them, they need to eat well. You should keep your allowance for yourself. Fu Mingxue suddenly thought of something and raised the bankbook in her hand, which felt like it was burning hot. I already have this money, so much of it. I can't possibly spend it all. Heavens, it really did feel like it was burning her hand. After all, she was the one who forced this marriage. And it was only supposed to be temporary. How could she take so much of his bride price money? Her conscience would hurt. She'd have to find a chance to return the bride price to him. Besides, she still had the 800 yuan she got from Bai Siki and Song Yan as compensation. That was more than enough for her. Even if it wasn't, she still wouldn't touch this money. Forcing someone into marriage and then spending their money? That was just too much. Mother Fu quickly chimed in. That's right, you should use your allowance for the kids. Mingxue has her own money, and if it's not enough, she still has me. I'll cover her college expenses these next few years. She's my only daughter, my money is all for her to use. That won't do. Qin Wenhua naturally couldn't accept his wife spending her family's money. It wasn't about being macho. He just couldn't let his mother-in-law support his wife. No matter what. He couldn't do that. What do you mean it won't do? She's my daughter, it's only right. I can still earn money now, and I can't spend it all anyway. When I can't earn any more, won't I have to rely on you two to take care of me in my old age? Fu Mingxue couldn't stand hearing that. Mom, what are you saying? Don't talk about getting old, you'll live a long, long life. Mother Fu rolled her eyes. Why would she want to live that long? All right, that's settled. I need to cook. The chicken's still stewing. Mother Fu started heading to the kitchen, then suddenly remembered she was still holding the watch. It was valuable, so she'd better put it away in her room. What I said just now is true. My allowance is 60, just keep 30 for the household, and the other 30 is all for you. Plus, I've saved up quite a bit over the years, and with what my parents gave me, I still have. Fu Mingxue was stunned. She couldn't listen anymore and quickly interrupted, "Stop, let's not talk about this now. We can discuss it later. Yes, let's talk about it later." Heavens, a man so eager to hand over his money, she was really tempted. Maybe she should just keep him? Qin Wenhua looked at her deeply. How could he not see her reluctance? But he seemed to have forgotten to tell her, military marriages aren't so easy to dissolve. Besides, she was the one who asked for this marriage, but if it were to end, it would have to be his decision. Ever since they got their marriage certificate, he'd never planned on divorce. In his family, there was no such thing as divorce, only widowhood. So, unless he died. If you're not in a hurry, that's fine. But there's one thing I need to say. What is it? It's like this. I called my family earlier to tell them we got our marriage certificate. You're about to go to university in Beijing, right? Could you stop by my family's place first when you go? Fu Mingxue was dumbfounded when she heard this. Wait, what? She still had to go to his house? Qin Wenhua narrowed his eyes slightly at her expression. He asked in an even tone, "What, you don't want to?" Fu Mingxue stammered, "And no, of course not. Am I going alone?" "No, I'll go with you." He paused, then added, "Not just us, our 2 kids will come too." Fu Mingxue. What do you mean, our 2 kids? Isn't this moving a bit fast? She forced a smile. Sure, that sounds good. Oh heavens, this fate of hers really demanded some serious sacrifice. She'd wanted to escape the fate of raising someone else's kids like in her previous life. Now, she was about to become a mother again, and this time, painlessly. Why couldn't she just experience the whole process of childbirth herself for once? Qin Wenhua found his new bride's expression genuinely amusing. Her reaction was odd. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Aren't you going to ask what the kids' names are? Fu Mingxue. Not interested. No need. Oh, I was just about to ask. What are their names? She asked, playing along. And who's taking care of them now? Since you're here, are they all right? They're twins. The older one is a boy, Qin Hao, and the younger is a girl, Qin Kiki. They're just over a year old. Their father died in the line of duty 3 years ago, and their mother remarried 2 months ago. The twins weren't taken with her. The Tong family elders couldn't manage, so I adopted them. Fu Mingxue couldn't help but feel a surge of respect, not just for him, but for the twins' late father as well. They were all admirable people. She'd always had a natural fondness for soldiers, though in her previous life she'd been ruined by that scumbag Song Yan. Even so, her respect for soldiers never faded. Don't worry, I'll treat them well, she promised. Maybe she'd raised 3 ungrateful brats in her last life, but that didn't mean she'd take out her resentment on other children. Qin Wenhua looked at her seriously, his gaze unwavering. Fu Mingxue thought he was doubting her, so she immediately raised 4 fingers. Don't worry, I won't be a wicked stepmother. At worst, if I really can't treat them well, I'll just keep my distance. Actually, the chances of them living together were slim. She was already planning to get a divorce in a year. There's no need to say that. I trust you. But if they misbehave, you should discipline them. As their mother, you have every right to teach them a lesson. Fu Mingxue. Looks like there's no escaping this instant mother fate. She was a mother in her last life, and now again in this one. She didn't want to continue this topic. By the way, about Song Yan. At the mention of business, Qin Wenhua's expression turned serious. Don't worry, we'll investigate thoroughly. You being my family won't affect the process. As long as it's fair, Fu Mingxue replied. She didn't need him to take her side. And you're leaving tomorrow, right? Seeing him nod, Fu Mingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good, he'd be gone soon. Otherwise, his presence made her feel uneasy. But clearly, she'd relaxed too soon. I'll come by again in a few days, before the new year. Then we'll go to Beijing together. After hearing this, Fu Mingxue felt the world spin before her eyes. No, really, that's not necessary. What, do you have other plans? Fu Mingxue wanted to say yes, he really didn't need to come. But someone else beat her to it, speaking up happily, son-in-law, that's wonderful. I was worried about her traveling to Beijing alone. I'd never feel at ease letting her go so far by herself. I've heard there are so many kidnappers on the trains these days. Mother Fu was genuinely worried. After all, her daughter was so pretty and delicate. If there really were human traffickers on the train, how could she not be a target? She was already planning ahead, worried she might end up delivering her daughter right into their hands. But now, with such a good son-in-law going along, she didn't have to fret about this or that anymore. Fu Mingxue. Qin Wenhua said seriously, Mom, don't worry, I was thinking the same thing. Mingxue has never traveled far before, so it's perfect for me to go with her. That's wonderful. It's settled then. You'll come and spend New Year's at our place, and you two can leave on the second day. Great. Fu Mingxue stared in disbelief as the two of them made the decision. She was the one involved here, couldn't they at least ask for her opinion? Did her thoughts not matter at all? Mom, actually, I can go by myself. She had lived a whole lifetime, surely she could handle a few human traffickers? Did she really look that easy to fool? Mother Fu cut her off directly. Go check the kitchen, see if the chicken I'm stewing is ready. Also, taste it for salt. If it's not salty enough, add a bit more. Oh right, son-in-law. Do you prefer your food more salty or less? Mom, just normal is fine. Alright, Mingxue, did you hear that? Make it normal. Fu Mingxue. Wait, Mom, can you let me finish my sentence? The Bai mother and daughter returned home, panting and exhausted. They felt like their legs weren't even legs anymore. It took a while before they finally caught their breath. Mother Bai cursed bitterly, heavens, that wretch Su Zifeng, may she die a horrible death. Bai Siki was furious too. If she hadn't run fast enough just now, she would have been beaten up by Fu Mingxue's mom. Mom, I'm going to find Song Yan first thing tomorrow morning. She had to tell Song Yan this important news, that Qin Tuan had married that bitch Fu Mingxue. Besides, wasn't Qin Tuan supposed to punish Song Yan because of Fu Mingxue? Now that Fu Mingxue had married Qin, if he still punished Song Yan, it would be blatant favoritism. But the most important thing was to find a way to break up Fu Mingxue's marriage. She absolutely could not accept Fu Mingxue marrying into such a good family as Qin Wen was. You'd better hurry. You have to get Song Yan to find a way to get your brother out. He's really suffering this time. Who knows if he even has anything to eat tonight, and it's so cold, does he even have a blanket? Just thinking about it made Mother Bai's heart ache. Her precious son had been ruined by that wretched Su Zifeng and her daughter. Bai Siki didn't want to hear it. After all, there was nothing she could do to save her brother right now. Besides, who told Bai Chunqing to be so stupid and confess so quickly? If he'd just held out a bit longer, Song Yan might have been able to help. Now, Song Yan was implicated too, and that wouldn't do. She was still counting on Song Yan to rise up and give her a good life. Her eyes darted, and she immediately thought of a way to distract her mom. Mom, Fu Mingxue is married, and her husband is at her house right now. Doesn't that old woman from the Fu family know? Now that her precious granddaughter is married, shouldn't the grandparents pay a visit to see their new grandson-in-law? Mother Bai's eyes lit up instantly. That's right. Wouldn't it be best to let those two old geezers from the Fu family deal with Su Zifeng? Even if they couldn't do anything, at least they could make things difficult for Su Zifeng and her daughter. I'm going to the Fu family right now to bring them the good news. Her energy was back in full force. Her legs didn't ache, and she wasn't tired anymore. Bai Siki watched her mother leave, a cold sneer curling at her lips. Fu Mingxue, don't think you can just steal everything from me so easily. Dream on. In your last life, you lived like a dog. This life, you'll still have to live like a dog. What are you doing here? Yan Hongwei looked at the person standing at her door, clearly displeased. Oh, I'm here to bring you some good news. Haven't you heard? Fu Mingxue got married and registered her marriage today. And her husband is someone really important. I even heard that the man Fu Mingxue found brought all sorts of gifts to her, and right now they're feasting on meat and fish. So, such a big happy occasion, and you, as her aunt, weren't even invited to the meal. No matter what, your husband is still Fu Mingxue's uncle. The new nephew-in-law is visiting for the first time. Shouldn't he at least go and have a few drinks with them? If people didn't know better, they'd think your two families have cut ties. Bai's mother was an expert at fanning the flames. Seeing Yan Hongwei's face flush red with anger, she was delighted. Get angry, go on, hurry up and take your two precious sons over to the Fu family and make a scene. Best case, you'll ruin Fu Mingxue's marriage altogether. Yan Hongwei was fuming. Of course, the ones she was angry at were Su Zifeng and her daughter. That damned Su Zifeng. She clearly didn't care about their branch of the family at all. She glared at the troublemaker in front of her and shot back immediately. What's our family business got to do with you? Weren't you just chased down by Su Zifeng until your legs went weak? How about I ask Su Zifeng to chase you again with her rolling pin? That hit Bai's mother right where it hurt. Her face instantly turned black with anger. You really don't appreciate a good deed. I came to tell you so you wouldn't be left in the dark and become a laughingstock. After all, Fu Mingxue is part of your Fu family. Now she's married, and not only did her uncle not say a word, even her grandparents weren't told. Clearly, they don't see your Fu family as family at all. Well, anyway, I've delivered the message. If you want to be laughed at, that's your business. Oh, and I almost forgot, Fu Mingxue's husband is a regimental commander. With that, Bai's mother flounced off. Yan Hongwei's attention was caught by those words, regimental commander. Her eyes burned with jealousy. Su Zifeng has such a good son-in-law. Doesn't that mean she'll be looking down on me from now on? No way, absolutely not. She couldn't allow that jinx, who couldn't even bear a son, to lord it over her. She spun around and shouted, Dad, Mom, something big has happened. Fu Mingxue really did get married, and her husband is at second brother's house eating right now. Old Lady Fu's eyes widened. What did you say? Yan Hongwei repeated what she'd heard from Bai's mother, adding even more fuel to the fire. Old Lady Fu's face wrinkled up even more in anger. Old Man Fu frowned repeatedly. Clearly, he was furious about this. Dad, Mom, you're Fu Mingxue's grandparents. No matter what, she should have told you about her marriage, right? At first I thought it was just gossip, but it turns out to be true. They've really gone too far. Let's go find her. I don't approve of this marriage, Old Lady Fu said, livid. Dad, Mom, how could she get married just like that? What if she's been tricked? Why don't we all go over and take a look? And this time, let's bring more people with us. Yan Hongwei, still a bit traumatized from being beaten by Su Zifeng earlier, didn't want to end up like Chu Hongdan, chased halfway down the street. Old man, what do you think? Old Lady Fu asked directly. Old Man Fu's face was dark as thunder. He felt his authority in the family had been challenged. Go. Let's go and see. Fu's eldest and second sons lived just 2 doors down. With all the commotion over here, it's not like the neighbors were dead. They'd obviously heard everything. Besides, the 2 courtyards were separated by nothing more than a not-so-tall wall, so voices carried easily. The head of the house, did you hear? Mingxue's getting married. As her uncle and aunt, how could we not go? Come on, let's go have a look. Fu Yongqing nodded. You're right. After all, I'm Mingxue's uncle. I don't know what's gotten into second sister-in-law. Can't she get her head straight? My second brother isn't here, but I'm still Mingxue's uncle. How could I not be there? He got up and headed out. Aunt Fu, Bian Yuqiao, shot her daughter a look, signaling her to come along. Fu Mingxia's expression was ugly. She didn't want to go at all. She and Fu Mingxue were both granddaughters of the Fu family. Mingxue was the only daughter, and though she'd grown up without a father, second aunt doted on her. As for herself, it was supposed to be her brother who went to the countryside. But in the end, it was her. Her parents couldn't bear to send their precious son to suffer, so they forced her to sign up for the countryside instead. She'd endured 2 years of hardship and finally made it back to the city, only to find out that Fu Mingxue had gotten into university. And that news wasn't even a day old. Now Fu Mingxue was getting married, and the man was apparently something special. Damn Fu Mingxue, can't she just stop for a bit? What are you standing there for? If Mingxue's man is so capable, maybe he can introduce you to someone too. There were so many men in the army, surely it wasn't too much to ask for one at the regimental level? Fu Mingxue, who'd been extremely annoyed, paused at that, Maybe she should go and see for herself. She wanted to see just what kind of man Fu Mingxue had found. The two families met at the gate. Yan Hongwei and Bian Yuqiao, the two sisters-in-law, exchanged a glance, each with her own agenda, both knowing full well what the other was thinking. And truth be told, once everyone gathered, there really were a lot of people. It was quite the spectacle. The neighbors, seeing the Fu family's aggressive lineup, thought they must be going to the second son's house to cause trouble. So this group of 8 or 9 people marched right up to Fu Mingxue's door. Eldest daughter-in-law, you knock, ordered old Madame Fu. Yan Hongwei's face stiffened. Why her? Shouldn't the third family handle this? Oh well, with so many people here, it's not like that lunatic Su Zifeng would dare hit anyone in front of her new son-in-law, right? Thinking this, her fear lessened. She stepped forward and banged on the door. Open up. Mother Fu, just about to serve dinner, recognized Yan Hongwei's voice. She immediately told Qin Wenhua, who was about to get up to answer the door, son-in-law, you and Mingxue eat first. I'll be right back. Damn it, I should have hit her harder this afternoon, and now she still dares to show up. She stormed over to open the door, and when she saw the crowd outside, she couldn't help but sneer. Just as expected, they'd all come. Yan Hongwei had already stepped aside, leaving the stage for the others, so even if Su Zifeng went crazy, she wouldn't get caught in it. What, your families don't have food to eat? All of you show up right at dinner time. Mother Fu snapped as soon as she opened her mouth. She couldn't help being angry. Every single one of them looked hostile. They were clearly here to stir up trouble. They just couldn't stand to see her and her daughter doing well. The Fu family members all looked embarrassed after being scolded. Old Madame Fu was furious. Second daughter-in-law, what kind of way is that to talk? We're your elders. What's wrong with coming over for a meal? And besides, Mingxue is my granddaughter, part of the Fu family. How could you let her marry some outsider without even consulting us? Do you have any respect for the Fu family at all? As soon as the old lady spoke, Yan Hongwei perked right up. That's right. Second sister-in-law, this is such a big deal. You should at least have told our parents. Mingxue is the only child our second brother left in this world. How could you make decisions about her marriage on your own? Mother Fu shot right back. What business is it of yours? How is it not my business? I'm her aunt, after all. Mother Fu sneered. Oh, now you want to act like the big aunt? Fine, since your dear niece is getting married, as her aunt, you'd better chip in for her dowry. Giving 100 yuan or so isn't too much to ask, right? After all, your husband is her uncle. If you're too stingy, how will you face your brother-in-law who's been dead for years? Yan Hongwei's eyes widened in shock, her face flushing red with anger. Damn it, does Su Zifeng have no shame? She really dares to open her mouth like a lion, over 100 yuan. Why doesn't she just go rob someone? Mother Fu ignored her and turned straight to the two old folks. She said bluntly, and you too, since you're here, I don't have to make another trip. My Mingxue is getting married. If you, as her grandparents, don't give her a dowry, that's just not right. Considering your age, I won't ask for much, just half of what you gave your eldest grandson. I heard you gave Fu Junyang 400 yuan. Now your granddaughter is getting married, just give 200. If you can't even come up with that, I'll make a scene. All day long you go on about your precious granddaughter. What, now that she's getting married, you're not willing to spend a cent? You're shameless. What kind of granddaughter asks her grandparents for dowry money? This time, Yan Hongwei jumped the highest. After all, Su Zifeng was asking for 200 yuan right off the bat, which would come out of her son's money in her mind. All the old folks' money belonged to her two sons. How could she let a girl get her hands on it? Mother Fu didn't hesitate. She slapped her twice, right across the face. I've put up with you long enough. You just can't keep your mouth shut, can you? What's wrong with asking the grandparents to give their granddaughter a dowry? Their son's been dead for years, and they still have the nerve to ask me for living expenses every month. But when it comes to their granddaughter, suddenly they don't want to give a penny. And another thing, the money I'm asking for is from the compensation the army gave when Mingxue's father died. They took most of it back then. Now their granddaughter is getting married, and they can't even cough up 200? Have they no conscience? If that's how it's going to be, fine. Don't expect me to give them a single cent from now on. And don't even think about getting anything from my Mingxue. From now on, we have nothing to do with your Fu family. Yan Hongwei clutched her face furious. That damned Su Zifeng actually slapped her in front of everyone. Seeing no one stepping up to defend her, she glared at her husband. Are you dead? Didn't you see her hit me? The eldest Fu son finally spoke. Second sister-in-law, you're out of line. How can you hit someone? Mother Fu sneered. She deserved it. Maybe she should take a good hard look at herself. Why didn't I hit anyone else, just her? Yan Hongwei was fuming again. Listen to her. Does that even sound like something a person would say? What does she mean? Take a good hard look at herself. Damn it, what is there to reflect on? At that moment, Old Man Fu finally spoke up. Enough, stop arguing. Second daughter-in-law, Mingxue's marriage is a big deal. Why didn't you tell us? Marriage is a major event. Even if you're her mother, you shouldn't make the decision alone. Mother Fu wasn't intimidated by them at all. What are you saying? First of all, this is a new era, not the old days. Young people today have the freedom to choose their own marriages. Even as her mother, I can't interfere, let alone you, who are a whole generation removed. Besides, this marriage was arranged by Mingxue's father before he passed. Of course I have to see it through immediately. Old Lady Fu's voice suddenly rose. What? Nonsense. Second son's been dead for years. How could he have arranged this marriage? Mother Fu dug at her ear. What are you yelling for? He arranged it before he died, so why not? Besides, the marriage certificate is already done. Whether you agree or not doesn't really matter. And another thing, let me ask you, are you contributing to the dowry or not? If you're not willing to give a single cent, then don't bother coming through this door again. From now on, my daughter and I will have nothing to do with the Fu family. You lot are always scheming to take advantage of a widow and her orphan, shameless to the extreme. Old Lady Fu was so angry she wanted to start cursing. Damn it, what a pipe dream. Expecting them, at their age, to cough up money? Dream on. But the old man beside her spoke up first. Second son's wife, will pay up, but at least let us meet the groom first. Old Lady Fu shrilled, no way. I'm not giving a penny. Why should I pay for a girl getting married off? What family pays a dowry for a granddaughter? If you want me to pay, fine, but give us the bride price money. The other Fu family members' eyes lit up. Right, just give them the bride price. Mother Fu sneered. They're all so stingy it's disgusting. She didn't bother arguing, just raised her voice and wailed. Heavens above. Are you trying to drive us to our graves? The Fu family is heartless, black-hearted, bullying a widow and her orphan. These shameless people actually want my daughter's bride price. Fu Yongjian, come see what a bunch of black-hearted relatives you have. They don't want your daughter to have a good life. Her shouting drew a crowd of neighbors in no time. They immediately began pointing fingers at the Fu family. Some even started scolding them to their faces. How could they demand their own granddaughter's bride price? Honestly, if Mingxue's mother wasn't so decent, she would have remarried long ago and taken Mingxue with her. By then, mother and daughter would have nothing to do with the Fu family. How could the Fu family have the nerve to ask for Mingxue's bride price? Absolutely shameless. The gossiping was loud and relentless. Nearly everyone was pointing at the Fu family's noses as they spoke. The Fu family. What the hell does this have to do with these people? The most prideful, Fu's eldest son and the old man, looked especially sour. But Su Zifeng kept wailing and exposing all the Fu family's misdeeds, one after another. If she kept going, she'd probably air all their dirty laundry for the whole village to see. Second son's wife, that's enough, the old man barked, face dark as thunder. He'd never been so humiliated. Enough? The Fu family is the one bullying people here. Let me make this clear. If anyone dares reach for my daughter's bride price, I'll chop their hand off. Let's see if they dare. She'd put up with enough over the years. Before, she'd held back for her daughter's sake. Mingxue was still young, and she was afraid the family would hurt her if she wasn't careful. But now her daughter was leaving, so she didn't have to worry anymore. Anyone who dared mess with her, she'd fight them to the end. The Fu family's eyes were practically green with envy. They looked like they wanted to kill her. Just then, a clear, cold male voice sounded behind Mother Fu. "Mom, what's going on?" Qin Wenhua had come to stand beside Mother Fu. He stood tall and straight, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd, making everyone feel a chill run down their spines. The Fu family and the neighbors were all stunned when they saw Qin Wenhua. My God, what did Fu Mingxue do in her past life to land such a good man? Mom, are they here to cause trouble? Son-in-law, these are people from the old Fu family. They don't act their age or show any respect. They're here to force me to hand over Mingxue's betrothal money. The Fu family. Shameless. Sure, they had that idea, but who is forcing anyone? Qin Wenhua's aura was in full force. His gaze grew even sharper as he swept his eyes over the Fu family. You want my wife's betrothal money? His cold voice was like a blast of icy wind, sending chills straight up from everyone's feet. Eldest Fu never expected the man's gaze to land directly on him. That look, he could swear it was murderous, like Qin Wenhua wanted to kill him. He immediately cowered and stammered, "And no, we just came to see you." Son-in-law, back when Mingxue's father died, his compensation money, 800 yuan of it, was taken by the old Fu family. Later, they tried to take our house, and I had to give them 5 yuan every month. I've been paying all these years. I could let that go, but now they're even eyeing Mingxue's betrothal money. I just can't stand it anymore. Qin Wenhua immediately said, "Mom, don't worry. The betrothal money belongs to Mingxue. No one's taking it from her." After he finished, those sharp eyes swept over the Fu family again. My father-in-law's compensation back then was 1,000 yuan, and you took 800? And you made my mother-in-law pay you 5 yuan every month? What? Was my father-in-law your only son? The Fu family. Compensation money is for the immediate family and spouse of the fallen comrade. Even if it's split into 3 shares, as parents you'd only get 1. You can't just take 800. Looks like I'll have to ask the people who handled this back then how they did their jobs. The Fu family. We're Mingxue's grandparents, and you're her grandson-in-law. Isn't it right for us to come visit our grandson-in-law? Qin Wenhua replied unhurriedly, of course. I've already prepared gifts and was planning to visit later. I just didn't expect you'd show up first to demand the betrothal money. He really had prepared gifts earlier. That was why he'd gone to the supply store. Old man Qin's face changed slightly when he heard this. In that case, we'll be on our way. Old Lady Fu's eyes widened. They were just going to leave like that? Weren't they supposed to stop this marriage? But Old Man Fu shot her a glare, making her swallow her words. When the rest of the Fu family saw the elders leaving, they hurriedly slunk off after them, tails between their legs. The neighbors. Well, you couldn't blame the Fu family for backing down. With a man like Qin Wenhua, anyone would. Mom, come on, let's go inside. Qin Wenhua called Mother Fu Mom so sweetly that her heart bloomed with joy. The neighbors who hadn't left were all green with envy. Where could you find such a wonderful son-in-law? The Fu family's front door was shut once more. Son-in-law, eat up. Mother Fu picked up a big chicken drumstick for Qin Wenhua. Qin Wenhua put the drumstick into Fu Mingxue's bowl. Fu Mingxue. Compared to the warmth among these 3, everyone in the old Fu family was fuming. Old Madame Fu cursed and muttered for ages. Old Master Fu didn't look any better. But deep down, they both knew that this time, the second son's family really wanted to break away from them. The last time the second son's wife and daughter made a scene was 2 years ago. It was also over this, going to the countryside business. They'd originally planned to secretly sign Fu Mingxue up to go to the countryside. Who would have thought that just as they arrived at the youth office to fill out the forms, the second son's family showed up. That uproar back then nearly brought the roof down. In the end, they had no choice but to give up on the idea of sending Fu Mingxue in place of a few of their grandsons. This time, things probably won't end so easily. The third Fu son's family also returned to their own home. Listening to the cursing from next door, the whole family looked rather sour. I really don't know what kind of luck that Fu Mingxue girl has. How did she manage to find such a good husband? Bian Yuqiu said, unable to hide her jealousy. She'd gotten a good look at that man just now. Never mind his looks, the aura alone was intimidating. Anyone with eyes could tell he wasn't ordinary. With him around, who would dare look down on Suzy Fing and her widowed mother now? Why couldn't such a good son-in-law be hers? Third Fu pursed his lips and said nothing. He was jealous too. He wanted a son-in-law like that. From now on, don't side with your eldest sister-in-law. Get closer to your second sister-in-law. Mingxue is bound to do well in the future. He hadn't expected his niece not only to get into university, but also to marry such a good man. Bian Yuqiao shot him a look. You think I don't know that? She was just jealous, not stupid. Of course, she'd have to cozy up to Fu Mingxue and her mother from now on. She's going off to university. Once she graduates, she'll be a proper cadre. She might even end up working and settling in Beijing. And now that Fu Mingxue has married such a good man. If she didn't try to get on their good side and instead made trouble, she'd have to be crazy. Small gains versus big gains, she knew the difference. After all, she still had a son. She glanced at her daughter, who was standing there in a daze, and her eyes filled with disgust. You're from the same Fu family, so why is she so accomplished while you can't measure up in anything? Fu Mingxue's face turned ugly. She wanted to snap back. If their daughter was so accomplished, maybe it's because her mother actually loved her. But she didn't dare. The more Bian Yuqiao looked at her wooden-faced daughter, the angrier she got. What are you standing there for? Go make dinner. Fu Mingxue's face darkened as she headed for the little kitchen. You want to go to the old Fu house? I'll go with you. Mother Fu really couldn't trust her good son-in-law to go alone. There wasn't a single decent person in the old Fu family. Qin Wenhua immediately said, Mom, it's fine, I can go by myself. Don't worry, I can handle it. Mother Fu. She really couldn't help but worry. Qin Wenhua shot Fu Mingxue a look, signaling her to help persuade her mother. Fu Mingxue happened to glance at him and caught the look. Mom, just let him go. Besides, if you go too, you'll probably end up arguing again. I know you're not afraid of a fight, but there's no need. Mother Fu. This silly girl. Can't she tell I'm making a scene on purpose, so maybe we'll never have to deal with them again? Since neither of them wanted her to go, she'd just stay home. It didn't have to be today anyway. All right then, son-in-law, when you go, don't bother being polite with them. Okay. Mingxue, you go with your husband. Fu Mingxue. Why did she have to go? She really didn't want to set foot in the old house at all. Let's go. Fu Mingxue walked in front. Qin Wenhua picked up the things and followed. Actually, he had also bought some alcohol, but his mother-in-law had taken it out. So he was only carrying a bag of candies and a bag of pastries. If he hadn't stopped her, his mother-in-law probably would have thought even that was too much. Mrs. Fu saw them out. When a neighbor saw them, Mrs. Fu immediately raised her voice and said, Even though the Fu family is heartless, my son-in-law is a man of manners. He insisted on paying a visit. My son-in-law is really thoughtful. Fu Mingxue. Qin Wenhua. The neighbors were surprised. They hadn't expected them to actually go to the Fu family's house. It seemed Mrs. Fu was still the same as ever, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. If it were them, in that kind of situation, they would have cut ties with the Fu family long ago. There was some distance between the two houses, separated by a street. This is it. The front gate was still closed. Fu Mingxue felt like rolling her eyes. They knew they were coming, but still deliberately closed the door. Qin Wenhua stepped forward and knocked. He knocked twice, but no one came to open the door. Fu Mingxue sneered and said loudly, They're putting on airs. If they don't want to open up, let's just leave. As soon as she finished speaking, the door swung open. It was Yan Hongwei who answered. Clearly, she had been standing right behind the door the whole time. Oh, it's Mingxue. The last syllable died in her throat when she saw the two bags in Qin Wenhua's hands. Her expression visibly soured. She really hadn't expected the new son-in-law to show up with just two bags. How could he not be embarrassed? Aunt, why are you blocking the door? Fu Mingxue didn't bother with pleasantries and brushed past her. Yan Hongwei was knocked off balance and nearly fell. She snapped, Fu Mingxue, is this how you treat your elders? Well, if you don't act like an elder, how do you expect others to treat you? Fu Mingxue rolled her eyes and walked straight into the main room. She saw the whole family gathered, even the third uncle's family was there, and immediately sneered, "So everyone's here. We knocked for ages and no one answered. Clearly, you didn't want us to come in. You should have just said so. We wouldn't have bothered coming. You wretched girl, what nonsense are you spouting?" Old Lady Fu got angry as soon as she saw Fu Mingxue. She made as if to hit her. But someone pulled Fu Mingxue aside first. He swept his gaze indifferently over everyone in the room. "Looks like you really don't welcome us. In that case, let's settle the matter of the compensation money. You took 800 yuan, but according to the rules, that's not allowed. Even being generous, you should only get 250. So you need to return 550. The Fu family." Old Lady Fu exploded. "In your dreams. That money belonged to my son. If we, his parents, don't use it, should we give it to outsiders? Besides, it was divided up from the start. Why should we redistribute it now?" What she really wanted to say was, "Who the hell are you, an outsider, to butt in?" Qin Wenhua's expression was cold. He spoke calmly and unhurriedly. "Legally, my mother-in-law was my father-in-law's wife, his lawful spouse. Their assets are shared. She's entitled to half, which is 500 yuan. Also, my wife, Fu Mingxue, is my father-in-law's biological daughter, so she's entitled to half of the remaining half. By that calculation, even though you are my father-in-law's parents, you have 4 children, so giving you 250 yuan is already generous. We're not even asking for interest. Just return the 550. Of course, if you refuse, I'll take this to the local authorities and let them handle it. I'll also visit each of your workplaces and ask your supervisors, should compensation for a martyr's family be illegally taken?" The Fu family's faces changed dramatically. Especially the eldest branch of the Fu family, every one of the 4 of them had jobs. He was blatantly threatening them. Heavens above, just look at this. We're being forced to our deaths. Old Madame Fu plopped down on the ground and started wailing. Fu Mingxue, pulling the "I'll die right here" act again? She turned her head to look at the man beside her. He simply spoke calmly, "It seems they really want me to handle things the way I suggested. Honey, let's go home for now. In a bit, I'll go find their supervisors at work." Fu Mingxue was completely swept away by how cool he looked. My God, this man is amazing. Okay. Without hesitation, the 2 of them turned and left. Now the Fu family started to panic. Even old Madame Fu, who was still sitting on the ground wailing. She hadn't expected that, even after making such a scene, the man didn't even spare her a glance. If it were anyone else, wouldn't they at least help her up first? Seeing the 2 about to walk out the door, eldest Fu panicked. "Dad." He wasn't sure if this man really had that kind of power, but what if he did? Didn't you hear how he talked about seeing their bosses as if he were meeting his own subordinates? Third Fu was anxious too. His family only had 2 people with jobs. They couldn't afford to lose them. "Dad, say something." Old Master Fu's face was dark as he said, "Wait. We'll pay the money." As soon as he said this, Third Fu breathed a sigh of relief. Money or not, he didn't care. After all, it was the eldest branch who would benefit. As long as he wasn't the one paying, it was fine. "No way, I don't agree," old Madame Fu shrieked in protest. "Shut up." Old Master Fu barked, and old Madame Fu immediately fell silent. "Go get the money." Hearing this, old Madame Fu was about to faint from anger. Where do we have that much money left? She'd already forked out a lot for her eldest grandson's wedding. Besides, haven't they spent money over the years? It's not like they live on air. Old Master Fu turned to his eldest daughter-in-law. "You too, give 200. Yan Hongwei instinctively wanted to refuse, but her husband tugged her sleeve. "Go get it." Yan Hongwei was furious. 10 minutes later, Qin Wenhua and Fu Mingxue returned. A neighbor saw them coming back carrying things and was surprised. "Mingxue, didn't you go to the old Fu house? Why are you back so soon?" They'd seen them leave with things in hand, so they didn't even leave the gifts. Fu Mingxue sighed. There was a bit of unpleasantness. "We got kicked out." "Neighbor. Kicked out? That old Fu family is really something else." Qin Wenhua didn't say a word. He and Fu Mingxue went home. Mother Fu had been worried, but when she saw her wonderful son-in-law still carrying those 2 bags, she was instantly angry. They bullied you? Before Qin Wenhua could answer, Fu Mingxue chirped excitedly, Mom, we got the money back. Your son-in-law is amazing. She rattled off everything that had happened at the old house. Mother Fu listened, eyes wide in shock. My God, is her son-in-law really this capable? Look, here's all the money. Fu Mingxue took out the money and put it in her mother's hand. Mother Fu looked down at the money in her palm, her eyes suddenly reddened. Back then, when her husband died, the condolence money that was sent over had been snatched away by the old Fu family. At the time, her daughter was still so young. The Fu family had over a dozen people, all fierce and intimidating. They even threatened that if she didn't hand over the money, they'd take her daughter away and force her to remarry. She'd been completely alone back then. She figured, as long as she still had her job, it was fine if she got less money. She never imagined that one day, her son-in-law would get that money back for her. Fu Mingxue understood exactly how her mother was feeling at that moment. Mom, turns out Qin Wenhua never planned to give them those 2 packages at all. Look, he even brought them back. As soon as she spoke, her mother's mood visibly improved. When she glanced at the packages in her son-in-law's hands, her face broke into a wide smile and she was instantly at ease. She hadn't wanted to give those 2 old things the packages anyway. But she also knew her son-in-law couldn't show up empty-handed. She hadn't expected him to bring them back, though. It really made her feel great. Well done. I didn't want to give them even a single piece of candy. Qin Wenhua handed the 2 packages to his young wife. Mom, I don't think they'll be coming around to cause trouble again anytime soon. Even if they do, I'm not afraid, her mother replied. Seeing that everything here was more or less settled, Qin Wenhua said, Mom, I'll head off now. I'll come back in a few days. Oh, leaving so soon? Why not stay the night and leave tomorrow? No, I'll leave tonight. I have a car, Qin Wenhua replied, then turned to Fu Mingxue. I'll head back first. We'll go back to the capital together when the time comes. Fu Mingxue. Her mother quickly answered for her, yes, together. Mingxue, go walk your husband out. Fu Mingxue. Qin Wenhua glanced at her, then said to her mother, no need. It's getting dark and I'd worry about her coming back alone. Fu Mingxue. Her mother was deeply moved. What a wonderful son-in-law. Safe travels. Mom will be waiting for you to come home for New Year's. All right, Qin Wenhua said, and headed out. Suddenly, her mother remembered something and wanted to pack some food for him. Wait, son-in-law, let me get something for my good grandkids. Qin Wenhua stopped, his expression gentle. Mom, it's all right. It's inconvenient for me to carry it now. Next time. Since he said so, her mother could only give up. Still, mother and daughter walked him to the door and watched until he disappeared from sight before closing the door. Wenhua is such a good kid. Good thing you two got your marriage certificate today. Otherwise, this great son-in-law would have belonged to someone else. Fu Mingxue. Mom, I'm going back to my room. All right, go on. So much had happened today, she was exhausted. Fu Mingxue hurried back to her room. As soon as she closed the door, she started checking out the system in her mind. She hadn't had time to figure out what it was before. Now, she finally had time to study it. The screen showed the marriage mission was complete, and the reward had already been placed in the system space. Fu Mingxue silently recited the command, and the property deed appeared in her hand. It really was the deed to a courtyard house in Beijing. And not just any courtyard house, a 2-entry Sihiyuan. Oh my God, she'd struck it rich. She gazed at the deed lovingly for a while before putting it back into the space. Then she started to study the chicken baby system again. She found that there were lots of missions and even more rewards. For example, supervising a child's study for 1 hour would earn her a pound of food coupons and a random item. Could be grain, oil, rice, flour, meat, anything. And this was a daily task. So as long as she completed it every day, she'd get rewards every day. Not only that, but there were also small rewards for practicing calligraphy daily. Full marks on a test? Reward. There were so many missions and the rewards were incredibly generous. Fu Mingxue's eyes went red with envy. There was just so much good stuff. Especially in an era of such material scarcity, these rewards were simply thrilling. She had to do it. No question. Wait a second. Isn't this just chicken baby ing pushing kids to excel? But doesn't she count as a child too? After all, her mom is still around. So, can she chicken herself? System, are you there? If it's all about pushing kids to study harder, can't I just push myself? I'm a kid too. I'm my mom's kid. If you've got a mom, aren't you someone's precious baby? System. Fu Mingxue kept calling out in her mind. She wasn't sure if there really was an intelligent system, but when the light screen flickered, she knew for sure there was. Sure enough, after a long silence, the system was finally forced to respond. Host, you can. The task panel has been updated. With that, it vanished again. Fu Mingxue. Well, that's settled. This is a cold, taciturn version of a system. But that suited her just fine. She didn't like chatterboxes anyway. Happily, she checked the system's screen. The tasks weren't any different, except now the target was herself. Why bother pushing others to improve? Just like in her previous life, when she poured her heart and soul into raising 3 elite, ungrateful brats? Improving herself was what really mattered. Besides, there were rewards. How could she resist? She was craving some meat. After all, she only got a tiny bit of meat ration each month. Fu Mingxue's gaze fell on the daily tasks. The first one was to read for an hour, with a reward of 1 gene, 500 G, of food coupons and a random drop of 1 gene of food, rice, flour, oil, or meat. Steeling herself, she dug out her high school textbooks. She started reading in earnest, even though a lifetime had passed. In her previous life, she'd spent years preparing for the college entrance exam. And even in the decades after, though she wasn't studying for exams anymore, she still liked to read late at night when everything was quiet. Not to mention, she'd tutored those 3 ungrateful brats for years. If not for her careful guidance, would they really have gotten into college? An hour passed quickly. As she finished, the system notification chimed. Today's task 1 complete. Reward has been sent to your space. Fu Mingxue was overjoyed when she heard this. She hurried to check her space and found everything was already there. This time, the random food was meat? A whole gene of pork belly. Fu Mingxue was ecstatic. Heavens, this was real. It really worked. This system was just too considerate. Task 2 was to practice calligraphy for an hour, which wasn't hard. She found some paper and a pen. An hour later, the system notification sounded again. Reward, 1 gene of meat coupons and 1 gene of rice. That night, Fu Mingxue slept incredibly soundly. She woke up early the next morning. Checking her space, she saw everything was still there and the system hadn't disappeared. It looked like this was all real, not a dream. She couldn't help but break into a wide grin. Being reborn was wonderful. Baisiki, on the other hand, wasn't doing so well. She'd had nightmares all night. In her dreams, she was being chased and hacked at by Fu Mingxue and her mother. She got up looking pale and exhausted. Mom, I'm going to find Songyan first. All right, her mother reminded her anxiously. Be careful on the road, especially of human traffickers. Baisiki had been feeling down, but when she heard human traffickers, her eyes flickered. How could she have forgotten about that? There were so many traffickers these days. What if Fu Mingxue got snatched and sold off to some remote, poverty-stricken mountain village? How would she ever go to college then? At that thought, Baisiki's breathing quickened. That bitch Fu Mingxue was pretty enough. Those traffickers loved delicate girls like her, since they could fetch a good price. Didn't want to be her kid's stepmom, huh? Fine. Let her go be some old bachelor's wife in a poor mountain village. Let's see her pop out a dozen kids then. But this wasn't something she could do alone. Mom, I have something to tell you. What is it? Baisiki leaned in close to her mother's ear and revealed her plan in full detail. After hearing her out, Mother Bai's eyes widened in shock. This won't do. If something went wrong, wouldn't she be finished? Mom, why not? Fu Mingxue set me up. Why can't I get revenge? If she gets kidnapped by traffickers, who would ever suspect it was us? If she's taken by traffickers, I can take her university acceptance letter and go to college in her place. Once I graduate, I'll get a job assignment and bring the whole family to the capital to enjoy a good life. Besides, my brother's reputation in this town has been ruined by Fu Mingxue and her mother. Even if he gets out, it'll be hard for him to find a wife. But if we move to the capital, who would know about his past? Then we can find him a job, and you can pick any daughter-in-law you like for him. Just hearing this, Mother Bai could picture how wonderful it would be. It was like Siki was speaking straight to her heart. Every part of the plan was tempting. But after the initial rush, her mind cooled a bit. But I don't know any traffickers. Where would I even find one? Am I supposed to go looking on a train? Just thinking about it made her shudder. She couldn't do something like this. Others might not know, but Siki, with memories from her previous life, had someone in mind. Mom, I know who can do it. There's an old woman surnamed Wang on the west side of town. People call her Granny Wang. She looks kind and gentle, but I heard she's in that business. You go talk to her. Mother Bai was stunned. What? Granny Wang? She's a trafficker. Wait, how do you know that? Mom, don't worry about how I know. Just go find her. Be discreet, don't let anyone see you. Being reborn was strange enough. She could tell Song Yan, but she'd never tell her mother. After all, Song Yan liked her and only had eyes for her. But her mother was different. Her mother's favorite was always her big brother. Isn't this a bit much? Mother Bai was still hesitant. Finding a trafficker to sell Fu Mingxue, just thinking about it was chilling. If something happened, wouldn't she be an accomplice? Siki was angry when she heard this. Mom, who are you sympathizing with? Think about my brother. He might never get out. It was Fu Mingxue and her mother who ruined him. Sure enough, as soon as her son was mentioned, Mother Bai's expression changed. She gritted her teeth. If they started it, then they can't blame me. Siki smiled. Then it's settled, Mom. I'm heading out. Wait, I still think this isn't a good idea. Did you forget about Fu Mingxue's man? I heard he's pretty powerful. Siki's breath caught. If her mother hadn't brought it up, she wouldn't have thought of it, but now, she was even more determined. She absolutely couldn't let Fu Mingxue live a good life. Mom, there are so many traffickers, how many ever get caught? Granny Wang is smart, and she has 3 sons, all of them tough. No matter how powerful Fu Mingxue's man is, he's far away. What can he do? Who would risk everything to look for a woman he just married? Is it really that hard to find another wife these days? Mother Bai thought it over and agreed. She gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll go talk to her. Siki nodded in satisfaction. That's how it should be. The only reason she knew Granny Wang was a trafficker was because, years later, Granny Wang's whole family was arrested. The whole town was shocked. Siki was gone. After thinking it over, Mrs. Bai realized her son had come out on top this time. She still hated Fu Mingxue and her mother with a passion. Besides, Fu Mingxue would have to get married and have children sooner or later. No matter who she married, she'd have to give birth, wouldn't she? She decided she'd go to the west side of town that evening to find that matchmaker, Granny Wang. Fu Mingxue had no idea that Siki and her mother were already scheming up new tricks to harm her. She went out for a stroll, then found a quiet corner to take out the rewards she'd stored in her space. She carried the things home. Her mother was at work today. She planned to make lunch. Braised pork and steamed white rice. She saw there was still some Napa cabbage at home, so she decided to stir-fry that as well. When Mrs. Fu came home, she was greeted by the sight of the food laid out on the table. She was stunned. Where did you get the meat? I remember you didn't have any meat coupons left. Besides, the butcher shop usually sells out by 7 in the morning. If you went so late, how did you manage to get any? And this rice, this looks just like the special supply rice. Where did you get it? Fu Mingxue. She'd let her guard down. It had been so long, she'd honestly forgotten about these things. Mom, I bought it on the black market. I happened to get lucky and ran into someone selling it. As for the rice, an auntie was selling it. She only had a jean left, not enough for her family, so she decided to sell it for cash to buy coarse grains. Mrs. Fu thought that made sense. Even if it were her, if she had special supply rice, she'd sell it too. How else could you make ends meet if you didn't pinch every penny? Wait a minute. Did she raise a spendthrift daughter? She glared at her. Why did you buy all this? Mom, let's eat something nice for a change. If we don't eat the good stuff ourselves and don't spend our money, won't it just end up feeding someone else? Let's just enjoy it ourselves and not be stingy. They weren't short on money anymore. There was the compensation Song Yan paid for by Siki, and the money Qin Wenhua managed to get back from old lady Fu. That was more than enough for her to spend. Besides, she hadn't spent a cent on this meat and rice. They were rewards. All right, Mom, it's cold out. If you keep fussing and don't eat, the meat will get cold and won't taste as good. Mrs. Fu shot her a look. How could meat ever taste bad? Even if it's frozen, it's still delicious. Forget it. It was rare to have such a good meal. She wouldn't say more. Mother and daughter sat down to eat. Mrs. Fu was a bit surprised by her daughter's cooking. You did a great job with this braised pork. Had she been sneaking off to learn how to cook behind her back? Fu Mingxue. Of course it was good. She'd spent all her time in her previous life cooking at home. For those 3 picky eaters, she'd racked her brains and tried every trick in the book to make delicious food. Mom, when do you get off for the holiday? Very soon, probably around the 25th. The factory will hand out New Year's supplies then. Besides what the factory gave, she'd have to buy more herself. After all, this year her son-in-law would be coming to celebrate the New Year with them. No matter what, they couldn't let things look shabby. After 2 days on the train, Baisiki was looking rather disheveled. When she saw Song Yan, he was both surprised and delighted. What are you doing here? I came to see you and to tell you something important. Baisiki didn't even bother to tidy herself up. She hurriedly told him about her rebirth. Song Yan was dumbfounded. You must be exhausted from the train ride. Why don't you get some rest first? Baisiki was furious when she heard that. Song Yan, do you not believe me? Everything I just said is true. In our previous life, we were together all along. It was only in our old age that we remarried and got our marriage certificate again. Our 3 kids all turned out great. Wait a second, let me catch my breath first. Song Yan was truly bewildered. This whole thing was just too bizarre. Yet, for some reason, he still believed it. Because deep down, he also had a feeling. His life wasn't supposed to be like this. Maybe what Baisiki said was right. By the way, what's happening with your punishment? Is the unit investigating? Baisiki was more concerned about this. After all, she was counting on a good life with Song Yan. It would have been better if she hadn't brought it up, because the moment she did, Song Yan's expression darkened. They're already investigating, but it shouldn't be a big problem. It shouldn't implicate me, at least not directly. But it will still have some impact. Oh, I forgot to tell you something. That bitch Fu Mingxue and that Qin Wenhua have registered their marriage. You can use this as an excuse. After all, he needs to avoid suspicion too. Baisiki's words were like a bomb, instantly blowing Song Yan away. What did you say? Fu Mingxue and Commander Qin registered their marriage? Impossible. That's impossible. Those two had never even interacted. Besides, if he remembered correctly, that day was the first time Commander Qin and Fu Mingxue had even met. What do you mean impossible? They really did register. All the neighbors know. And in our previous life, that Qin Wenhua actually came looking for Fu Mingxue too. But back then, Fu Mingxue's reputation was ruined, and she was with you. When Qin Wenhua saw you two were married, he never showed up at the Fu family again. This time around, Fu Mingxue changed, and I didn't remember this matter, so that bitch Fu Mingxue ended up registering with Qin Wenhua. Just thinking about it made Baisiki want to tear Fu Mingxue to pieces. Song Yan's face was gloomy. He couldn't accept it. Anyway, just hearing that Fu Mingxue had married someone else, it tore his heart to shreds. It felt like something had exploded in his chest. Baisiki noticed Song Yan's odd expression at this point. Song Yan, why are you reacting so strongly? Don't tell me you actually like Fu Mingxue. She stared intently at Song Yan's face, not missing a single change in his expression. Hearing her question, Song Yan's face stiffened for a moment. He quickly realized his reaction was indeed a bit over the top. Suppressing his discomfort, he explained, Commander Qin's family background is good. If Fu Mingxue really marries him, I'm worried she'll use his influence against us. Commander Qin's family members can accompany the army, so if Fu Mingxue comes along. But what flashed through his mind was the image of Fu Mingxue snuggled in Commander Qin's arms. Just that scene alone made Song Yan feel unbearable pain. His expression grew even darker. Didn't you just mention the whole rebirth thing? If Fu Mingxue doesn't marry me, who's going to raise our children? Didn't you say the 3 kids would be very promising? Fu Mingxue is good at studying. If she teaches the kids, there won't be any problems. Baisiki's face froze. Right? Why hadn't she thought of that? It's fine, if not her, we can always find someone else. Besides, Fu Mingxue is married to Qin Wenhua now. That's set in stone, it can't be changed. But she could change it. She could have Fu Mingxue sold by traffickers to some remote mountain village. The oppressive air around Song Yan only grew heavier. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Song Yan's expression immediately returned to normal. He said to Baisiki, "Stay here, I'll go get the door." He walked over and opened it, finding one of Commander Qin's men outside. Song Yan, report to the instructor's office. Although Song Yan was confident that he would be fine, after all, there was no evidence against him, he still couldn't hide his anxiety. He arrived at the instructor's office and announced, reporting in. Come in. As soon as he heard the voice from inside, Song Yan pushed open the door and walked in. When he saw that Qin Wenhua was also in the office, his pupils shrank involuntarily. The thought that Qin Wenhua had actually married Fu Mingxue made a surge of resentment well up inside him. Their eyes met in the air and Song Yan immediately looked away in alarm. Instructor, why did you call for me? Instructor Xia slammed a stack of investigation documents onto the desk, his voice full of anger and disappointment. Song Yan, according to the results of the investigation, you are suspected of involvement in Comrade Fu Mingxue's drowning incident and of conspiring to fraudulently claim her college admission letter. After a meeting and discussion, it has been decided that you are to be sent back to your local area and expelled from the military. In addition, this will be publicly reported within the unit. Song Yan's face changed dramatically at these words. Instructor Xia, I didn't. You still refuse to admit it? Song Yan, have you forgotten what we're capable of? The perpetrator, Wang Chunxing, has already confessed that you were the mastermind behind it. At this, all color drained from Song Yan's face. His lips turned deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with utter despair. It was over. His whole life was over. Being expelled from the military was a fatal blow. It would be nearly impossible for him to find a job in any organization in the future. And if Wang Chunxing named him as an accomplice, he'd even face jail time when he got back. Instructor Xia looked at his ashen face and couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. All right, go pack your things and leave. Yes, sir. Song Yan knew there was no point arguing. The decision had been made, and there was nothing he could say to change it. With a heavy heart, he turned and left the office. He didn't even dare to meet Qin Wenhua's gaze. What a pity, Instructor Xia sighed. I was actually thinking of transferring him to your independent regiment. Qin Wenhua's expression was cold and stern. Someone with an impure and crooked mind is a cancer in the unit. What's there to pity? The sooner people like that are removed, the better it is for the unit. Besides, there's no shortage of talent in the army. If we lose one, there are plenty of others. Instructor Xia. Well, that's true. Someone with questionable character isn't fit to serve. Thinking this way, any lingering regret he felt instantly vanished. As for the deputy regimental commander position, what do you think of Cui Yao? Cui Yao's abilities are solid across the board. He definitely deserves a promotion. I have no objections. Then it's settled. Cui Yao will be promoted to deputy commander of the independent regiment. With business concluded, Instructor Xia remembered something else. So, you really got married? I did. Didn't I already report it? Looking at Qin Wenhua, who still wore his usual cold expression, Instructor Xia found it hard to imagine he had actually gotten married. How did it happen so suddenly? Didn't you give me the marriage report form last time? Qin Wenhua raised an eyebrow in response. Instructor Xia was momentarily at a loss for words. The marriage report had indeed been handed down from above for him to process. He just hadn't expected Qin Wenhua to actually go through with it. So, she knows about the 2 children you've adopted, right? As soon as he said this, he realized he was probably overstepping. Given Qin Wenhua's character, there was no way he'd hide something like that from his spouse. Sure enough, Qin Wenhua replied with just 2 words, "She knows." Instructor Xia thought to himself that for someone to willingly marry Qin Wenhua, knowing he had 2 children, she must have a truly good character. So, when will your wife be joining you here with the unit? She can't come along, she's going to university. Qin Wenhua's words made Instructor Xia's eyes widen in surprise. Your wife is going to university? That's incredible. I heard there were a ton of people taking the college entrance exam this year. It's like thousands crossing a single log bridge. For her to make it through, that's seriously impressive. Instructor Xia was genuinely full of admiration. There were several kids from their military family compound who'd taken the exam too, but unfortunately, not a single one got in. So, which university did she get into? Beijing University. Qin Wenhua didn't hide it. When Instructor Xia heard Beijing University, he was stunned for a couple of seconds, then gave a big thumbs up. That's amazing. He immediately grinned with delight. Who says military wives can't come along? Isn't your regiment about to be transferred to Beijing? That's so close. Your wife can come home to the family compound on her breaks. Oh right, after all this talk, what's your wife's name? Qin Wenhua glanced at him, then said 3 words, Fu Mingxue. Fu Mingxue? That's a nice name, but why does it sound so familiar? Instructor Xia looked puzzled. Qin Wenhua, you really need to eat more brain food. With that, he strode off. What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying I'm slow? Wait a minute. Fu Mingxue? Wasn't the person involved in Song Yan's case just now also Fu Mingxue? Oh my god, the woman Song Yan's ex-wife tried to mess with was actually Qin Wenhua's wife? Meanwhile, Song Yan returned to the dormitory with a dark expression. Baisiki saw his gloomy face and felt a pang of dread in her heart. Did you get disciplined? The anger Song Yan had been holding and burst out all at once. Is your brother Bai Changqing an idiot? Why did he have to rat me out? Baisiki was startled by the red-eyed, furious man. What are you talking about? What did my brother do? Your idiot brother sold me out. He told them I was the one who came up with the whole plan. Now I'm being sent back to the local area. Song Yan's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Baisiki was shocked. What, Song Yan was leaving the army? That couldn't happen. If he left the army, how would he ever get promoted? Didn't you plead with your superiors? This time, Song Yan ignored her. He was burning with rage. He quickly packed up his personal belongings. 2 hours later, the 2 of them left the base and headed for the train station. Originally, Baisiki had wanted to find Qin Wenhua at the base, but there was no way she could just wander around that place. Not to mention, there were guards posted outside. What she didn't expect was that they actually ran into him at the train station. Song Yan, look. Isn't that Qin Wenhua? Song Yan instinctively looked up when she called out, and sure enough, the man boarding the train was Regiment Commander Qin. Let's hurry over and talk to him, Baisiki said anxiously. But Song Yan didn't move. Let's get on the train first, it's about to depart. We can find him once we're on board. They had tickets for a regular carriage, while Qin Wenhua was entering the sleeper carriage. Baisiki had no choice but to follow Song Yan's lead. After boarding, they found their seats. Baisiki urged him, go find Qin Wenhua, quick. You stay here and watch our stuff, Song Yan said. For some reason, he didn't want Baisiki tagging along to find Regiment Commander Qin. Baisiki. But there was nothing she could do, Song Yan just wouldn't let her come. Fine. Worst case, she'd wait until Song Yan came back, then go look for Qin Wenhua herself. Song Yan remembered which carriage Qin Wenhua had boarded, so he found it quickly. There were only 2 people in this sleeper compartment. Song Yan stood at the doorway without going in. Captain Qin, what a coincidence. Can I talk to you for a moment? Qin Wenhua glanced up at him, his gaze cool and indifferent. Then he got up and walked out. Talk about what? His voice was as cold as his demeanor. Captain Qin, did you and Fu Mingxue really register your marriage? Qin Wenhua swept his eyes over him, expressionless. What does that have to do with you? Do I need to report my marriage to you? Since when is it your place to question me about my private life? That string of questions made Song Yan's heart sink instantly. At first, he hadn't really believed what Baisiki said. How could those 2 possibly have gotten married? Even if they wanted to, they'd have to apply for a marriage report first. The army would need to do a background check on the bride. That whole process would take quite some time. How could they have registered their marriage so quickly? He didn't even know why he felt so upset. It's not like he liked Fu Mingxue. He forced a smile. I just care about you, Captain Qin. You and Fu Mingxue haven't known each other long. You don't really understand her. Song Yan, do you know why you were discharged? You don't even have the most basic moral standards of a soldier. From now on, take care of yourself. With that cold remark, Qin Wenhua turned and went back to his sleeper compartment, leaving Song Yan standing there, face ashen. He wandered back to his seat in the regular carriage, lost and dejected. As soon as Baisiki saw him return, she hurried over to ask, Did you see him? What did you say to him? Baisiki, I regret ever meeting you. Song Yan's sudden outburst made Baisiki's face turn livid with anger. What do you mean by that, Song Yan? What do you mean you regret meeting me? Song Yan just closed his eyes and refused to say another word. Right now, he was filled with regret. Why had he ever helped Baisiki do those things? He shouldn't have. Baisiki fumed for a long time, thinking Song Yan would eventually try to comfort her, but he just kept his eyes closed and ignored her completely. This really infuriated her. Watching Song Yan ignore her for so long, a sense of panic started to creep into her heart. What was wrong with Song Yan? Why was he ignoring her? What exactly did Qin Wenhua say to him? Unable to sit still, she finally got up, ready to go find Qin Wenhua and ask him herself. But the moment she stood up, Song Yan grabbed her wrist with such force that it hurt, startling her so much she almost screamed. She glared at Song Yan, but the next second, his expression scared her even more. Baisiki, I suggest you don't go looking for Qin Wenhua. Don't embarrass yourself. With that, Song Yan let go of her, his face expressionless. Baisiki was left both angry and frightened. What was wrong with Song Yan? But the warning worked. Baisiki stayed obediently in her seat and didn't move. When it was time to get off the train, she instinctively glanced toward the exit, but didn't see anyone clearly. They'd already left. But she didn't have time to worry about that, because as soon as Song Yan got off the train, he was taken away by waiting police officers. She was taken away too. Terrified, she shouted, "Let me go." "Why are you arresting me?" "You're suspected of involvement in human trafficking," the officer replied. Baisiki was stunned with fear. Song Yan's head snapped up in shock. "What do you mean by that?" But the police didn't answer, just escorted the two of them away. The town wasn't very big, so news of the two being handcuffed and taken away at the train station spread throughout the whole place in no time. Of course, news of this incident quickly reached Fu Mingxue and her mother. But Madame Fu was still furious. She spat angrily, "Serves them right. They're truly despicable. They actually tried to sell you. If they hadn't been arrested, I would have beaten them to death myself." Fu Mingxue said nothing, but her eyes were icy cold. She hadn't expected Baisiki and her mother to be so vicious. They had actually tried to find Madame Wang to sell her off. If she hadn't happened to see Madame by sneaking around that night when she went out. She had thought to herself, that old woman is definitely up to no good. So she decided to follow her, never expecting to see Madame by enter Madame Wang's courtyard. Having been reborn, how could she not know what kind of person Madame Wang was? In her previous life, the arrest of Madame Wang's entire family had been the talk of the town for a long time. After all, everyone hated human traffickers the most. Since her rebirth, so many things had happened one after another that she hadn't even had time to think about Madame Wang. If Madame Bai was looking for Madame Wang, it couldn't be for anything good. Could they be plotting against her? Just thinking about it sent chills down her spine. There are only 1,000 days for a thief to act, but not 1,000 days to guard against one. What if one day she really did fall victim to these heartless, ruthless people? So she decisively went to the police station to report it. The police took human trafficking very seriously. Even though she had no evidence, they still decided to check it out. Unexpectedly, their visit yielded huge results. By coincidence, just as they arrived, they saw a disheveled young woman running out of Madame Wang's house, only to be dragged back by Madame Wang's son. The police immediately stepped in. Not only did they rescue the girl who was almost dragged back, but they also found 5 other people locked up in the cellar of Madame Wang's house. What's more, Madame Bai was still at the Wang house and was caught by the police as well. The entire Wang family hated Madame Bai. They believed she was the one who tipped off the police. After all, they'd been doing this for years without incident. Why did trouble start the moment Madame Bai showed up? So, of course, they ratted her out. Getting involved in human trafficking is a serious matter, and Madame Bai had specifically asked them to sell Mingxue. This was a big deal. After a night of interrogation, Madame Bai's psychological defenses broke down, and she ended up implicating her own daughter, Bai Siki. The whole town was in an uproar. Several families whose children or young daughters-in-law had gone missing all rushed to the police station. When Madame Fu learned that the Bai mother and daughter had tried to harm her own daughter by seeking out Madame Wang, she was so angry she could barely breathe. How could those two be so evil-hearted? Why did they have to keep targeting her daughter? One scheme after another. Damn it, did her daughter dig up the Bai family's ancestral graves or something? But more than anything, she was terrified. If they had really succeeded, her daughter's life would have been ruined forever. The police acted quickly. Not only did they arrest the entire Wang family, but they also tracked down their higher-ups. As for Mingxue, the informant, she was truly relieved. The sooner the Wang family was caught, the fewer victims there would be. Mom, the Bai mother and daughter will never be able to hurt me again. You should be happy. Madame Fu thought about it and agreed. The Bai family had 4 people and 3 of them were now in jail. Only Bai Yongyang was left. His son, daughter, and daughter-in-law were all rotten to the core. From now on, wouldn't he have to keep his head down? Just then, there was a knock at the door. I'll get the door. Mother Fu walked over, but didn't open the door right away. She just asked, "Who is it?" These days, she felt like a startled bird, terrified that whoever was at the door was coming after her daughter. After all, it was her daughter who called the police. Who knew how many of those traffickers hadn't been caught yet? If they found out her daughter was the one who reported them, wouldn't they come after her? Just yesterday, she'd even gone out of her way to avoid people and run to the police station, begging the officers not to reveal that it was her daughter who called the police. Even when the officers said there would be a reward, she didn't want it. She only had one daughter, and she didn't have any big ambitions. She just wanted her daughter to be safe and sound. Now, whenever someone knocked on the door, her heart would jump with fear. She was terrified it might be some bad guy. The knocking paused outside the door. "Mom, it's me, Qin Wenhua." The moment Mother Fu heard it was her son-in-law, her face lit up with joy as she hurried to open the door. When she saw her son-in-law standing there in his military uniform, she couldn't stop smiling. "Qin Wenhua, what brings you here?" "No, wait, you came at just the right time. Come in, come in." Qin Wenhua's gaze landed on his mother-in-law's face, and he felt she was being unusually enthusiastic this time. He stepped into the courtyard. "Son-in-law, how did you get here so quickly?" She'd thought it would be a few more days before he came. At the earliest, she expected him around the new year. In fact, Qin Wenhua had originally planned to come closer to the new year. But he was a little worried, so he decided to come early. "Is everything okay at home?" His gaze landed on the person walking out of the main room, and he couldn't help but pause. This girl's face was just dazzling. It had only been a few days since he'd last seen her, but she looked even more beautiful now. Her features were especially delicate, her skin fair and glowing. Just standing there, she seemed to radiate light. He didn't even realize. Before, no matter how pretty a girl was, he'd never paid attention to their looks. Let alone stared at a girl like this. Wait, she wasn't someone else's, she was his. The words his family's popped into Qin Wenhua's mind. Fu Mingxue. Why is he staring at me like that? Where are your manners? Son-in-law, you wouldn't believe it, but we almost had a real incident. Mother Fu's words instantly pulled Qin Wenhua's attention away from Fu Mingxue. His tone carried attention, even he didn't notice. What happened? Mother Fu explained what Bai Siki and her mother had done. As Qin Wenhua listened, a chill seemed to radiate from him. His lips pressed into a thin line, his gaze icy cold, the pressure in the room dropped noticeably. Even Mother Fu could feel it. She thought he was angry and worried, so she hurried to say, "Luckily, our Mingxue has good fortune and managed to get out of danger. She's fine now." But Qin Wenhua's brows didn't relax at all. In fact, they knitted even tighter. Until finally, he lost all patience and spoke coldly. She knew those people had bad intentions, and she still dared to follow them? What if those people had noticed her? Would she have been able to escape? At those words, Mother Fu immediately fell silent, her eyes widening. She hadn't thought of that. What if they had noticed? Those human traffickers weren't exactly known for their kindness. Wouldn't that have been like delivering her right into their hands? You silly girl, you can't be so reckless in the future, do you hear me? Fu Mingxue was dumbfounded. How did this all blow over, and yet she was still getting scolded? Qin Wenhua shot her a glance and spoke again. Mom's right, it was reckless. But she was clever enough not to keep following them and called the police early on. Fu Mingxue. So you get to say both the good and the bad things. Either way, she still got scolded. With her son-in-law present, Mother Fu couldn't scold her daughter too much. You two chat for a bit, I'll go out and buy some more groceries. There was enough food at home, but now that her son-in-law was here, she wanted to prepare something nicer. Qin Wenhua hurriedly stopped her. Mom, there's no need to buy anything. Whatever we have at home is fine. Mother Fu waved him off. It's fine, I just want to take a walk anyway. Even if you weren't here, I'd still go buy something. Watching his mother-in-law leave, Qin Wenhua suddenly understood. She was deliberately giving them some space. With Mother Fu gone, only the two of them were left in the courtyard. Fu Mingxue felt rather awkward and a bit uncomfortable. Looking at the much younger Qin Wenhua, she couldn't help but feel like an old cow eating young grass. She quickly found a topic. You still haven't told me why you came back so soon. Didn't you want to spend more time with the kids? Qin Wenhua could tell his little wife was uneasy. But he pretended not to notice. After all, they were married now and she was the one who'd asked for it. She needed to get used to and accept his presence. They've already been picked up by my mom and taken to Beijing. Oh, and Song Yan has been arrested. Bai Chunxing gave him up. As soon as he got off the train, the police took him away. What he didn't mention was that he'd called the local police station to tip them off about Song Yan's train schedule. He just didn't know about that business with Bai Siki. Fu Mingxue was overjoyed. That bastard Song getting arrested was fantastic news. In her previous life, she'd been ruined by that pair of scumbags. Now, seeing them get their comeuppance so soon, she really wanted to celebrate. From now on, those two would have nothing to do with her life. How many years do you think he'll get? Qin Wenhua looked at her. That depends on the law here. Hearing this, Fu Mingxue felt a bit disappointed. Maybe he wouldn't get that long. If only it had happened a few days later, Song might have been finished for good. Qin Wenhua's gaze landed on the corners of her mouth that she couldn't quite hide her smile from. Then he quietly looked away. Have you thought about asking Mom to come with us when we leave? Huh? Come with us. Fu Mingxue was shocked he'd bring this up. Seeing her wide, surprised eyes, Qin Wenhua realized just how beautiful they were. So beautiful they were almost bewitching. Yeah, come with us. After all, she's living here alone, and you'd worry about her, right? Of course Fu Mingxue had thought about it, but her mom simply wouldn't budge. I don't think it'll work. I brought it up before, but she can't leave her job. Qin Wenhua. His wife was usually so smart. Why wasn't she getting it now? Was his mother-in-law really unable to leave her job? No, she just didn't want to be without one. I'll talk to her. Fu Mingxue was non-committal. Her mom could be unbelievably stubborn sometimes. She'd be surprised if he could persuade her. After thinking for a moment, she said offhandedly, "If you can talk her into it, I'll grant you one request." Qin Wenhua narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at her intently. Any request? Any request at all. Well, except murder or arson, I'm not doing that. She intended to live a long, happy life. She'd missed out on happiness in her past life, but this time, she was going to enjoy it all. Qin Wenhua raised an eyebrow. I'm a soldier. The implication being, how could he possibly ask for something so outrageous? Fu Mingxue chuckled awkwardly. Anyway, any request. She was so sure he wouldn't be able to do it. But the slap in the face came quickly. After dinner, Qin Wenhua pulled his mother-in-law aside and talked with her for quite a while. When they finished, Fu's mother came back beaming with joy. Fu Mingxue was baffled. Mom, what did your wonderful son-in-law say to you? Why are you so happy? She was grinning from ear to ear. I'm going with you too. We'll leave on the second day of the new year. Huh? You're coming with us. Fu Mingxue was stunned. She could hardly believe her ears. She'd tried so hard before and couldn't budge her mother even a little. Her heart was as hard as stone. But now, just because her son-in-law said something, she agreed? What happened to her backbone? Her resolve? Where did it all go? Fu's mother shot her a look. What, you don't want me to come with you? No, I'm just surprised. Really shocked, actually. What did your wonderful son-in-law say to convince you? Oh, nothing much. He just found me a job, cleaning at the elementary school. I never thought I'd ever be part of a school in my life. I guess I'm half an intellectual now. Clearly, Fu's mother was absolutely thrilled with this job. Fu Mingxue. Is that even possible? And how does sweeping at a school make you half an intellectual? She slowly turned to look at the man walking over. When did you find my mom a job? Is it really that easy to get work these days? Qin Wenhua met her beautiful eyes. He answered slowly, there just happened to be an opening. If mom doesn't mind cleaning, she can take the job. Fu's mother couldn't wait to chime in, I don't mind at all, not one bit. Fu Mingxue. Qin Wenhua glanced at her and added, she'll live with us. My place is big enough, plenty of room. And she can help us look after the kids when she's free. This was just an excuse to keep his mother-in-law from feeling awkward. Honestly, they didn't need her to watch the kids at all. My son-in-law said the hours are flexible, so I can watch the kids and cook for them too. This way, she wouldn't have to be separated from her daughter. And when the two of them had a baby, she could help take care of her daughter during her confinement. Even though Qin Wenhua had adopted 2 kids, the young couple would have one of their own eventually, right? Fu Mingxue. Good news. Her mom was finally willing to leave with her. Bad news. Her mom was going to live on the base with Qin Wenhua. God, at this rate, her marriage to Qin Wenhua was doomed. That's a great. The sky was falling. Qin Wenhua squinted at her, noticing her odd expression. Was she happy? Or not? Son-in-law, you should stay here tonight. You and Mingxue are married now, you should share a room. When Fu Mingxue heard this, she nearly jumped up. What? Share a room? No way. Her overreaction made Qin Wenhua look at her in surprise. Fu's mother glared at her too. Why not? You two are already registered as a married couple. That makes you husband and wife. Even before registration, just having a wedding banquet made you a couple. Fu Mingxue realized she'd overreacted. She forced a stiff smile and explained, I just mean, it's too sudden. We haven't known each other that long. I think maybe we should wait until after the banquet to, share a room. God, she'd just been reborn and was ready to work hard and get ahead. How did she end up pushing herself onto the heated brick bed? And the worst part was, she'd walked right onto it herself. Fu's mother was just about to say something, but Qin Wenhua spoke up before she could. Mom, Mingxue is right. Let's talk about it after the wedding. Since you're here this time, Why don't we just hold the wedding in Beijing? What do you think about the 8th day of the month? Fu Mingxue's eyes widened in shock. Fu's mother, on the other hand, was overjoyed. The 8th is a great day. Let's set it for then. She'd been looking forward to having a proper wedding banquet, only then would it feel official. Now that her son-in-law had brought it up, of course she was all for it. If Mom has no objections, then it's settled. Qin Wenhua turned to Fu Mingxue. What do you think, Mingxue? Fu Mingxue wanted to roll her eyes. You all made the decision without asking her a single thing. And now you remember to ask her? Could she even say no? I think. Fu's mother didn't let her finish. Of course she thinks it's great. It's settled then. By the way, what about your parents? My parents and the elders feel the same way. The main thing was to see what you and Mingxue thought. If you both agree, they'll start preparing for the wedding. Oh, that's wonderful. I'll leave it to the in-laws then. Fu's mother was delighted. Fu Mingxue. So, as the person actually getting married, she doesn't get a say at all? That night, Fu's mother set up a room for her. Fu Mingxue had wanted to talk to Qin Wenhua about canceling the wedding. But her mother kept a close eye on her. So she gave up. Still, lying in bed, she couldn't fall asleep. Getting divorced after just registering the marriage was one thing. But if they actually held a wedding banquet, it'd be like announcing it to the whole world. How could she ever get divorced then? Her mother would probably break her legs. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it wouldn't do. So, quietly, she got up and slipped next door. She knocked softly, tap tap. Qin Wenhua, who was lying down, heard the barely audible knock. His deep eyes flickered. He got up to open the door, and when he saw his sneaky little wife, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Fu Mingxue, terrified her mother would see, pushed past him and darted into the room. She quickly shut the door behind her. Qin Wenhua? Wasn't she unwilling to sleep with him before? What was she doing here now? Fu Mingxue breathed a sigh of relief, then looked up, only to realize how close they were standing. Why are you standing so close to me? Qin Wenhua gazed at her intently. His little wife was being a bit unreasonable. I've been standing here the whole time. Never mind, I came to talk to you. I'll leave after. Can we not have the wedding for now? Just say you don't have time, or that you have something urgent with your unit. My unit's on break until the 14th, Qin Wenhua replied calmly. Fu Mingxue's eyes widened. Wasn't he supposed to be really busy? How could he have such a long holiday? Just tell a little white lie, a harmless one. No, I never lie. Fu Mingxue. Does he have to be so rigid? Qin Wenhua narrowed his eyes. Why don't you want the wedding? Why didn't you refuse just now? Fu Mingxue. I thought we agreed to get divorced after a year? Agreed? With whom? I told you before, there's no such thing as divorce in my family. If you really insist, you'll have to wait until you're a widow. Fu Mingxue. He's ruthless, he even curses himself. Before she could respond, Qin Wenhua pressed her again. You're not satisfied with me? No. You're great. I think I'm pretty great too. So you have even less reason to divorce me. Fu Mingxue slunk back to her own room, feeling dejected. She lay on her bed, but all she could think about were Qin Wenhua's words. Aren't most people supposed to be humble? How could he brag like that? Especially when he'd said, so bluntly and forcefully, I want a real marriage. Since I married you, I never planned to live like a monk. Ugh, she really had messed with someone she shouldn't have. And now she'd gotten herself all tangled up in it. That night, Fu Mingxue dreamed, and her dreams were filled with Qin Wenhua's face. In her dream, he was chasing after her, insisting on consummating the marriage. Heavens, how terrifying. Early the next morning, she came out with 2 huge dark circles under her eyes. Morning. Qin Wenhua's cool, clear voice instantly jolted the wilted Fu Mingxue awake. She almost blurted out, "What are you doing here?" But then she remembered he'd stayed at her house last night. The moment she saw his face, she couldn't help but think of that dream where he'd chased her all night, and her cheeks flushed bright red. She didn't even dare look him in the eye and quickly ran off to wash her face. Qin Wenhua. Still, he didn't miss the way her face had turned scarlet in an instant. He raised his brows slightly. His little wife really was pretty. He almost couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her cheeks. After washing her face, Fu Mingxue finally calmed down. She was no spring chicken, so why was she afraid of him? It must be because in her previous life, she'd never really been with a man. That's right, she'd never even slept with a man in her last life. Was she going to stay celibate this time around too? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Now that he was here, good looks, great body, the cream of the crop, why shouldn't she sleep with him? Her brain was finally back online. Sleep with him, she must. Every time she slept with him, she'd be gaining something. No matter how you looked at it, she'd be coming out on top. Once she'd figured it out, her mood soared to unprecedented heights. Just then, her mother walked out of the kitchen. If we're leaving on the second day of the new year, then we shouldn't buy too many New Year's groceries. Otherwise, we won't finish them, and they'll go bad. Mom, what about the house when we leave? The old Fu family has had their eyes on it for ages. If we leave, even if we don't give them the keys, they'll probably find a way to break in and move right in. With the authorities so far away, there was no way to stop them. Her mother was worried about this too. They definitely couldn't sell the house, it was their roots. Besides, her husband had bought this house back in the day. Back then, buying and selling houses was rare, and Mingxue's father had pulled a lot of strings to get it. This house was a way for her to remember him. She didn't want the old Fu family to take over the house, but she also didn't want to find someone else to move in and look after it. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't come up with a good solution. Maybe I just shouldn't go after all. Fu Mingxue. Is she really this indecisive? Just then, Qin Wenhua walked over. Mom, don't worry about the house. I'll take care of it. I won't let them take it from you. Mother Fu looked up in surprise, delighted. Son-in-law, you really have a way. What is it? Even Fu Mingxue looked at him curiously. She really wanted to know what he had in mind. Qin Wenhua's gaze lingered for a moment on Fu Mingxue's eager, inquisitive face, then he looked away as if nothing had happened. Mom, don't worry about it. I won't let anyone take over this house. When we leave, just lock up and go. Fu Mingxue. What's with this guy? Mother Fu was clearly very happy. Her trust in this son-in-law was through the roof. All right, I won't ask. I'll leave it to you. Fu Mingxue. Wait, Mom, aren't you even going to ask what his plan is? The news that Mother Fu was going to the capital with her daughter and son-in-law quickly spread throughout the town. Naturally, it also reached the old Fu family. Mom, since second brother's wife is going to the big city with Mingxue to enjoy the good life, her house is just sitting empty. Why not let our Junyang live there since he's getting married? Bian Yuqiao, who had been eavesdropping nearby, was immediately displeased. Second sister-in-law's house is really nice. Why should the eldest branch get it? This eldest sister-in-law is so shameless, just asking for whatever she wants. Old Lady Fu had always doted on her eldest grandson, so she immediately agreed, of course. They're not living there anymore, so why shouldn't we take the house? There's no reason in the world not to. When the time comes, we'll fix it up a bit and let Junyang use it as his wedding house. Yan Hongwei was overjoyed. She beamed. Mom, as long as you agree, that's great. But what if second sister-in-law doesn't agree? Old Lady Fu didn't care at all. She's already gone, who cares if she agrees or not? Just break the lock and change it. Problem solved. It's not like she's going to rush back just for this, is she? Yan Hongwei thought about it and agreed. They're so far away. Even if she did come back, so what? Her son would already be living there. Thinking this, she felt incredibly pleased. Bian Yuqiao saw how they'd just settled things like that and felt even more bitter inside. This mother-in-law is always biased toward the eldest branch. Why doesn't she ever suggest giving that nice house to their family? Grandma, Mom, can this really work? I don't think it will. Fu Junyang was a bit timid. Mainly, he was afraid of Fu Mingxue's husband. That man was so intimidating that day. If they took his wife's house, wouldn't he be furious enough to kill him? Mom, I think I'm fine just living in my own house. Yan Hongwei looked at her eldest son's cowardly face and was fuming. Just as she was about to scold him, her second son, Fu Jubao, piped up with a grin. Mom, If Big Brother doesn't want it, give it to me. I'm not that young anymore, and I'll need to get married too. If Big Brother's scared, I'm not. Yan Hongwei. That works too. Then the house will go to your big brother, and in the future, your dad, your grandpa, grandma, and I will all live with him. That's great. Settled then, the house is mine. Old man Fu didn't say a word, but he tacitly agreed. After all, second brother's house really was the best. Besides, they're gone now, leaving the house empty is a waste. Might as well let someone live in it. As the saying goes, an empty house falls into disrepair quickly. It needs people living in it. He was just thinking of what was best for second brother's house. And so, the whole family happily decided the fate of someone else's house. Bian Yuqiu was even more bitter. Why should they get it? No way, if her family couldn't have it, she wasn't about to let the eldest branch benefit either. If she told second sister-in-law about this, maybe they'd get closer? She found an excuse to head home. After thinking it over, she called her daughter over. Mingxue, go tell your second aunt that the eldest branch has their eye on her house. They're planning to break in and move in as soon as she leaves. And be smart about it. If Fu Mingxue's husband can take her mother away, maybe if you cozy up to Mingxue these days, you can get her to take you too. Fu Mingxue's eyes instantly lit up. That's right, she could beg Fu Mingxue to take her along. Ever since she saw that man the other day, he'd been in all her dreams. She'd never seen a man more handsome or imposing in her whole life. She wanted to marry him. Fu Mingxue was already so lucky, she already had so much. What's wrong with letting her cousin have her wonderful man? As soon as this idea popped into Fu Mingxue's head, her heart started pounding faster. I'll go right now. Bian Yuqiu reminded her, be smart. Stay out of sight and don't let your aunt's family see you. Fu Mingxue nodded. I know. Step 1, leave this house. Step 2, leave this town. After that, she'd figure out her next move. She was about to head out immediately, but suddenly remembered something. She ran back to her room, changed her clothes, and rubbed some clam oil on her face. She checked herself in the mirror, her cheeks flushing red, before finally leaving her room. Her timing was just right. She ran into Fu Mingxue as she was coming out. When Fu Mingxue saw her, she hurried over. Mingxue. Fu Mingxue stopped and turned at the sound of her name. When she saw it was Fu Mingxue, she raised her eyebrows. Mingxue, where are you going? Fu Mingxue snorted. What's it to you? Fu Mingxue hadn't expected her to be so blunt, and her expression froze. Mingxue, I actually have something really important to tell you. Why don't we go to your place first? That way, she could see that man, right? Fu Mingxue looked impatient. If you've got something to say, spit it out. If not, don't waste my time. Fu Mingxue was about to explode from her attitude. Swallowing her anger, she said softly, it's about your house. Grandpa, Grandma, and Auntie have decided that as soon as you leave, they'll break the lock and let second cousin Fu Jiubao move in. That's it? I could have guessed that with my toes. No need for you to tell me. And don't come to my house, or I'll tell Yan Hongwei you ratted out her family for teaming up to steal my house. Fu Mingxue's smile was nasty. She'd said it before, there wasn't a single good person in the Fu family. They were all rotten. Fu Mingxue was a snake, she only came to tattle because she wanted something out of it. Huh, not a chance. Fu Mingxue stared at her in shock. How can you say that? I'm just trying to help. Help? Fu Mingxue, did you forget how 2 years ago, you didn't want to go to the countryside, so you talked them into secretly signing me up instead? Don't think I don't know you were behind it all. If her mom hadn't found out in time and rushed over, that registration would have been a done deal. Once your name was on the list, there was no getting out of it. Fu Mingxue's eyes turned red. I was just young and stupid back then. I know I was wrong now. Besides, you didn't end up going, did you? It's all in the past, can't you just let it go, seeing as I've already suffered 2 years in the countryside. I didn't go because I have a good mom. And your suffering had nothing to do with me, so why should I let it go? So you can stab me in the back again? Forget it. From now on, let's stay out of each other's way. Don't come looking for trouble. Fu Mingxue didn't bother arguing further. She just walked away. Fu Mingxue stood there, eyes red, watching her leave. She couldn't understand. She'd already suffered in the countryside, so why was Fu Mingxue still holding a grudge? She stood there for a long moment, then wiped the look of misery off her face. She turned around and knocked on the door. This time, it was Fu's mother who answered. When she saw Fu Mingxue, her expression was cold. "What do you want?" Fu Mingxue was disappointed that the man hadn't come to the door. Was he not home? "Auntie, I just wanted to let you know, after you leave, Auntie is planning to break your lock and let second cousin move in. You should be careful." "Auntie, I was young and foolish before and made mistakes. I hope you won't hold it against me. Auntie, since you're all leaving soon, please let me make it up to you. Let me help out around your house these next few days. It'll make me feel better." Madame Fu was stunned. "Fu Mingxue, what are you scheming now? I don't care what you're up to, just leave. Our family doesn't need your help." Fu Mingxue's eyes were red, her face full of hurt. "Second aunt, I know you still resent the mistake I made back then. I was just so scared and lost my head for a moment. Besides, at the time, first aunt kept saying that Mingxue could go too, that she was also part of the Fu family. I just got confused for a moment. These past 2 years in the countryside have been so hard for me. Only now do I realize how tough rural life is. I've been regretting my mistake, and I'm so grateful Mingxue didn't go, otherwise my conscience would never be at peace. Second aunt, you're all leaving soon. Just let me help out for a few days, so I know you don't hate me anymore." Madame Fu was shocked. "You still have a conscience?" Fu Mingxue looked up in disbelief. Did an elder really just say that to her? What did she mean, you still have a conscience? Was she calling her heartless? "Look at you. You're not that young anymore, but your acting is still terrible. I don't have time to watch your performance. After all, free things are always the most expensive. Hurry up and go. Don't dirty my eyes any longer." With that, Madame Fu slammed the door shut. Fu Mingxue's face twisted in anger. These two women are insane. How could they treat her like this? And that old widow, she deserves to be alone for the rest of her life. She glared venomously at the shabby door for a long moment before finally turning to leave. In her heart, she swore that one day, she would get back at this mother and daughter for all the humiliation she'd suffered. She would trample them under her feet. As soon as she got home, Bian Yuqiao hurried over. "Well, did you tell them? How did they react? Why are you back so soon?" A barrage of questions hit Fu Mingxue. Fu Mingxue was seething. "I told them. Second aunt called me heartless and told me to get lost." "What? How dare she say that?" Bian Yuqiao was furious. She'd gone to inform them out of kindness, and this was how they treated her? That's exactly what she said. That mother and daughter are still holding a grudge about what happened when we went to the countryside. "Mom, can you help me steal Fu Mingxue's man? I want to marry him." Bian Yuqiao was stunned by her daughter's bold words. Heavens, even she hadn't dared to think that far. "Are you crazy? You steal Fu Mingxue's man? In terms of looks, you can't compare. In terms of education, he's about to be a college student, and you've only gone to school for a few years." Fu Mingxue felt a storm of emotions inside. She was furious. "Mom, I'm your daughter. How can you put me down like this? Have you looked in the mirror?" Bian Yuqiao rolled her eyes. "You don't even know your own worth. I told you to get along with Fu Mingxue so her man could introduce you to someone, not to steal him directly. You think you could steal him?" She was greedy, but not stupid. Fu Mingxue's man, did they really think he was someone ordinary people could manipulate? Don't end up dragging the whole family down. I'm warning you, stop having these crazy ideas. If you get the family in trouble, I won't forgive you. With that, Bian Yuqiao walked off. Fu Mingxue was left trembling with anger. Is this what a mother is supposed to be like? Look at Fu Mingxue, her mother treats her so well. But with her, her mother only has eyes for her son. If her mother wouldn't help, then she'd just have to take matters into her own hands. Baisiki was about to go crazy. She never imagined she'd end up locked up like this. She was someone who had been reborn. Her good days in this life hadn't even started yet. Her glory hadn't even begun. How could she be locked up already? "I want to see Fu Mingxue." She shouted this every day. But unfortunately, no one paid her any attention. Quiet down. I want to see Fu Mingxue. Baisiki simply couldn't calm down. She didn't want to stay in this hellhole for even a second longer. But no matter how much she screamed, it was useless. After a few days of pointless struggle, she realized there was nothing she could do. In her heart, she hated not only Fu Mingxue, but also Song Yan. It was all his fault for being useless. If he had married Fu Mingxue in this life like he did in the last, would any of this have happened? And her mother, why did she have to drag her into this too? That was what Baisiki hated most. If her mother hadn't dragged her into this, none of this would have happened. She wouldn't be locked up here. The verdict from the local court came quickly: 5 years of reform through labor on a farm. And she was to be sent there the very day the sentence was handed down. When Baisiki heard this, she fainted on the spot. Fu Mingxue knew nothing about any of this. But the Song family was definitely having a hard time. Song Anxiao felt like she was drowning in misery every single day. 3 kids, a paralyzed mother. How was she supposed to take care of all of them? That night, exhausted to the point of tears, Song Anxiao fell into an unusually long dream. In the dream, her life was completely different from now. In the dream, her brother had saved Fu Mingxue from drowning, and the two of them got married. Fu Mingxue didn't go to college. Instead, it was her former sister-in-law, Baisiki, who went. Fu Mingxue stayed home to look after the 3 kids and care for the paralyzed mother. As for herself, with Fu Mingxue's careful tutoring, she managed to get into a junior college the next year. Even though it was just a nursing program, in those days that was still great. After all, it came with a guaranteed job placement. Later, she even married a doctor from the same hospital and had a lovely son. Her life was happy and fulfilling. Song Anxiao was woken up by the sound of Xiaohan crying. When she opened her eyes, she was dazed for a long time. Why was her life now so different from the one in her dream? It was Fu Mingxue. Everything had changed because Fu Mingxue didn't marry her brother. Song Anxiao was panicking now. Everything was different. What was she supposed to do? Could she still become a nurse? If she couldn't be a nurse, how would she ever meet her husband from her previous life? In the next room, Song mother, hearing her grandson wailing his lungs out for ages, felt a pang of heartache. She immediately shouted, "Anxiao, what are you doing? The kids are crying. They must be hungry. Hurry up and get up to feed them." Hearing this, Song Anxiao felt even more terrified. Was she going to spend the rest of her life in this house? Just like Fu Mingxue in her dream, raising these 3 kids? And taking care of her mother, who'd been paralyzed for years and just wouldn't die. The thought alone filled her with dread. "Mom, we're spending New Year's at home this year, and who knows when we'll be back again. We should eat something nice for New Year's." "So, where did you get this chicken?" Fu Mingxue. Could her mom not be so sharp? There would be rewards every day from now on, but she couldn't be interrogated about every single one, right? And that's the Heyuan courtyard house she won in Beijing. How was she supposed to explain that? "Mom, of course I bought it on the black market." Mother Fu narrowed her eyes. "Do you have money burning a hole in your pocket? I see you buying this and that every day. And didn't I tell you not to go to the black market anymore? Why did you go again?" Her voice involuntarily rose. Fu Mingxue instinctively shrank her neck after being yelled at. "Mom, don't shout. I was just thinking, since your son-in-law is here, we should make something nourishing for him. Look how skinny he is." Qin Wenhua happened to be walking through the front gate into the courtyard just in time to hear this. He couldn't help but glance at his little wife. Fu Mingxue also heard the door open and looked over on reflex. Their eyes met. "Fu Mingxue, why is the timing so perfect?" How much did he hear? Judging by those deep black eyes, she had a feeling he'd heard everything. She gave an awkward, embarrassed smile and quickly looked away. Mother Fu also saw her son-in-law had come home. She couldn't keep scolding her daughter with him there. "Son-in-law, you're back." Her gaze fell on what he was carrying, and she realized he was holding a chicken too. "Son-in-law, why did you buy one of these as well?" Qin Wenhua walked forward calmly. "Mingxue's a bit thin, so I bought a chicken to help her build up her strength. After all, studying is hard on the brain." Fu Mingxue. Mother Fu immediately beamed. Oh, you're absolutely right, son-in-law. Her brain really isn't, well, I mean, studying does use up a lot of brain power. Look at you two, you're thinking of her, she's thinking of you. That's how a young couple should be. Fu Mingxue. Qin Wenhua. He glanced at his little wife and saw her stunned expression. He couldn't help but let the corners of his lips curl up just a little. Then he looked away. Mom, I'll go slaughter it then. All right, Mother Fu quickly added, just one is enough. One chicken would be more than enough for them. They could bring the other one to Beijing later. What are you standing there for? Go put that chicken in the coop, then come help boil water. Fu Mingxue. Ever since Qin Wenhua came to stay, she felt like he was her mom's real child. It was New Year's Eve. Mother Fu had prepared all sorts of dishes, and even made dumplings. A big table full of food, this was the most lavish New Year's Eve dinner she and her daughter had ever had. Mother Fu picked out a big chicken drumstick for Qin Wenhua. Son-in-law, here, eat more. You've worked hard today. Mom, I can help myself. You should eat too. You're the one who worked the hardest today. Qin Wenhua looked cold and distant, but his words were anything but. What he said made Mother Fu very happy. After dinner, the three of them cleaned up together, then stayed up to see in the new year. For Qin Wenhua, it was actually his first time staying up for the new year, and he found it quite novel. When they were heading back to their rooms, Qin Wenhua called out to Fu Mingxue. Wife. The word wife made Fu Mingxue's skin break out in goosebumps. What is it? This is for you. Happy New Year. Qin Wenhua handed her a red envelope. Fu Mingxue stared in surprise as she took it. Before she could open it, Qin Wenhua had already gone into his own room. Fu Mingxue squeezed the red envelope. It was pretty thick. Goodness, was he giving her New Year's money? She hurried back to her room, a little excited, and opened the red envelope. There was actually 200 yuan inside. Holding the money, she felt all sorts of complicated emotions. On the first day of the new year, Fu Mingxue was the last one in the house to get up. When she got up, her mom was nowhere to be seen. She only saw Qin Wenhua sweeping the floor. Thinking of the red envelope he'd given her last night, she beamed and called out, "Good morning, hubby." That one greeting startled Qin Wenhua so much he froze on the spot. He almost dropped the broom in his hand. By the time he looked up at the culprit, she had already sashayed away, leaving him with just her retreating back. Qin Wenhua's eyes grew even darker. On the first day of the new year, you don't visit relatives. Besides, Fu Mingxue and her mother don't really have any family left. After all, things had gotten so ugly with the old Fu family, they certainly weren't going to come around. In the past, Mother Fu would still send gifts to the old couple from the Fu family out of a sense of propriety. But this year, she finally had some backbone and simply didn't send anything. This made old lady Fu so angry that she spent ages cursing at home during the new year. They were leaving tomorrow. Mother Fu had already sold her job as soon as she'd decided to leave. She even got 500 yuan for it. Right now, mother and daughter were at home, packing their things. Son-in-law, what are we going to do with all this stuff? Mom, just pack everything up. I'll take it to the post office and mail it this afternoon. Mother Fu breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that. That's great. They'd already packed most things earlier, so now they were just sorting out the last of it. As for the leftover food, she planned to finish what she could at dinner, and whatever couldn't be taken, she'd give to the neighbors she got along with. Times were tough, and no one would turn down a little extra. The most anxious of all was Song Anxiao. Ever since her memories of her past life had awakened, she'd been wanting to find Fu Mingxue. But her 3 kids at home kept tying her down. If it wasn't one crying, it was another, never-ending, nearly driving her to the brink. Now that Fu Mingxue was leaving tomorrow, if she didn't go see her now, when would she ever get another chance? She thought it over and decided she had to go. Mom, I have something really important to do. I'll be out for a bit. She didn't wait for her mother to say anything and dashed out the door. But when she actually reached Fu Mingxue's house, she hesitated. What was she supposed to say to Fu Mingxue? Tell her that she was supposed to be her sister-in-law? Just then, the door to the Fu house opened. It was Fu Mingxue herself. When she saw Song Anxiao, a look of disgust flashed in her eyes. Song Anxiao, what are you doing standing at my door? Song Anxiao froze. They'd only seen each other a few days ago, but now, with her awakened memories, it felt like 2 lifetimes had passed. She forced herself to speak. Sister-in-law. Fu Mingxue narrowed her eyes dangerously. Song Anxiao, are you out of your mind? Who are you calling sister-in-law? Huh, what a little ingrate. In her past life, she'd tutored Song Anxiao, helped her get into college despite her useless brain. But after Song Anxiao went to school, she looked down on her sister-in-law at every turn. She'd never once called her that before. And now? Suddenly she's using the term? Unless. Fu Mingxue narrowed her eyes, sizing her up. Song Anxiao also realized that calling her sister-in-law was out of place. Mingxue, I heard you're leaving tomorrow. Could I borrow some of your study materials? Borrow? What kind of daydream is that? Don't even think about it. Song Anxiao hadn't expected such a blunt refusal and grew anxious. Mingxue, your study materials will just go to waste if you leave them. How about this? I'll buy them from you. She thought it over. There was no way Fu Mingxue would become her sister-in-law now. After all, her brother was in jail, and Fu Mingxue was marrying someone else. There was no way Fu Mingxue would help raise the 3 Song kids either. So the only thing left was Fu Mingxue's study materials. She needed them. She was going to take the college entrance exam next year. She wanted to be a nurse, so she could marry her future husband in a few years. But as for her own abilities, she'd long forgotten all the knowledge from her past life streams. There was no way she could pass on her own. Fu Mingxue sneered coldly. Like I said, stop dreaming. Even if I throw those study materials away, I won't give them to you. Don't waste your time. Now get lost. Song Anxiao was getting anxious. Fu Mingxue, it's not like anything happened between us. I didn't take your study materials for free either. Why can't you just give them to me? Because I don't like the look of you. I don't like your Song family either. I just don't want to give them to you. What, is that reason enough for you? While I'm still in a good mood, get lost. Otherwise, I might just slap you. Her hand was already itching to do it. After all, this was the ungrateful wretch from her previous life. Song Anxiao. Sure enough, there was a reason she didn't like Fu Mingxue in her past life. This person was just impossible to like. Fu Mingxue had no patience for this. She raised her hand. The moment Song Anxiao saw her do that, her pupils shrank and she turned and ran. Fu Mingxue rolled her eyes at her cowardice. How did she ever put up with these wimps in her last life? She must have had something seriously wrong with her brain. Not just a little wrong, her whole head must have been filled with water. This life, she was determined to keep her head clear. After Qin Wenhua finished mailing all the luggage, he came out of the post office. Just then, someone suddenly darted out from the side. If he hadn't reacted quickly and dodged, that person would have crashed right into him. Brother-in-law, please help me, okay? Fu Mingxue sobbed, her eyes red from crying. Qin Wenhua immediately put more distance between them. He didn't even spare her a glance, just turned and left. Fu Mingxue was dumbfounded. How could he just walk away like that? He didn't even ask why she needed help. Seeing he was about to disappear, she gritted her teeth and hurried after him. Brother-in-law. Qin Wenhua. Was this woman really this shameless? He picked up his pace. Just then, he spotted his little wife. He strode quickly over to her. Wife. Fu Mingxue shivered involuntarily at the sound. She still wasn't quite used to him calling her that. She was just about to speak when she caught sight of Fu Mingxue chasing after her man. In an instant, she understood. Her face darkened as she strode over. Wife, this woman's got something wrong with her head. The moment she sees me, she starts yelling for help. You deal with her, I'm heading home. With that, he left. He wasn't worried at all about whether Fu Mingxue could handle it. Fu Mingxue narrowed her eyes. Fu Mingxue, why are you chasing after my man? Fu Mingxue was stunned, coming to a halt. Then, she did something truly shocking. She dropped to her knees right there in the street in front of Fu Mingxue. Mingxue, I'm begging you, please take me with you tomorrow. I really have no way out. Fu Mingxue. What an idiot. Mingxue, I'll cook and clean for your family. As long as you give me something to eat, I'll do anything. She knelt there, crying and begging. Anyone who didn't know better would think Fu Mingxue had done something terrible to her. At this time, there weren't many people on the street, but there were still a few. Seeing this scene, they gathered around to watch. They were all from the same town, so of course they recognized the two sisters. Fu Mingxue, what's wrong with your cousin? Fu Mingxue replied loudly, oh, she says her family is driving her to her death, and she wants my family to take her away tomorrow. Why don't we all do her a favor and call her mother over? Or maybe someone kind-hearted can fetch the women's committee director to sort out the mess between her and her mom. She tried to hurt me with her evil schemes back then. I wouldn't dare get involved in her business. If you all want to help her, be my guest. With that, Fu Mingxue slipped away. Fu Mingxue. She gnashed her teeth in frustration. That bitch. She'd even knelt in the street, and that bitch still refused to help. After walking a short distance, Fu Mingxue spotted Qin Wenhua. I thought you said you were going home. Why are you still here? Qin Wenhua looked at her. I was waiting for you. Fu Mingxue rolled her eyes at him. She hadn't forgotten how quickly he'd slipped away just now. Seeing her expression, Qin Wenhua knew she was annoyed, so he explained, she's a woman, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to get into an argument with her in the middle of the street. You saw it yourself. She's pretty thick-skinned. Fu Mingxue couldn't help but laugh at his words. She hadn't expected him to say that. You're right, she really is shameless. She was just kneeling there, begging me to take her away. She guessed that Fu Mingxue had set her sights on Qin Wenhua. Heh, that's just how shameless the Fu family is. Not interested in talking about those people any longer, she said. Let's go home. By the way, did you get the train tickets for tomorrow? Qin Wenhua nodded. Yeah. 3 sleeper tickets, train leaves at 8 tomorrow. Fu Mingxue thought sleeper tickets were a good idea. Otherwise, 3 days on the train would be exhausting. They didn't mention Fu Mingxue again and headed home. Mother Fu wasn't back yet. But the story of Fu Mingxue kneeling in public to beg Fu Mingxue had already spread all over the small town. Naturally, Mother Fu had heard about it while she was out. She came home looking furious. Mom, what's wrong? What's wrong? I knew Fu Mingxue was no good. When she knelt in front of you, you should have just slapped her a few times. Fu Mingxue gave an awkward laugh. My hands would get dirty. No need. Mother Fu shot her a look. Still, her daughter's way of handling things was pretty clever. I really don't know what she was thinking, coming up with such a rotten idea. Did she think that kneeling in public would force you to take her with you? Fu Mingxue. She's actually after your son-in-law. She was planning to go after your son-in-law. It was only because I stepped in that she ended up kneeling to me. The next morning, Fu Mingxue was still asleep when Mother Fu woke her up. Mingxue, get up. We have to catch the train today. Fu Mingxue glanced at her watch. It was only 5:30. Still, she got up. After all, she was pretty excited herself. She quickly got dressed and packed up everything that needed to be organized. When she came out, Mother Fu had already finished packing the rest. Hurry up and eat breakfast. Check if you've forgotten anything so we can get to the train station early. Then she seemed to remember something, pulled Fu Mingxue aside, and lowered her voice. When we get to the capital, are we going to stay at your husband's place first? Mom, no need. I already asked a friend to buy a Sihiyuan courtyard house for us over there. The house she'd been rewarded was right there. It would be a shame not to live in it. Besides, she didn't want her mom to feel uncomfortable. She wanted her mom to feel at home in the capital too. Mother Fu was shocked. What did you say? You bought a house in the capital? How did you buy it? And where did you get the money? Their family was dirt poor. Where did she get the money to buy a house? Mom, I asked a friend from the newspaper to buy it for me a while back. The money came from the articles I submitted to the paper. I never told you about it. I wanted to surprise you. Mother Fu. Is this a surprise? It's more like a shock. She smacked Fu Mingxue hard on the shoulder. What's wrong with you, child? Buying a house is such a big deal and you didn't even discuss it with me. Tell me, how much did that house cost? Fu Mingxue made something up. 8,000. I've already paid 3,000, and I'll pay the rest with my manuscript fees. I should be able to pay it all off within a year. Courtyard houses are cheap right now. In a few years, they'll be sky high. If she had the money, she'd buy a few more. Just these houses alone would make her worth hundreds of millions in the future. Mother Fu was so shocked by this that she nearly fainted. How much did you say? 8,000? Oh my heavens, Yu. Mom, don't get so worked up. This is a low price from a friend. It's a courtyard house, a really good one. Look, I'll show you the deed. Fu Mingxue hurried back to her room and took the deed out from her space. She glanced instinctively at the light screen in her space and found that the information about the courtyard house had actually been updated for her. Even the story she'd made up had been filled in according to her version. If only it had filled in the info for her earlier, she wouldn't have had to make things up. Mom, look at this. Mother Fu's hands trembled as she looked at it again and again. It was real. Heavens. Their family actually owned a house in Beijing now? Is it really 8,000? This money. Mom, I can earn it. The newspaper pays me for my writing. But you don't need to tell others about the writing thing. Mother Fu. She still didn't quite believe it. Is it really that easy to make money? But with the deed in her hand, she couldn't help but believe. Mom, don't dwell on this. Your daughter isn't stealing or robbing anyone, and she hasn't done anything bad. This house was earned fair and square. What you should be worrying about now is all the stuff you have left. Soon we'll have to catch the train. Mother Fu thought about it and agreed. No need to talk about the house for now. They'd see it when they got there. Qin Wenhua was outside and didn't hear the mother and daughter's conversation, so he didn't know about this. At 7 o'clock, Qin Wenhua helped carry a lot of their things. Let's go. There was a car waiting outside, sent by a friend from the police station. When Fu Mingxue saw the man, she was surprised. It was that police officer named Tang Chang. Back when she was just reborn, she'd reported a case to him. Mother Fu recognized Tang Chang too and was shocked. Aren't you from the Qingxi police station? Auntie, I'm Tang Chong and also a friend of Qin Wenhua's. Mother Fu was stunned. By this time, Qin Wenhua had already loaded several bags into the car. He said to Mother Fu, Mom, let's get in. Mother Fu hurriedly agreed. Oh, okay. She climbed into the car. Heavens, she'd really made something of herself. She was actually riding in a police car. She'd never even dreamed of such a thing before. Fu Mingxue quickly got in too. Quite a few neighbors had come to see them off. Mingxue's mom, you have to come back and visit us when you have time. Mother Fu's eyes reddened as she looked at her old neighbors through the window. I will. No matter what, she'd lived here for over 20 years. Leaving just like this, she really couldn't bear it. When the rest of the Fu family arrived, all they saw was the car's exhaust. They were furious. Fu Mingxue and her mother had just left, without even coming to the old house to say goodbye. Especially that wretched girl Fu Mingxue. After all, they were her grandparents, and she didn't even come to say goodbye. Two people in particular were especially jealous, Fu Mingjie and Song Anxiao. They could only hide in the corner and watch helplessly as Fu Mingxue drove away. After Tang Chang dropped the three of them off at the train station, he drove off. The car belonged to his unit, after all. Half an hour later, the train arrived. Mother Fu was a little nervous. This was her first time on a train. Mingxue, you have to stay close to me. There are a lot of human traffickers on trains. Fu Mingxue. The three of them squeezed onto the train. They were all in the same carriage. This is nice, Fu's mother said, quite pleased with the sleeper berth. She felt very safe. Mom, you sit here. If you want to sleep, just lie down. All right. It was Fu's mother's first time on a train, and she found it all quite novel. After 3 days and nights on the train, even Fu's mother was completely exhausted. When the train finally arrived, she was still a bit nervous. Mom, let's hurry and get off. Mother and daughter each carried 2 parcels, while Qin Wenhua had 3 on his back. Fortunately, most of their luggage had been shipped ahead. Otherwise, they really wouldn't have been able to manage it all. Mom, someone will be there to pick us up when we get out of the station. Grandpa already knows our train number and has sent someone to wait for us at the exit. That's really too much trouble for our in-laws. Fu's mother instinctively straightened her clothes. But there was still a huge crowd squeezing to get off the train. Someone almost stepped on Fu's mother's shoe and nearly knocked it off. As soon as the three of them exited the station, someone came up to greet them. Wenhuji. It was Qin Wenhua's younger cousin. He saw Fu Mingxue and her mother and immediately guessed who they were, so he called out, "Hello, auntie." "Hello, sister-in-law." His voice was so loud that it startled Fu's mother. Hello. Fu Mingxue. Why did that sound so strange? Mom, this is my cousin, Qin Wenhu. He's a bit of a live wire. Fu's mother quickly said, "That's fine." Qin Wenhu said, "Let's get in the car first." "Wenhuji, the car's over there." "Let's go." Qin Wenhu ran ahead to open the car door. They walked over and Fu Mingxue let her mother get in first before getting in herself. Once the car started moving, Fu Mingxue finally spoke up. "Qin Wenhu, can we go to my place first?" As soon as she said this, Fu's mother chimed in, "Yes, let's go home first and drop off our things. Then we can go visit the in-laws." She was a mess right now, hair disheveled and smelling bad. How could she go meet the in-laws like this? Just thinking about it made her embarrassed. At this moment, she was really glad her daughter had bought this house. The mother and daughter's words surprised the two men in the front seat, especially Qin Wenhu, who was momentarily stunned. He turned around to look at the two women in the back seat. "Mom, do you know the address?" How would Fu's mother know? Fu Mingxue immediately gave the address. Qin Wenhu. That wasn't far from his own house. Qin Wenhu was also surprised. That house was a sihiyuan, a traditional courtyard house. He hadn't expected his cousin's wife to have a home in the capital too. "I know that address. But if they were going there first." He looked at his cousin. The family was waiting at home. Qin Wenhu said, "All right, let's drop you off first." "Okay, let's drop us off first. You go home and let them know we'll come by later." "Sure." After about 40 minutes, they arrived. "This is the place, right?" "Yes," Fu Mingxue replied. She'd long since memorized the address by heart. Once she confirmed, Qin Wenhu got out of the car and unloaded their parcels. Fu Mingxue took out the key and opened the gate to the courtyard house. As soon as Fu's mother got out and saw the house, she felt dizzy with disbelief. Heavens, her daughter Mingxue had bought such a big house all by herself? "Wenhuji, I'll go home and let the family know." Before Qin Wenhu could say anything, Fu Mingxue spoke up, "Qin Wenhu, you should go home too. We won't come over today. My mom and I will visit your family tomorrow." Fu's mother quickly agreed, "Yes, we'll come by tomorrow." Qin Wenhu hadn't originally planned to leave. The mother and daughter had just arrived in Beijing. Although the house looked clean, he'd intended to help tidy up a bit more. But seeing how insistent they were, he could only nod. "All right, I'll head home for now and come back this afternoon." "You really don't have to come back. We're fine here," Fu Mingxue said. Qin Wenhu glanced at her in surprise, but didn't say anything more. After bidding the mother and daughter goodbye, he got into his cousin's car and left. As soon as the car pulled away, Qin Wenhu became chatty. "Brother Wenhu, does sister-in-law have any other relatives in Beijing? This house is really nice. I can't believe it belongs to her family." Qin Wenhu didn't answer, just shot him a sidelong glance. Qin Wenhu immediately fell silent. Truthfully, Qin Wenhu was just as puzzled. After all, the Fu family didn't have any relatives or connections in Beijing. How did she end up with this courtyard house? The mother and daughter breathed a sigh of relief once the men left. They were both worried Qin Wenhu would ask questions. After all, not to mention Fu's mother, even Fu Mingxue herself hadn't figured out how to explain things. "This house is so big and so nice, and it only cost 8,000? Mom, stop worrying about that. Anyway, the house is ours now. From now on, this is truly our home. Go check out the rooms." Fu's mother decided not to dwell on it. The house was spotless. She quickly started exploring the two-section courtyard. Fu Mingxue went into the room she'd picked. When she saw brand new bedding on the bed, she was shocked. This system is amazing. Not only did it reward her with a house, but everything else as well. It had everything she needed. She didn't even have to buy bedding. The furniture was all there too. Half an hour later, Fu's mother was overjoyed. All the pots and pans in the kitchen are brand new. Did you ask your friend to buy them? Your friend is so thoughtful. Not only did they get everything we need, they even cleaned the house so well. When you have time, you should invite your friend over for a meal to thank them. Fu Mingxue's smile froze on her face. What friend? Fu's mother continued, oh right, when you get married, you should invite your friend to the wedding banquet too. Fu Mingxue. She forced a smile. Mom, that person might be really busy. We'll see when the time comes. Fu's mother said, all right, but we really have to thank them properly. Fu Mingxue didn't want to talk about this anymore, so she quickly changed the subject. Mom, didn't you say you wanted to take a bath? Go heat up some water. This is so much better than our old place. There's even a proper bathing area. I'll go heat the water now and you can have a good wash too. There was even firewood in the kitchen. Not a lot, but enough to heat some water. Seeing her mom head to the kitchen, Fu Mingxue finally relaxed. Looking around the courtyard, she felt once again that she really needed to thank the system. It was just too wonderful. When the car stopped at the gate of the Qin family compound, he saw the Qin family waiting outside. Qin Wenhua got out. Grandpa. Old Master Qin ignored him and looked into the car, only to find that his granddaughter-in-law wasn't inside. He immediately glared at Qin Wenhua. Where's our in-laws? And your wife? Why didn't they come? Where did you take them? My mother-in-law has a house in Beijing. They went home first. They'll come over tomorrow. The Qin family was all surprised when they heard this. They couldn't help but exchange glances. They really have their own place? Mother Qin asked, full of doubt. Yes, Mingxue bought it herself through a contact. It's not far from here, just 2 streets over, Qin Wenhua replied, not offering too many details. After all, he'd only just found out himself. Old Master Qin spoke up directly, since they're coming over tomorrow, that's fine. Here's what we'll do, this afternoon, take some groceries over to our in-laws. The mother and daughter just arrived, so they probably haven't had time to buy much yet. Mother Qin immediately said, I'll go over with you this afternoon to have a look. Old Master Qin nodded. All right. Qin Wenhua didn't have the time to talk about it any further. He was missing his 2 little ones. Mom, where are the kids? The 2 little ones are still a bit weak. Last night they had diarrhea and a bit of a fever, but they've finally fallen asleep now. Qin Wenhua grew anxious as soon as he heard the children were sick. Are they in my room? No, they're in Auntie Lee's room. Qin Wenhua went straight in. Mother Qin saw how worried he was about the children and couldn't help but sigh. He's finally acting like a father. Old Master Qin said in a low voice, he has a wife and children now. He needs to act not just like a father, but also like a husband. Mom, it's good that little sister-in-law is here now. With their mother around, everything will be fine. But I heard she's going to university. What will happen with the kids when she goes off to school? The one speaking was Qin Wenhua's sister-in-law, Lan Qingman. Mother Qin shot her eldest daughter-in-law a look. What's there to worry about? Of course, university is important. Auntie Lee can watch the kids, and if that's not enough, we can always hire someone else. Lan Qingman's eyes flickered. Mom, Auntie Lee has been with our family for so many years, but she can't just leave with Wenhua and his wife. If she goes, none of us will be used to it. How about this? I have a distant relative who's very capable. Why not let her come and help take care of the kids for little sister-in-law? Mother Qin waved her hand. There's no rush. From now on, matters concerning the third branch's family should be decided by the couple themselves. All right, go help set the table. Lan Qingman's smile stiffened slightly. All right. Qin Wenhua knocked on Auntie Lee's door. Within seconds, the door was gently opened. Auntie Lee was delighted to see him. The 2 little ones are asleep. Qin Wenhua nodded. I'd like to go in and see them. Auntie Lee immediately stepped aside to let him in. Last night, both of them had diarrhea and were vomiting, and they had a fever too. Luckily, after taking some medicine today, they're much better. Qin Wenhua's voice was low. Thank you for your hard work, Auntie Lee. It was your mother and I taking care of them together, Auntie Lee said, not daring to take all the credit herself. After all, when the children aren't sick, she can manage both on her own. But when they're ill, it's too much for her alone. Qin Wenhua looked at the two children. They'd finally put on a bit of weight, but now it seemed they'd grown thin again. Especially now, their faces were so pale. It seemed they'd really suffered a lot last night. Originally, Qin Wenhua was supposed to go with Mother Qin to visit Fu Mingxue that afternoon. But the children developed a fever again. He had no choice but to take them to the hospital first. Fu Mingxue knew nothing about this. After taking a shower, she took her mother out to eat at the state-run restaurant. On the way, they stopped at a shop and bought a few things. When they got home, they cleaned the entire courtyard house from top to bottom. They were busy until about 4 in the afternoon. "Mom, I'm going out to buy some groceries." It was the perfect excuse to find a place to take out some of the rewards she'd stored in her space. Mother Fu nodded. "All right, but don't buy too much." After her daughter left, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, "What's going on with that son-in-law? Didn't he say he'd come by this afternoon? Why hasn't he shown up since he left? He never struck her as someone unreliable. Or did something come up?" She sighed softly. Thank goodness for this house, otherwise, she'd be even more anxious. Fu Mingxue took a stroll down the main street, then found a quiet corner where she took out some things she'd stored in her space. Even though she'd been on the train these past few days, she hadn't slacked off on her reading at all. So, her daily rewards kept coming in. Plus, she'd accumulated some over the new year. Right now, she had 2 jin of fine flour, 3 jin of rice, and 2 jin of pork with both fat and lean meat. There was also a fish weighing about 2 jin. She picked up these things and was about to head home when, just after leaving the alley, she heard someone calling sister-in-law. The voice sounded familiar to Fu Mingxue, so she instinctively stopped and turned to look. Wasn't that Qin Zheng's cousin riding over on a bicycle? "Sister-in-law, I was just about to look for you. Didn't expect to see you here." Fu Mingxue looked at him. "Is something wrong?" "Sister-in-law, those twins are sick. Brother Wenhua took them to the hospital, so he probably won't have time to come by your place. He asked me to let you know." When Fu Mingxue heard the kids were sick, she immediately asked, "They're sick? They're at the hospital? Which hospital?" "The second hospital, not far from here. I'll go check on them. After all, those kids were under her name. If they'd been sent to the hospital, it must be serious." She took a couple of steps, then noticed all the things she was carrying. "Cousin, can I borrow your bike for a bit? I'll take these things home first and let my mom know, then I'll head to the hospital." "Of course." Qin Wenhua immediately hopped off the bike. He handed the bicycle to Fu Mingxue and helped her hang the bags on the back seat. Just then, a sharp voice rang out, "Qin Wenhua, what are you doing?" As the voice fell, a slender figure rushed over like the wind and stopped in front of them. The girl glared angrily at Qin Wenhua. "Qin Wenhua, who is she?" Qin Wenhua frowned. "Zhao Sisi, what are you yelling for?" "This is my sister-in-law." Then he turned to Fu Mingxue. "Sorry, just ignore her. You go ahead. You're not going anywhere. Qin Wenhua, you're not leaving until you explain yourself. No wonder you've been avoiding me these past few days. Turns out you're out here flirting with some little vixen." Qin Wenhua's face turned livid with anger. "Zhao Sisi, what nonsense are you spouting?" "This is my sister-in-law, Brother Wenhua's wife, my third sister-in-law." Zhao Sisi was stunned. "What? Qin Wenhua's wife? Impossible." Fu Mingxue couldn't be bothered to deal with this woman. She simply didn't have the time. She immediately got on the bike, ready to leave. But as soon as Zhao Sisi saw her about to go, she instinctively grabbed the handlebars. The bike wobbled, and Fu Mingxue nearly fell off. Worse, the bag of rice on the back seat tumbled to the ground. Now Fu Mingxue was furious. That was precious food. Her gaze turned icy as she stared at Zhao Sisi, her voice cold as frost. "Pick up every single grain of that rice." At first, Zhao Sisi felt a bit guilty seeing the rice scattered all over the ground. But when she heard the woman in front of her speak so rudely, she got angry too. "Pick it up? Why should I? You're the one who didn't pack it properly. Who else is to blame? If anyone's picking it up, it should be you." And another thing, since you're Qin Wenhua's wife, that makes you Qin Wenshu's sister-in-law. What kind of sister-in-law goes pulling and tugging at her own brother-in-law out on the street? Aren't you ashamed? Qin Wenshu stared at Zhao Sisi in disbelief. How could she say something like that? He immediately flew into a rage. Zhao Sisi, if you dare spout nonsense again, do you believe I'll? Zhao Sisi had always been domineering, and she'd always considered herself Qin Wenshu's fiancé, treating him as her man and not allowing any other woman near him. Now, seeing Qin Wenshu actually yell at her for another woman, her jealousy exploded. Her voice was even louder than Qin Wenshu's. Qin Wenshu, what? What are you going to do? Are you going to hit me? Slap. Asterisk, the world fell silent. Zhao Sisi clutched her slapped cheek and slowly turned her head to look at Fu Mingxue. Her eyes were wide with shock and disbelief. You dare hit me? Fu Mingxue, who had already parked her bicycle, slapped her twice more. Next time, watch your filthy mouth. If you dare to slander me again, I'll rip your mouth right off. Originally, Fu Mingxue hadn't wanted to argue with this woman, since she was acquainted with Qin Wenhua's cousin and she was in a hurry. She'd planned to just let it go. But she hadn't expected the woman to keep pestering her. How could she put up with that? Zhao Sisi was about to lose her mind. She never expected this woman to slap her 2 more times. I'll kill you. She lunged at Fu Mingxue. Fu Mingxue grabbed her by the hair, twisted her around, and forced Zhao Sisi face down on the ground. Pick up every single grain of this rice. Not a single one can be missing. If you don't, I'll rip out every strand of your hair. Forced to the ground, Zhao Sisi felt utterly humiliated. She shouted angrily, "Let go of me, you bitch. Do you even know who I am? Heh, even if your father could cover the sky with one hand, you're still picking up my rice. I'll count to 3. If you don't start, I'm pulling your hair out." Zhao Sisi was furious. You wouldn't dare. Fu Mingxue gave a cold laugh and showed with her actions that not only did she dare, she really would. She yanked out a handful of Zhao Sisi's hair. With a tug, the hair came right off. Zhao Sisi stared at the hair drifting down in front of her, nearly going mad with rage. Aya, you bitch, I'll kill you. But Fu Mingxue pinned her down again, making it impossible for her to get up. Zhao Sisi kept cursing at Fu Mingxue, refusing to back down. Fu Mingxue just sneered, yanked her up, slapped her twice more, then dragged her away. Since you're so unwilling, let's go to the police station. I'd like to see how your family's going to save you now. Being dragged away, Zhao Sisi was completely stunned. She had never met a woman like this before. In the past, whenever she tried to teach someone a lesson, who didn't just obediently take it, getting slapped made her furious, but being dragged to the police station made her panic. Let go of me. Let me go. Seeing that yelling was useless, she turned to the still-dazed Qin Wenshu and screamed, Qin Wenshu, are you dead? Hurry up and make this crazy woman let go of me. Qin Wenshu. He was shocked. Good heavens, is this sister-in-law really this fierce? Just seeing how she slapped Zhao Sisi, he swallowed nervously. Zhao Sisi hadn't expected that, even after she called out to Qin Wenshu, the man would just stand there like a corpse, not moving an inch. She was both anxious and angry. Qin Wenshu, hurry up and help me. Qin Wenshu shrugged, helpless. That was your own fault just now. You spilled this rice all over my sister-in-law. Just pick it up and put it back, all right? Why say such slanderous things? You made this mess, so you clean it up. He'd been fed up with her for a long time. But because of the relationship between their 2 families, he couldn't really do anything to her. Zhao Sisi was in disbelief. She never thought Qin Wenshu would actually say something like that. Qin Wenshu, you bastard. You'd better apologize to my sister-in-law and put the rice back. Otherwise, if this really goes to the police station, I'll have to testify for her. Qin Wenshu added fuel to the fire. Zhao Sisi was so angry she could cough up blood. Tears started streaming down her face uncontrollably. Qin Wenshu, you bastard, I won't let you get away with this. Fine. I'll pick it up. I'll pick up the rice. At that last shout, Fu Mingxue stopped in her tracks. She looked down at the tear-streaked girl with not a flicker of emotion in her eyes. Then hurry up and pick it up. Otherwise, even if you run, I'll have Qin Wenhua come find you at your house. Zhao Cici's face turned ashen with rage. This bitch is such a petty person. Just relying on Qin Wenhua, isn't she? Fine, she'd pick it up. She roughly wiped her tears away, got up from the ground, and after she'd finally finished scooping up all the rice, she couldn't take the humiliation anymore and ran off crying. Fu Mingxue looked expressionlessly at the rice, still scattered on the ground. Her nice, clean white rice was now all mixed with dirt and sand after being picked up. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry for causing you trouble, Qin Wenxue said weakly. It's not your fault. All right, I'm going to borrow your bike and head home first. Qin Wenxue nodded quickly. Oh sure, sister-in-law. I won't need the bike these next few days, so you can use it as long as you want. Fu Mingxue didn't reply. She was planning to buy her own bike tomorrow anyway. She rode the bike home. When her mother saw her arrive on a bicycle, she was surprised. Where did you get that bike? I ran into Qin Wenhua's cousin on the road and borrowed his bike for a bit. By the way, Mom, you'll have to cook and eat by yourself tonight. Qin Wenhua's 2 kids are sick in the hospital, so I'm going over to check on them. Her mother wanted to say something more, but when she heard the children were sick, she grew anxious. Is it serious? Should I come with you? Mom, you just stay home. I'll go by myself. If I'm late coming back, don't wait for me for dinner. As she spoke, Fu Mingxue put down the things she'd brought on the bike. Then she rode off. When she arrived at the hospital entrance, she found that Qin Wenxue had actually beaten her there. Sister-in-law, I locked the bike here. I'll take you to the ward. Okay. Fu Mingxue handed him the bike. Once he'd locked it up, the 2 of them walked into the hospital together. They soon reached the pediatric ward. It was only then that Fu Mingxue realized she hadn't brought anything with her. Qin Wenxue was the first to call out, Auntie, Wenhua, my sister-in-law is here. Everyone in the ward turned around at his words. They saw Fu Mingxue, stunningly beautiful. Qin Wenhua was the first to react. He quickly walked over to Fu Mingxue's side. What are you doing here? Fu Mingxue glanced at the several people in the room, nodded slightly to them, and replied, I heard both kids were sick, so I came to check on them. Qin Wenhua turned his head and introduced, Mom, this is my wife, Fu Mingxue. Mingxue, this is my mother. Fu Mingxue looked at her mother-in-law, who still looked quite young, like she was only in her 30s. Clearly, she took excellent care of herself. Mom. Mingxue greeted her gracefully, her expression natural and at ease. Mother Qin smiled and walked over to Fu Mingxue, taking her hand warmly. Mingxue, I'd originally planned to visit you with Wenhua this afternoon, but I didn't expect both kids to get sick. Fu Mingxue asked with concern, Mom, how are the children? Are they feeling any better? The doctor gave them some medicine, but their fevers haven't gone down yet. Hopefully, it'll break soon, and they won't relapse tonight. Mother Qin sighed. Those poor kids are really suffering. Fu Mingxue nodded. Yes, it's tough on them being so young and getting sick is really hard. Mother Qin thought to herself how important first impressions really are. Just one look, and she already liked this new daughter-in-law. Oh right, Mingxue, this is your eldest sister-in-law, and this is Aunt Li. Aunt Li looks after the children. Fu Mingxue glanced at the 2 women nearby and nodded politely. Hello, sister-in-law, Aunt Li. Aunt Li replied immediately, hello. Hello to you too. Lan Qiman snapped out of her surprise. She hadn't expected her new sister-in-law to be so beautiful. It was completely beyond her imagination. She'd assumed that someone from a small town would be plain and unsophisticated. And with a father who died young and a widowed mother, how good could her life have been? Even if she looked decent, she'd probably be dark-skinned, or maybe timid and unpresentable. But to her surprise, not only was this woman fair-skinned and beautiful, she had long legs. She was even taller than Lan Qiman herself. Her figure was slim and graceful. And from the moment she arrived, she hadn't seemed the least bit timid. She was so poised and confident. Lan Qiman nodded, her expression a bit stiff. Hello, sister-in-law. Then she said, Mom, since our sister-in-law, the children's mother, is here, Why don't we head back and let her stay here to look after them? She's their mom, and it's good for the kids to spend more time with her. With her younger daughter-in-law present, Mother Qin couldn't openly scold her elder daughter-in-law. You go ahead and head back. I'll stay here. Mingxue just got off the train today and must be tired. She should go home and get some rest. Lan Qiman realized her mother-in-law was a bit displeased, so she gave an awkward smile. At that moment, Fu Mingxue spoke up, Mom, I'm not tired. Both kids are sick, I can't just go home and sleep. Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to fall asleep. I'll stay here and watch over them. You and sister-in-law should go back and rest. Mother Qin wouldn't hear of it. No, you've been on the train for days, you need to rest. The wedding is in a few days, and you'll be busy then. You need to take care of yourself. Mom, I'm fine. I took the sleeper train, so I slept most of the way. Besides, I'm young, staying up a night is nothing. I wouldn't be able to sleep at home anyway. The system had just given her a task. Stay with the kids for one night, and she'd be rewarded with 10 jin of meat and 50 yuan. This was the first time she'd ever been rewarded with money. Of course, she had to stay. But what did looking after the kids have to do with the Tiger Mom system? She didn't get it. At this point, Qin Wenhua spoke up, Mom, why don't you and sister-in-law go home? I'll stay here with my wife, and Aunt Li can help us. Hearing her son say this, Mother Qin could only nod. All right, but you all need to stay alert tonight. We'll head back now. Oh, and let Aunt Li come back with us for now. Have her bring dinner over later. Qin Wenhua nodded. All right. After giving her instructions, Mother Qin left with Lan Qiman. Qin Wuxu felt it wasn't appropriate to stay any longer either. Wenhuji, sister-in-law, I'll head off first. About that bicycle. Fu Mingxue cut him off. You can take the bicycle for now. I don't need it at the moment. Qin Wuxu thought about it. Leaving the bike at the hospital wasn't ideal, so he nodded. That works. Once they'd all left, only Qin Wenhua and Fu Mingxue remained in the ward. Fu Mingxue walked over to the 2 hospital beds and looked at the children lying there. They were just over a year old, both very thin and frail. She couldn't help but think of Song Yan's 3 children from her previous life. Back then, they'd been just as small, constantly falling ill. And since they were triplets, if one got sick, the other 2 usually did as well. She'd looked after those 3 children all by herself. It had truly drained her, body and soul. On top of that, she'd had to care for Song's mother, who was paralyzed and loved to hurl insults. She'd poured her heart and soul into it, yet all she got in return were 3 ungrateful brats. What's wrong? Qin Wenhua's voice pulled Fu Mingxue out of her memories of her past life. Besides the fever, do they have any other symptoms? How long has this been going on? Qin Wenhua looked at her. They had diarrhea and a fever last night, probably caught a chill and got frightened. They were a bit better after taking medicine this morning. The diarrhea stopped, but their temperature is still at 39 degrees. But after taking the medicine, it's come down a bit. Fu Mingxue felt the children's foreheads. They were still a bit warm. Looking at these 2 frail kids, her heart, which was usually a bit cold and hard, softened a little. After all, these 2 were truly pitiful, so young. Their father had died, and their mother had remarried. Forget it. She'd take good care of them for now. I forgot to tell you something just now. I had a run-in with Qin Wenxu's fiancé, Zhao Sisi, on the street. We got into an argument, and I slapped her a few times. That won't cause you any trouble, will it? Fu Mingxue looked at him. If he so much as hinted that it would, she'd walk away right then and there. She absolutely couldn't stand men who always took someone else's side, no matter what. Qin Wenhua, you got into a fight with Zhao Sisi? Fu Mingxue nodded. Yes. To be precise, I slapped her a few times, and then pulled a bit of her hair. Qin Wenhua looked at her. If you hit her, she must have deserved it. And, even if you did, it doesn't affect me. Besides, Zhao Sisi isn't Qin Wenxu's fiancé, nor is she his girlfriend. Fu Mingxue raised her eyebrows, very satisfied with his answer. I thought she was your cousin's fiancé. I ran into Qin Wuxu, and he told me about the kids being sick, so I lent him my bike. Then Zhao Sisi came over and started yelling at me, calling me shameless. She briefly recounted what had happened. Qin Wenhua's expression was already cold when he wasn't smiling. Now his whole face seemed to radiate a chill. I'll talk to the Zhao family and tell them to keep their daughter in check. His words surprised Fu Mingxue. Was he actually going to stand up for her? Won't this affect the relationship between your two families? If they cared about that, they wouldn't let their daughter run wild. Besides, you're my wife. What could be more important than you? In Jing City, you don't need to worry about anything else. Just do whatever you want. No need to hold back. Mrs. Fu was cooking when she heard a knock at the door. She quickly wiped her hands and went to open it. When she saw it was Qin Wenhua's cousin, she immediately greeted him warmly and invited him in. Qin Wenshu waved his hand. Auntie, I won't come in. Wenhua asked me to pass on a message. His wife won't be coming home tonight. She's staying at the hospital to look after the two kids. He said you should go to bed early. Mrs. Fu hurriedly asked, how are the kids now? Are they any better? Much better. They'll probably just need to be observed for the rest of the night. Hearing that, Mrs. Fu finally let out a sigh of relief. That's good. By the way, which hospital are they at? I'll bring them some food. Auntie, there's no need. Aunt Lee already brought them dinner. You just eat at home. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. With that, he hopped on his bicycle and sped away. He needed to hurry back to the Qin house. He was sure Zhao Sisi would get her family to cause a scene. Mrs. Fu. That kid. She'd been planning to keep him for dinner. But since someone was already bringing food to the hospital, she decided not to go. At the Qin house, Mrs. Zhao arrived, bringing Zhao Sisi, whose face was red and swollen. Mrs. Qin had just gotten home herself. She was shocked when she saw the obvious slap mark on Zhao Sisi's face. What happened? The rest of the Qin family were also surprised. Who hit Zhao Sisi? And more importantly, why had the Zhao mother and daughter come to their house? What do you mean, what happened? You should ask your good daughter-in-law. Lan Qi-man, who had just been watching the drama from the sidelines, couldn't help but speak up. Her expression was unpleasant. Auntie, what do you mean by that? Are you saying I hit Zhao Sisi? You can't just accuse people without evidence. I wasn't talking about you. I'm talking about Qin Wenhua's wife. She actually beat my Sisi like this, and even pulled out a handful of her hair. What kind of person does that? If she doesn't give us an explanation today, I won't let this go. Her words left everyone stunned. Lan Qingman's mouth opened and closed several times in disbelief. Was it really Fu Mingxue who hit Zhao Sisi? No way. How did those two even run into each other? And they actually got into a fight? TSK, this is going to be good. Sure enough, no matter how pretty a country girl is, she's still a country girl. She's only just arrived in the capital and already gotten into a fight. The Zhao family isn't easy to mess with. Heh, Mrs. Qin was struggling to process this. Sisi's mom, could there be some mistake? My daughter-in-law just arrived in the capital. Besides, she doesn't even know Sisi, does she? Maybe there's been some misunderstanding. Mrs. Zhao was furious. How could there be a mistake? Just look at my daughter's face. And there's no misunderstanding. Qin Wenshu himself said she was Qin Wenhua's wife. Call her out here. How could she beat someone up like this? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, I'll have no choice but to call the police. She looked like she wasn't going to give anyone any face. Lan Qi-man chimed in, oh my, if it really was my sister-in-law who did it, she really went too far. No matter what happened, you can't beat someone up like this. Her face is so swollen, will it leave a scar? Shut up, Mrs. Qin snapped at her, her dissatisfaction with her eldest daughter-in-law plain to see. Lan Qi-man felt wronged by the scolding. She hadn't said anything wrong. You're not supposed to hit people in the face. How could she hit a young girl like this and still be in the right? Didn't she think about the Qin family's reputation at all? Zhao Sisi had always cared a lot about her looks, so when she heard there was a chance her face might be scarred, she cried even harder. This broke Mrs. Zhao's heart. Don't cry, sweetheart. Mom will stand up for you. Our Zhao family isn't so easy to bully. Mrs. Qin. She was just about to speak when a voice cut in ahead of her. In that case, Let's do as you say and call the police. It was the old master's voice, firm and commanding. The words thundered through the room. Everyone was stunned. The expressions on Zhao Cece and her mother's faces instantly turned extremely ugly. They hadn't expected old Master Qin to say something like that. Dad, Mrs. Qin wanted to say something, but old Master Fu waved his hand, clearly not interested in hearing her out. He spoke again. I trust my granddaughter-in-law. If she hit someone, she must have had a reason. If you want to call the police, then go ahead and let the police handle it. His attitude made it clear he was determined to protect his granddaughter-in-law. Mrs. Zhao's face was ashen. Old Master Qin, that's not fair. My Cece isn't the kind of person who causes trouble. Maybe there was some argument, but is that any reason to beat someone up like this? Cece told me your granddaughter-in-law dragged her along the road for quite a while. Shouldn't we at least get an explanation? Don't we deserve that much? Old Master Qin's gaze was sharp. An explanation? Then let's hear your daughter explain exactly what happened. Zhao Cece was usually fearless, but she was actually a little scared of old Master Qin. I just said one thing to her. What exactly did you say? I don't believe my granddaughter-in-law would hit someone just because of a single sentence. Old Master Qin's obvious favoritism made Zhao Cece indignant. After all these years of calling him Grandpa Qin, this was how he treated her. Tears fell again. Just then, a loud, breathless voice rang out. If she won't say it, I will. Qin Wuxu rushed in. Luckily, he'd made it just in time. When Zhao Cece saw Qin Wuxu, her face changed dramatically. Wuxu, what happened? Mrs. Qin asked. Qin Wuxu caught his breath before speaking, Aunt, Grandpa, here's what happened. I ran into my sister-in-law on the street and told her the child was sick. She got anxious and borrowed my bicycle. Then Zhao Cece came up and started cursing at her, calling her shameless, accusing her of seducing me. I told her that's my sister-in-law, brother Wenhua's wife, but she wouldn't stop. She almost made my sister-in-law fall and spilled rice all over the ground. Qin Wuxu recounted everything in detail. Zhao Cece's face kept changing color. She glared hatefully at Qin Wuxu. He was actually siding with that woman. If there wasn't something going on between them, who would believe it? Mrs. Zhao's face was also very unpleasant. Even if there was a misunderstanding and my Cece said something inappropriate, that's still no reason to beat her up like this, especially considering the relationship between our families. Mrs. Qin spoke up, and why not? This wasn't just a slip of the tongue, she slandered all three of us. Mrs. Zhao, you really need to teach your Cece better in the future. Old Master Qin added in a deep voice, Zhao family, my Wuxu isn't courting your daughter, nor is there any marriage arrangement between them. What's the meaning of your daughter acting like this all the time? Madame Zhao and Zhao Cece's faces both turned ashen at the same time. Neither of them had expected old Master Qin to disregard the reputation of both families and just say it outright like that. Wasn't this basically stomping on the Zhao family's dignity? Even Madame Qin was surprised that the old man would bring this up at this moment. But she really couldn't butt in. After all, she was just the eldest daughter-in-law. But that wasn't the end of it. Old Master Qin turned to Qin Wuxu and asked directly, Wuxu, do you like this Zhao girl? No, I don't like her, Qin Wuxu answered so fast, as if afraid that if he was a second too late, the old man would just decide his marriage for him. Heavens, there was no way he'd ever like a crazy woman like Zhao Cece. Zhao Cece's eyes were red with anger. She glared at Qin Wuxu. How could he hurt her like that? You heard it yourselves, Zhao family. Our Wuxu doesn't like your daughter, and there's never been any talk of a match or marriage between our families. From now on, keep an eye on your daughter, and don't try to interfere with my grandson's right to find a partner. Zhao Cece couldn't stand this kind of humiliation. She burst into tears and ran out. Cece. Madame Zhao watched her daughter run off, her heart aching. She turned to the Qin family, hatred in her eyes. Old Master Qin, don't worry. Our family isn't trying to climb higher than our station. My Cece is good-looking enough. She won't have any trouble finding a husband. With that, she stormed off in a rage. Old Master Qin withdrew his gaze and shot a dissatisfied look at Qin Wuxu. How old are you now? You can't even handle something like this? Qin Wuxu felt aggrieved at being scolded like this. It was Zhao Cixi who insisted on clinging to him. How is that his fault? I'll have your mother arrange some blind dates for you soon. Also, the eldest branch should keep an eye out for him too. Once he's married, would any other girls still come pestering him? Madame Qin immediately replied, all right. Qin Wuxu. This really was trouble falling from the sky. Old Master Qin got up and left. Qin Wuxu didn't want to stay either, so he found an excuse and slipped away home. In the huge living room, only Madame Qin and Lan Qiman, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, were left. Lan Qiman. Why did everyone leave? So, the whole business with Fu Mingxue hitting someone, was it just going to be brushed aside and never mentioned again? She hadn't even officially married in yet, and already such a big mess, was no one going to say anything? After all, the Zhao and Qin families had been close for years, and now Fu Mingxue had ruined that. Mom, about my sister-in-law. Madame Qin glared at her. Shut up. I haven't even started on you yet. When are you going to change that habit of just watching the show? Mingxue is family. If you're not going to defend or help her, fine, but the situation isn't even clear yet and you're already siding with outsiders? What's that about? Mom, how am I siding with outsiders? I was just shocked, that's all. Besides, was it right for my sister-in-law to hit someone? We can't just handle things like this, can we? What will people think? People might even think Wenhua married a shrew. She muttered that last part under her breath. But Madame Qin still heard her. Madame Qin glared at her again. You just can't keep your mouth shut, can you? I think Wenhua's wife handled things perfectly. And you stop talking nonsense from now on. With that, she headed for the kitchen. Lan Qiman was left standing there, her face dark. She'd always felt her mother-in-law favored her younger brother-in-law. Now that he was married, the favoritism was even more blatant. Didn't she know her mother-in-law had given that family 10,000 yuan as a bride price? How much had she gotten back then? The more Lan Qiman thought about it, the angrier and more unfair it all felt. 10,000 yuan, why? Zhao Cixi ran home in tears. Before the Zhao family could even ask what had happened, she had already dashed upstairs. Just then, Mrs. Zhao also returned, her face dark and stormy. Mr. Zhao asked directly, what happened? Why did Cixi come home crying? What did the Qin family say? What did they say? They were outrageous. They didn't take our Zhao family seriously at all. After all these years of friendship, that old man Qin just stomped all over our dignity, especially mine and Cixi's. I really didn't expect old man Qin to go so far. Her words left the Zhao family confused. Mr. Zhao frowned. What exactly happened? Didn't they make that new daughter-in-law apologize? Mrs. Zhao let out a cold laugh. Apologize? Old man Qin shielded her completely. He even scolded me for not raising my daughter properly, then told our daughter not to bother his grandson anymore. As she spoke, her eyes reddened again. After all these years, this was the first time she'd been so humiliated. And to have it happen right at their doorstep, no less. What? Old man Qin said that? Impossible. Mr. Zhao flat out refused to believe it. He simply couldn't believe old man Qin would say such things. The rest of the Zhao family didn't believe it either. Seeing her husband's reaction, Mrs. Zhao grew even angrier. You think I'm making this up? If I uttered a single false word, may I be struck by lightning. Old Master Zhao barked enough. Dad, I'm not lying. He told us to keep our daughter in line and not let her go looking for Qin Wuxu anymore. He even said there's no engagement between our families, and since the two kids aren't together, Cixi shouldn't interfere with his grandson finding a proper match. How could an elder say something like that? It's just too much. I swear I didn't lie about a single word. Now, old Master Zhao's face turned completely grim. The rest of the Zhao family also looked very unhappy. The new daughter-in-law from the Qin family had hit someone, but instead of making her apologize, old man Qin actually protected her? Was he really planning to break off all ties with the Zhao family? Aunt Li arrived at the hospital to deliver food. She glanced at Fu Mingxue a few extra times. Qin Wenhua noticed her expression. Aunt Li, did something happen at home? Aunt Li. She hesitated, unsure how to explain. How was she supposed to talk about this? Fu Mingxue looked at her. Is it about me? Qin Wenhua said, Aunt Li, tell us. Seeing this, Aunt Li had no choice but to recount how Mrs. Zhao and her daughter had come to the Qin house to make trouble. After hearing the story, Fu Mingxue was quite surprised. But it wasn't the Zhao mother and daughter's complaints that surprised her. What surprised her was how old man Qin had taken her side, standing up for a granddaughter-in-law he hadn't even met. If my grandfather handled it that way, then you don't need to worry, Qin Wenhua said. Fu Mingxue shot him a look. I'm not worried. Where did he get the idea she was worried? Besides, even if the Qin family didn't take her side, it wouldn't matter. She wasn't planning to live with them anyway. Qin Wenhua just glanced at her and said nothing more. Instead, he gestured to the food on the table. Let's eat. Fu Mingxue looked at the delicious spread, surprised at how much had been brought. Aunt Li, eat with us. Aunt Li quickly waved her hands. I've already eaten. You two go ahead. Qin Wenhua served the food to Fu Mingxue. He even picked out the only big chicken drumstick and put it in her bowl. Fu Mingxue glanced at him but didn't say anything. After they finished eating, Fu Mingxue started to clean up. But Aunt Li hurried over to take over. Let me do it. At that moment, Qin Wenhua spoke up. Aunt Li, you don't need to stay tonight. You can go home. Fu Mingxue added, yes, Aunt Li, you can go. Wenhua and I can handle things here. Auntie Li was a little worried. After all, these two were young and didn't seem like the type to know how to take care of children. But since Qin Wenhua insisted, Auntie Li had no choice but to leave. The two children woke up around 8 in the evening. Fu Mingxue had been keeping watch over them, and as soon as she saw them wake up, she immediately reached out to feel their foreheads. She found that their fevers seemed to have completely gone down. When the two children saw her, they were a little scared. It was the wariness children have toward strangers. Fu Mingxue withdrew her hand and tried to soften her expression as much as possible. Are you hungry? The two children stared at her with wide eyes. They were a little afraid, but they didn't cry. They just stared intently at Fu Mingxue. At this moment, Qin Wenhua also noticed the children were awake and walked over. How Kiki, this is your mom. Fu Mingxue looked at the two of them and noticed that the children's eyes were full of dependence when they looked at Qin Wenhua. Clearly, they wanted him to hold them. Why don't you hold them, she said. Qin Wenhua? But seeing the expectant look in the children's eyes, he picked one up and put the child into Fu Mingxue's arms. You're their mom now, you should hold one too. Fu Mingxue instinctively reached out and held the child. Thankfully, the child in her arms didn't resist at all. He was so well behaved, it was almost heartbreaking. Qin Wenhua picked up the other child. The little girl, nestled in her father's arms, was clearly much happier. They can't talk yet, Qin Wenhua said, which surprised Fu Mingxue. They're over a year old now, right? Well, some kids start talking a bit later, it's fine. Qin Wenhua replied, they're just 13 months. They can't talk yet, but they can walk. Then we'll have to teach them well. From now on, I'll be your mom. But for now, let's eat something. Auntie Li had brought some rice porridge for the children. It was thin and perfect for kids who were sick. Fu Mingxue poured out 2 small bowls, still warm. She fed the child in her arms, spoonful by spoonful. Maybe he was feeling better, or maybe he was just really hungry, but he didn't resist at all. On the other hand, Qin Wenhua wasn't very good at feeding children and ended up getting food all over the child's mouth. After Fu Mingxue finished feeding her side, she switched and took over the other child. I'll do it. Qin Wenhua immediately handed the child over. After Fu Mingxue finished feeding them, she wiped their little faces clean. Maybe it was the medicine, but after eating, the two children soon fell asleep again. These two are so easy to take care of, Fu Mingxue couldn't help but remark. Most kids this age would be crying nonstop if they were sick. Qin Wenhua glanced at her. They're very well behaved. There aren't many people in their family, no grandparents. They were left at their uncle's house, but there are a lot of kids there. This was the first time Qin Wenhua had talked about the children's situation, and Fu Mingxue was curious. Their mother just left them behind and remarried? Qin Wenhua's face turned cold. Some people just aren't fit to be mothers. Fu Mingxue. Qin Wenhua didn't want to continue the topic, and it was getting late. He pointed to the other bed in the hospital room. You sleep there tonight. Fu Mingxue blurted out, then where will you sleep? Was he planning to sleep with her? I'll squeeze in here, Qin Wenhua said, pointing to Qin Hao's bed. The child was small, so there was just enough room for him. Fu Mingxue. Right, how silly of her. All right, I'll go to sleep then. Good thing she'd bathed during the day. After Fu Mingxue lay down, Qin Wenhua also lay down next to his son. They'd shared a train compartment before, after all. So, sharing a room this time didn't feel like a big deal. The next morning, Qin Wenhua woke up early. As he got up, he glanced over at Fu Mingxue. Seeing that her blanket only covered her halfway, he hesitated for a couple of seconds before walking over to tuck her in. But just as he touched the blanket, Fu Mingxue awoke with a start and snapped, "What are you doing?" Qin Wenhua. Does she think I'm some kind of creep? His face darkened, and he said gruffly, I was just covering you with the blanket. Fu Mingxue was now fully awake. Awkwardly, she muttered, sorry, I'm just not used to this yet. God, this was so embarrassing. And why was he being so considerate anyway? Anyone would be startled to wake up and find a man lifting their blanket first thing in the morning. Qin Wenhua looked at her. Looks like you'll need to get used to it sooner rather than later. Fu Mingxue. That's really not necessary. Do you always get up this early? How are the kids? Do they have a fever? No. Qin Wenhua turned to leave. After a few steps, he turned back and said, it's only 5:30. You can sleep a bit longer. But Fu Mingxue couldn't get back to sleep. She quickly got up. There's nothing here for washing up, and the kids are still sleeping anyway. I'll go home for a bit and come back later. Qin Wenhua nodded. All right. No rush, come back whenever. Fu Mingxue calmly put on her coat. Before leaving, she checked the kids' foreheads. Only after making sure their temperatures were normal did she leave. Qin Wenhua noticed everything she did. It took Fu Mingxue 20 minutes to walk home. Mom, open the door. Mother Fu was already up. Hearing her daughter's voice outside, she hurried to open the door. You're back so early? How are the kids? They should be fine now. I just came back to wash up. She'd only rinsed her mouth last night and was still feeling uncomfortable. Mother Fu quickly let her in. There's hot water, I'll go get it for you. Mom, it's fine. I can do it myself. Fu Mingxue not only washed up, but also took a shower and changed into clean clothes. Seeing that she was done, Mother Fu urged her to have breakfast. Take some food for your husband and the kids, too. I made porridge for the children. Mom, you even made buns? Fu Mingxue was surprised. Her mom was so efficient. I thought we didn't have any yeast. We do. I brought some, it was in the luggage. By the way, when will our things be delivered? Probably in the next few days. Fu Mingxue quickly finished eating. Mother Fu also finished preparing everything that needed to be packed. Should I go with you? Mom, it's fine. I'll just bring the two kids over here later. Yesterday, she'd only met her mother-in-law and that eldest sister-in-law. But she could tell that the sister-in-law wasn't easy to deal with. Since she'd already accepted the two kids and would have to call her mom anyway, she might as well bring them over to take care of them herself. After all, it wasn't like she could go live at the Qin house right now. Mother Fu was taken aback, but quickly nodded. All right. Meanwhile, Qin's mother and Lan Qingman had already arrived at the hospital room. Lan Qingman glanced around. Huh? Your sister-in-law isn't here. Qin's mother also looked at her son. Qin Wenhua said, I told her to go home this morning. She'll be back later. Lan Qingman smiled. Oh, I thought she didn't stay at the hospital last night. Qin Wenhua glanced at her. She stayed up all night taking care of the kids. Lan Qingman met Qin Wenhua's cold, stern black eyes and gave an awkward smile. Well, your wife really worked hard. At that moment, Mother Qin spoke up. How are the kids? Qin Wenhua replied, the fever's gone down. That's good. So they can be discharged this morning, right? Mother Qin didn't like hospitals. If the kid's fever was gone, it was better to recover at home. Qin Wenhua nodded. Yes. Lan Qiman spoke up as if casually. Wenhua, yesterday the Zhao mother and daughter came by to complain. Your wife really packs a punch. Mother Qin hadn't expected her eldest daughter-in-law to bring this up, especially after she'd told her not to mention it. Lan Qiman, that's enough. Lan Qingman looked aggrieved. Mom, I didn't say anything wrong. Besides, something this big, Wenhua should know about it. And, honestly, the way your wife handled it was really inappropriate. She's new to Beijing. Even if she was in the right, we should talk to her properly. She can't just go around hitting people whenever she feels like it, right? There were better ways to handle this. Qin Wenhua spoke in a low voice. I think my wife did the right thing. Lan Qingman had assumed Qin Wenhua would at least agree with her, since he was such a principled person. But when she heard this, her expression was one of disbelief. Wenhua, what did you say? Sister-in-law, I don't think my wife did anything wrong. Zhao Sisi has a filthy mouth. Maybe you're a saint and can put up with it, but my wife is just an ordinary person. She doesn't have to. If Zhao Sisi runs her mouth again, my wife will hit her again. Lan Qiman. Listen to what he's saying. Does he even know what he's saying? Just then, Fu Mingxue's clear voice rang out. Sister-in-law, I didn't realize you had such a problem with me. The three people in the hospital room turned around in surprise. Lan Qingman's expression was extremely awkward when she saw Fu Mingxue. I don't really. Oh? But from what you just said, that's not how it sounds. You're clearly very dissatisfied with me. Why is it that you're blaming me, the innocent party, instead of the one who is actually at fault? Fu Mingxue walked in, her pretty face frosty, not a hint of a smile. I wasn't blaming you. I just think there are better ways to handle things than fighting. Sorry, but I happen to like solving problems with my fists. Some people just have it coming. If I don't hit them, should I just stand around arguing with them? I'm not as smooth and diplomatic as you, sister-in-law. Lan Qiman. Fu Mingxue ignored her after that. Instead, she turned to Mother Qin. Mom, sorry, but that's just how I handle things. Besides, Zhao Sisi started spouting nonsense about relationships the moment she walked in. Honestly, I didn't hit her hard enough. If it weren't for the Qin family's sake, I'd have sent her straight to the police station. Mother Qin immediately said, It's fine, you did the right thing. Thank you for understanding. By the way, Mom, I'd like to take the kids home with me after they're discharged. My mom's there too, so she can help take care of them. Mother Qin immediately objected, That won't do. Qin Wenhua was a little surprised by Fu Mingxue's decision, but he was clearly on her side. Mom, let's do as Mingxue says. Let the kids spend more time with her. Mother Qin looked at the two of them, hesitating. Is that really okay? Fu Mingxue said, Mom, it's fine. Aren't you all busy preparing for the wedding? That's a lot of work. My mom and I don't have as much to do, so we have more free time. We can take care of the two kids. Mother Qin saw that she was genuinely willing to look after the children, so she nodded. All right, that works. She really would be quite busy. Aunt Li. Mom, if Aunt Li goes with them, then we'll be short-handed at home. Besides, didn't my sister-in-law say she and her mother can take care of the kids? Let her handle it for now. If it really doesn't work out, I can ask one of my relatives to help. Fu Mingxue sneered inwardly, Your relatives to take care of the kids? What are you really up to? No need. My mom and I can handle it, and the kids are pretty well behaved. Mother Qin nodded. All right, let's do that. Lan Qiman. Forget it, no rush. She was about to start school, and the kids would need someone to look after them anyway. She could send someone over later. Just then, the two children woke up. Mother Qin was quite fond of the twins and doted on them. She immediately walked over. Sweethearts, Grandma's here. The two kids looked at her. Their eyes were a bit warm, but their gaze still fell on Fu Mingxue. Fu Mingxue walked over too and touched their foreheads. Your fever's gone. We'll go home with Mommy in a bit. Lan Qiman, standing to the side, flashed a look of disdain. Heh, she's calling herself Mom already, acting like the kids are her own. And she's not even embarrassed. a young unmarried woman. Mother Qin saw that the kids didn't reject Fu Mingxue, and she felt relieved. Kids know what's going on. She'd never seen them happy to be held by Lan Qingman, their aunt. Fu Mingxue dressed the kids, washed their faces and hands, and finally fed them the plain porridge she'd brought. "We'll go home and make you some formula." Last night, after taking care of the kids, the system had rewarded her with 50 yuan and a can of formula. When Mother Qin heard this, she smiled sincerely. Her younger daughter-in-law was really thoughtful. She'd even prepared formula so quickly. You had to know, formula wasn't easy to get, it required ration tickets. Even their family had to go out of their way to get a few. Lan Qingman. She realized she'd underestimated this country girl. She really knew how to get things done. Heh. The doctor came by again to check on the kids. After confirming they were fine, he agreed to discharge them. Qin Wenhua packed up their things. "Mom, let's take the kids over to my sister-in-law's place together. We can see where it is." Lan Qingman was just itching to see where exactly Fu Mingxue's house was. Was that house really Fu Mingxue and her mother's? She didn't believe it. She was sure the house must belong to the Qin family. Mother Qin had the same thought. "I'll carry the older one, Mingxue can carry the other. Let's take them over first." Fu Mingxue had no objections and nodded right away. "Mom, let me carry Hao. I'm stronger." "All right." To Mother Qin, it didn't matter which one she carried. The two each picked up a child. Qin Wenhua carried their things. Lan Qingman, not wanting to stand there empty-handed, grabbed Fu Mingxue's few shabby jars. That morning, Mother Qin had already arranged for the car to be brought over, anticipating they might be discharged early. Qin Wishu was the one driving. Everyone got in the car. There weren't enough seats. Mother Qin turned directly to Lan Qingman and said, "There's no room in the car. You'll have to walk home." Lan Qingman, who was just about to get into the car, froze for a moment. "Can't we just squeeze in?" "Make some room," Fu Mingxue squeezed her aside. Lan Qingman. She could only watch as everyone else got in the car, leaving her behind. She was so angry her face turned ashen. This Fu Mingxue isn't even officially married into the family yet, and she already dares to go against her. Once she's married in a few days, won't she be even more insolent? But Fu Mingxue couldn't care less about how she felt at this moment. The car soon arrived at the alley. "And is here," Qin Wishu said as he parked the car. "They live here." Mother Qin was surprised. This courtyard house is really nice. It was a bit different from what she had imagined. She hadn't expected the house her younger daughter-in-law bought to be this good. "Yes, it really is nice." "Mom, let's get out of the car." Qin Wenhua had already gotten out first and opened the car door for her. She got out holding the child. "Mom, I'm back." At her call, Mother Fu, who was sweeping the yard, immediately came out to open the door. When she saw her daughter holding a thin, frail child, she instantly knew it was her grandson. "Mom, this is my mother-in-law," Fu Mingxue quickly introduced when she saw Mother Qin had also gotten out of the car. "Mom, this is my mom." Two moms, it sounded a bit awkward. "In-law." Mother Fu was a little surprised. She hadn't expected Qin Wenhua's birth mother to come over, and this in-law looked so young. Compared to herself, she almost seemed like a generation younger. "In-law, I should have come to see you yesterday afternoon, but both kids were sick." Mother Fu immediately said, "The children are more important. In-law, please come inside." Everyone went inside together. The two children looked around curiously, clearly not too afraid of this unfamiliar place. "In-law, please have a seat," Mother Fu said, then headed to the kitchen. Mother Qin told her not to trouble herself. Fu Mingxue said to Qin Wenhua, "Hold the child for a bit. I'm going to buy some groceries." "Mom, you'll stay for lunch, right?" "No need, I'll have to head back soon. There are elders at home, so I can't stay away too long. But let Wenhua go buy some groceries, you all can eat together." Qin Wenhua nodded. "I'll go buy groceries." He took Qin Wishu with him. "Mingxue, I didn't expect you to keep this house so clean. It's really nice and comfortable to live in." It was even better than the wedding house she had prepared for them. The wedding house she'd prepared wasn't as big as this two-courtyard Sahiyuan. I think this house is great too. Mom, how about this? After the wedding, since it doesn't matter where we live, let's have Wenhua move here. We can just leave the wedding house for now. Mother Qin wasn't old-fashioned, so she agreed. Sure, you two can decide for yourselves. But the wedding itself has to be held at the Qin family house. That's fine. There was nothing to object to. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law quickly reached an agreement about the house. At that moment, Mother Fu came out with sweet boiled eggs. In-law, have some tea. Oh, in-law, you're too polite. Mother Fu took the child from her hands. You eat first, or it won't taste as good once it's cold. Mother Qin knew this was the proper way to treat guests, so she had no choice but to start eating. After eating, she sat and chatted with Mother Fu for about half an hour. Then she got up to leave. In-law, I'll be going now. Why not stay a bit longer? No, there's a lot to do at home. I'll head back first. Next time, you must come over for a meal. Of course. Mother Fu didn't refuse. Naturally, she would visit the Qin family. As soon as Qin Wenhua's mother left, Fu Mingxue's mother turned to her daughter and sighed, "Your mother-in-law seems very easy to get along with. She's a good person." She was genuinely happy for her daughter. A good mother-in-law is worth more than anything. If you end up with a difficult mother-in-law, no matter how good your husband is, life will still be a mess and never truly smooth. She does seem nice, but there's still a troublesome sister-in-law in Qin Wenhua's family. Still, it doesn't really matter, since we won't be living together anyway. Hearing there was a troublesome sister-in-law, Fu's mother frowned a little. But then she thought about it. Her daughter really wouldn't have to live with that sister-in-law, which was a huge relief. These two little ones are so good. Are they hungry? I'll go cook something for them. Mom, you hold them for now. I'll go make some formula. All right, there's hot water in the thermos. Fu's mother didn't think much about where the formula came from. She just assumed her son-in-law had brought it over earlier. Fu Mingxue went back to her room first, then took out the formula and 2 bottles from her space. She went to the kitchen and sterilized them with hot water. The 2 kids had never had formula before, but ever since Qin Wenhua adopted them, they'd gotten used to it. They really liked drinking the mixed formula. Fu's mother had only ever raised her own daughter, Fu Mingxue, so now, holding these 2 little ones just over a year old, her heart was melting. When Qin Wenhua came back, the 2 little ones had already fallen asleep after drinking their formula. He didn't see the kids, nor did he ask. He trusted Fu Mingxue to take good care of them. Why did you buy so many groceries? Fu Mingxue was a bit shocked to see how much he was carrying. Just then, Qin Wishu came in too, also carrying a lot. Sis-in-law, are you running low on firewood? Wenhua and I will go get some for you later. And some coal too, we'll bring you extra. That was exactly what Fu Mingxue needed. Great, thank you so much. Qin Wishu grinned and waved his hand. No trouble at all. Fu's mother said, you both have to stay for lunch. Qin Wishu was about to refuse, but saw his cousin had already agreed for him. All right. Fu's mother was delighted. She saw they'd even bought a chicken, so she decided to cook it for lunch. Qin Wenhua and Qin Wishu made 2 more trips, bringing over chopped firewood and coal. They stacked it all neatly in a corner of the yard. At noon, Fu's mother prepared a whole table full of dishes. Qin Wishu ate so much his mouth was greasy. Auntie, I didn't expect your cooking to be this good. It's way better than my mom's. Fu's mother was very pleased. It's just home cooking. If you like it, eat more. After the meal, Qin Wenhua started to clear the table, but Fu's mother pushed him away. I'm here, how could I let you do it? The kids are about to wake up, go check on them. Qin Wishu took his leave. Auntie, I'll get going then. All right, come again next time. Will do. Qin Wishu left. Qin Wenhua went to Fu Mingxue's room, since the 2 kids were napping on her bed. He looked around the room, a little surprised. The room was set up really nicely, nothing like it had been hastily arranged just yesterday. Just then, Fu Mingxue walked in. So, what do you think? Not bad, right? Qin Wenhua nodded. It's really nice. But you just said something wrong. Fu Mingxue. Qin Wenhua looked at her seriously. From now on, this is my room too. Fu Mingxue was stunned when she heard what he said. Why would he say something like that? But then again, it did make sense. If they were really going to live together, wouldn't this room be his as well? It seemed he truly intended to be her husband in every sense. After giving her a deep look, Qin Wenhua changed the subject. Do you have any requests for the wedding? Fu Mingxue answered immediately, no, you can handle it however you see fit. Oh right, she suddenly remembered she hadn't bought anything to wear for the wedding yet. That wouldn't do. She'd have to go check the shops this afternoon to see if there were any ready-made clothes. All right, I'll head back now. Sorry to trouble you and Mom with the kids. Don't worry about the children, we can take care of them. He left in a hurry. Qin Wenhua walked out, said a few words to Fu's mother, and then finally left. Not long after, the two children woke up. Seeing that they weren't crying or fussing, Fu's mother felt both relieved and sorry for them. Grandma will make you some porridge. For the next couple of days, let's stick to porridge. Once you're better, Grandma will make you something tasty. The two kids had weak stomachs and hadn't fully recovered yet, so it wasn't suitable to give them anything else. That afternoon, Qin Wenhua came by again. This time, he brought two slightly used wooden child seats. Fu Mingxue's eyes lit up when she saw them. Where did these come from? I borrowed them from someone. This way, the kids can sit in them and you won't have to hold them all the time. These are really nice. If we add 4 wheels to the bottom and shorten the legs a bit, they could move themselves around and play while sitting. Qin Wenhua looked thoughtful at her suggestion. Oh, and here's this. Fu Mingxue looked curiously at the bundle he handed her. What is it? It's the outfit for the wedding day. I had the old tailor make it. Huh? When did you ask the tailor? You didn't even have my measurements. Just then, Fu's mother happened to come out and explained, I told your husband to be. After you set the wedding date,